Life after the midnight grill was, well, it was not life as I knew it. The constant paranoia, the way I flinched from my contact, the way I scanned every crowd for unblinking stares that had become my new normal. I would quit my job, move to a different state, and try to disappear, but the fear was a shadow that clung to me. I was always looking over my shoulder, always checking. I knew they were out there. I just hoped they had not found me yet. But even with that ever-present dread, life has a funny way of pushing you back into routines. After a few months of isolating myself, my friends, bless their persistent hearts, started dragging me out. They told me I needed to get back out there, meet someone new, stop living like a hermit. And foolishly, I listened. I downloaded Tinder. I know, Tinder. After everything, you would think I would be wary of anything that felt like a trap. But I was lonely, desperate for some semblance of normalcy, some human connection that did not involve me wondering if the person across from me was secretly a soulless automaton. And for a while it was fine. Mundane mostly. Swiping left on shirtless gym selfies, and right on guys who at least managed to string a coherent sentence together in their bio. It was a distraction, a way to pretend I was not constantly on edge. Then I matched with Leo. His profile was pretty standard. 31, worked in tech, like hiking and craft beer. His pictures were good, too not overly filtered, just natural shots. He had a kind smile, dark hair, and eyes that, even in a small photo, seemed warm and genuine. We started chatting, and he was easy to talk to. Witty, engaging, and he actually asked questions about me, which, let's be honest, is a rarity on dating apps. He seemed perfect, a breath of fresh air. I felt a tiny spark of hope, a feeling I had not allowed myself in months. Maybe, just maybe, I could start to move past the trauma. We talked for a few days, texting back and forth, laughing at each other's dry humor. He sent me a few more photos, just casual snaps of him at a coffee shop or with his dog. And that is when it hit me. It was not a sudden jolt, more like a slow, creeping chill that started in my fingertips and spread through my entire body. I was looking at a picture he would send of himself, sitting on a park bench, sunlight dappling through the leaves. He was smiling, looking at the camera, and for a split second, my breath hitched. It was the eyes. Not just the color, which was a striking shade of hazel, but the way they crinkled at the corners when he smiled, the slight tilt of his head, and then the nose, the curve of his lips. It was all so familiar, disturbingly familiar. My stomach dropped. I stared at the photo, my thumb hovering over the screen, unable to swipe away. A name, one I had not thought of in decades, whispered through my mind like a ghost Milo. Milo was my imaginary friend. Or, at least, that is what my parents called him. Every kid has one, right? A silent confidant, a playmate only they can see. For me, Milo was as real as the air I breathed. He was there from the time I was maybe 4 or 5, until I started middle school and decided I was too old for invisible friends. He was my constant companion, my protector, my secret keeper. And Leo, the man on my phone screen, looked exactly like him. I mean, not just a passing resemblance. It was uncanny. The same messy dark hair that always fell just so over his forehead. The same hazel eyes, a little too big, a little too intense. The same slight, almost mischievous smirk that always seemed to be playing on his lips. Even the way his shoulders hunched slightly when he sat, a posture I remembered so vividly from our long hours spent in my childhood treehouse. For a moment, I tried to laugh it off. It was just a coincidence, a trick of the light. My brain playing games, associating a friendly face with a comforting childhood memory. I was stressed. I told myself, paranoid, still reeling from the midnight grill. It made sense that my mind would latch on to something familiar, something safe-seeming. But the more I looked, the less I could deny it. I remembered drawing Milo constantly as a kid. My mother used to frame them, Little stick figures or surprisingly detailed portraits for a 7-year-old, all featuring that distinct face. I remembered one particular drawing, a crayon portrait, where I would try to capture his exact expression, that knowing look he would always give me. Leo had that same expression. The conversation with Leo continued, but now every message, every word, was filtered through this new, unsettling lens. He asked me about my childhood, what I liked to do as a kid. I gave him generic answers, playing outside, reading books. But I found myself wondering if he already knew. If he knew about the secret spot behind the old oak tree, where I buried my treasure's rusty keys. Smooth stones, a broken locket. Milo had known about that spot. He would help me dig. I started digging through old boxes in my attic, the ones labeled childhood memories. Dusty photo albums, forgotten toys, a shoebox filled with my old drawings. My heart hammered in my chest as I pulled out a stack of papers, yellowed with age. And there he was, Milo, on countless pages in crayon, marker, and pencil. And on every single one, the face was undeniably, terrifyingly Leo's. One drawing in particular stood out. It was a detailed portrait, probably from when I was around 8. Milo was sitting on a swing set, looking directly at the viewer, his hazel eyes wide and bright. Underneath, in my childish scrawl, I would written Milo my bestest friend. He is always here. I felt a cold dread creep up my spine. My imaginary friend, a figment of my childhood imagination, was now a real man, 31 years old, living in the same city as me. And we had matched on Tinder. It was too much. It was impossible. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe I had a really vivid imagination. Maybe I would seen someone once, briefly, and my child brain had latched onto his features, creating Milo in his image. But that did not explain the uncanny precision, the small details, the exact expression. I messaged Leo back, trying to act normal, but my fingers trembled. Hey, what did you look like as a kid? I typed, trying to make it sound casual. He replied, almost instantly, haha, why? Are you trying to dig up some embarrassing photos? Maybe. I wrote, forcing a laugh emoji. Just curious. I was a pretty generic kid. He responded, scrappy, always covered in dirt. Nothing too exciting. He did not send a picture. That refusal, combined with his vague answer, only intensified my unease. Milo had never been generic. He was always clean, always well put together, even in my imagination. He was never scrappy. Over the next few days, the conversations with Leo took on a new, sinister undertone for me. He would say things that in isolation seemed innocent enough, but when filtered through my growing paranoia, sounded chilling. You know, you have a really interesting way of looking at the world. Sarah, he messaged one evening. Always have. Always so curious. Always asking questions. I like that about you. Even when you were little. My blood ran cold. Even when you were little. I stared at the words, my heart pounding. Was that a slip? A figure of speech? Or did he mean it literally? How could he possibly know what I was like when I was little? We had not discussed my childhood in any detail. I would kept everything vague. I typed out a shaky response. What do you mean, even when I was little? His reply came quickly. Oh, just a figure of speech, you know? Like, you seem like the kind of person who has always been curious. No big deal. He was too quick to dismiss it. Too smooth. My mind raced. Had he researched me? Was he a stalker who had somehow found my old childhood photos? But even then, how would he know about my personality as a child? My curious nature. Only Milo knew that. Only Milo saw me in those private moments, exploring, observing, asking my silent, imaginary friend questions about the world. I started pulling away from the conversation, my replies becoming shorter, less frequent. I wanted to block him, delete the app, throw my phone into a river. But a morbid curiosity, a terrifying need to understand, kept me from doing it. I needed to know, was I going crazy? Or was something truly horrifying happening? I tried a more direct approach. When I was a kid, I had an imaginary friend. I typed, my fingers hovering over the send button for a full minute before I finally pressed it. His name was Milo. He looked exactly like you. The three dots indicating he was typing appeared almost immediately. My breath hitched. This was it. The moment of truth. Oh, really, his message read. That is quite a coincidence. What did he look like? My blood ran cold. What did he look like? He was asking me to describe himself. It was not a denial. It was not an admission. It was a test. A game. I did not reply. I could not. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of the impossible. An imaginary friend manifest. It sounded like something out of a horror movie, something that could not possibly be real. But then again, neither were unblinking people in a diner. My world had already been turned upside down once. I started seeing him everywhere. Or at least, I thought I did. A man with dark hair and hazel eyes, walking down the street, turning a corner just as I looked up. A fleeting reflection in a shop window. A figure sitting in a coffee shop, just out of focus. Each time, my heart would leap into my throat, a cold wave of fear washing over me. I would blink, rub my eyes, and they would be gone. Just my paranoia. I told myself. Just my mind playing tricks. But then one morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. It was a message from Leo. I had not replied to his last one, and he had not messaged me since. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the preview. The notification showed a picture. I clicked on it, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a photo of my old treehouse, the one in my parents' backyard, the one I had not visited in years, the one where Milo and I had spent countless hours. It was an old, weathered structure, paint peeling, branches growing through the planks. And in the foreground, etched lightly into the wooden door, was a crudely carved SM. Sarah and Milo, my childhood carving. The message accompanying the photo simply said, "Miss me." My phone clattered to the floor, my hand shaking uncontrollably. He had not just looked at my old drawings. He had not just known things about my childhood. He had been there. He had known about the treehouse, known about the carving. He had been Milo, and he was still there. I scrambled off my bed, my lèvres vibrent. I had to get out. I had to run. But where? How could I escape something that had been with me since childhood? Something that had manifested from my own mind. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, anything I could lay my hands on. My eyes darted around my apartment, every shadow, every creak, now filled with sinister presence. Was he watching me now? Had he been watching me all along? As I reached the door, another message popped up on my phone. I did not want to look, but I could not help myself. My eyes were drawn to the screen. It was a photo of my living room. From an angle, I knew intimately the view from the armchair I was sitting in just moments ago, looking toward the kitchen. And in the background, faintly, almost hidden in the shadows of the doorway, was a figure. A tall, dark-haired figure with eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. And then another message, this one just text ready to play again. Sarah. A strangled scream caught in my throat. He was not just watching. He was here. He had been inside my apartment. I did not think. I just ran. Out the door, down the stairs, into the street. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away. My car was parked at the curb. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped away, not dare to look in my rearview mirror. I drove for hours, The image of that photo of that figure in my doorway burned into my mind. I called my parents, rambling incoherently about Milo, about Tinder, about him being real. My mom, bless her heart, tried to calm me down, suggested I was stressed, maybe needed to see a therapist. She did not believe me. How could she? It sounded insane. I ended up at a cheap motel hours away, miles from my apartment. I deleted Tinder, blocked Leo's number, even though I knew it would not matter. He knew where I lived. He knew about my childhood. He knew me. Sleep did not come. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old motel building sounded like footsteps. I kept thinking about Milo, my childhood friend. He was always there, always comforting, always smiling. But sometimes when I was alone, when I was scared, his smile would stretch a little too wide. His eyes would linger a little too long. I would dismiss it as a child's overactive imagination, as the way shadows played tricks. But now I knew it was not my imagination. It was him. He was not just an imaginary friend. He was something else, something that had waited, something that had grown with me, feeding off my memories, my loneliness, my need for companionship. And now he was real. I live in constant fear now, a different kind of fear than the midnight grill. That was external, a visible threat. This is internal, a terror that has seeped into the very fabric of my existence. I changed my number, moved again, tried to erase every trace of my online presence. But I know it is futile. He found me once. He will find me again. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the only sound is the frantic beating of my own heart, I swear I can hear a whisper, a voice, soft and familiar, calling my name. Sarah, ready to play. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that he is still out there. And he is waiting. He is always waiting. Because Milo, my bestest friend, is always here. All right, so picture this: I was in a pretty bad place. You know, not like clinically depressed or anything, but just lonely. My life had settled into this dull routine. Work, home, microwave dinners, repeat. My friends were all either coupled up or had moved away, and I was just kind of floating. So, like any self-respecting millennial in a rut, I downloaded Tinder. Now, I would have been on it before a few times, mostly just swiping mindlessly. Maybe a few awkward conversations that fizzled out. Nothing ever stuck. It was more of a distraction, a way to feel like I was trying to connect, even if I was not really. Most of the profiles were pretty standard gym selfies, travel pics, a lot of fluent and sarcasm bios. You know the drill. I was not expecting anything spectacular. Then I saw her profile. Her name was Serafina. And I gotta tell you, she was stunning. Not in that overly filtered, Instagram influencer way, but in a really striking, almost ethereal sense. Her photos were different. One was a close-up, her eyes, a deep, captivating green, staring directly into camera, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Another showed her standing in what looked like a dense, old-growth forest, sunlight dappling through the leaves, casting her in this almost otherworldly glow. She was not posing, she just was. There was an intensity to her, a depth that felt miles beyond the usual superficiality of dating apps. Her bio was equally sparse, an intriguing seeker of forgotten places, lover of twilight, not afraid of the dark. No emojis, no clever one-liners. Just that. It piqued my interest immediately. She seemed like a breath of fresh air in a sea of sameness. So, I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was a match. My heart actually did a little flutter, which was embarrassing to admit even to myself. We started chatting, and it was different. She did not ask the usual "what do you do?" or "what are your hobbies?" questions. Instead, she asked things like, "What sound do you find most comforting?" or "What is the oldest thing you own that still brings you joy?" Her messages were thoughtful, poetic even, and she had a way of turning a phrase that made me feel like I was talking to someone from a different era, or maybe a different world entirely. We talked for a few days, and I found myself genuinely looking forward to her messages. She was witty, intelligent, and had this subtle, dark humor that I really appreciated. But there was also an elusive quality to her. She never really talked about her past, or her job, or her friends. It was always about ideas, feelings, observations. It was like peeling back layers of an onion, except I never quite reached the core. Finally, I got up the nerve to ask her out. I suggested a coffee shop, figuring it was a safe, casual first date. Her reply came back almost instantly. A coffee shop, she wrote. How conventional. I had something a little more adventurous in mind. There's an old abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town. It is beautiful in its decay, and the silence there it speaks volumes. What do you say? My first reaction was, are you serious? An abandoned hospital for a first date? That was insane. My mind immediately conjured up images from horror movies, rusty scalpels, creaking gurneys, ghosts of forgotten patients. It was a hard no, absolutely not. But then a flicker of something else. Curiosity, and, I will admit it, a desire to impress her. She was not like the other girls I would met. This was unique. This was an adventure. And maybe, just maybe it would be cool. I mean, what is the worst that could happen? It is just an old building, right? Plus, her invitation was not creepy. It was almost romantic in a gothic sort of way. Beautiful in its decay. She really did have a way with words. I typed back, sounds intriguing. Are you sure that is a good idea for a first date? Her reply, only if you're not afraid of a little dust and a lot of history. And perhaps a few whispers from the past. Okay, the whispers from the past part was a little much. But I was already hooked. My mundane life was begging for something, anything out of the ordinary. This was certainly out of the ordinary. I rationalized that she was probably just an urban explorer, an artist, someone who appreciated forgotten architecture. It was quirky, not necessarily dangerous. All right, I wrote back, trying to sound cool and nonchalant. You are on. Send me the details. She sent me an address, a set of coordinates, really, to a place way out past the city limits, nestled deep in a patch of woods I did not even know existed. We agreed to meet there Saturday evening, just before dusk. The days leading up to it were a strange mix of excitement and unease. I found myself doing a little research on the place. It was called Blackwood Asylum, an old psychiatric hospital that had been shut down in the late 70s due to allegations of patient mistreatment and, some whispered, unexplained deaths. Perfect. Just absolutely perfect. The articles I found were sparse, mostly old newspaper clippings, but they painted a grim picture. The place had a reputation, a dark history. People said it was haunted. My friends, when I cautiously mentioned my date plans, looked at me like I would grow in a second head. You are going where? My buddy Mike exclaimed. Dude, that is not a first date. That is a horror movie plot. You're going to end up as a ghost story yourself. I just laughed it off, pretending it was all part of the thrill. Come on, it will be an experience. Besides, Serafina seems really cool. She is probably just into abandoned places. Deep down, though, Mike's words echoed in my head. Saturday evening rolled around, and I was a bundle of nerves. I dressed casually, sturdy shoes, a jacket. I even brought a flashlight, just in case. As I drove, the city lights faded behind me, replaced by an increasingly dense canopy of trees. The road turned from asphalt to gravel, then to a barely maintained dirt track. My phone signal started to cut in and out. Great. Finally, the GPS told me I had arrived. I pulled up to a rusty, overgrown gate that sagged on one hinge. Beyond it, through a tangle of weeds and ancient, gnarled trees, I could just make out the silhouette of a massive, imposing building. It was huge, sprawling, with dozens of dark, empty window panes staring out like vacant eyes. The sky was turning a bruised purple, and the setting sun cast long, skeletal shadows across the grounds. A shiver traced its way down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool evening air. I killed the engine. The silence that descended was absolute, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in a faint breeze. No other cars were around. Was I the first, one here, or had she already gone inside? I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. This was it, the point of no return. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn around, to floor it and get out of there. But then I thought of Serafina, her captivating eyes, her intriguing words. And honestly, a part of me, the part that craved excitement, did not want to back down. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and pushed open the car door. The gate creaked ominously as I pushed it open just enough to squeeze through. The path leading to the hospital was barely discernible, choked with weeds and fallen branches. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and rust. As I got closer, the sheer scale of the building became apparent. It was a monstrous brick structure, 4 stories high, with countless windows, many of them broken, jagged shards of glass glinting in the dying light. Vines snaked their way up the walls, reclaiming the building, pulling it back into the earth. It looked less like a hospital and more like a tomb. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast, oppressive silence. No answer. I walked around to what I assumed was the main entrance. A grand, double wooden door, once probably quite impressive, was now warped and peeling, one panel hanging precariously. It was ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning me inside. "Serafina." I tried again, my voice a little louder this time, tried to project confidence I did not feel. Suddenly, a voice, soft and melodious, came from directly behind me. "You made it," I yelped, spinning around so fast I nearly lost my footing. There she was, standing just a few feet away, emerging from the shadows of a crumbling porch pillar. I had not heard her approach, not a single rustle of leaves, not a single footstep. It was like she had simply materialized. She looked even more beautiful in person, if that was possible. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face that was strikingly pale, almost luminous in the twilight. Her green eyes, those captivating eyes, sparkled in almost predatory amusement. She wore a simple dark jacket and jeans, but even in casual clothes, she exuded an aura of mystery. You scared the hell out of me. I managed, my heart hammering against my ribs. She smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Apologies. I enjoy the element of surprise." Her voice was soft, a little husky, and utterly captivating. It sent a strange shiver through me. "So," I said, trying to regain my composure, "this is it. Blackwood Asylum. Quite the place. Is not it?" she breathed, her gaze sweeping over the decaying facade with an almost reverent admiration. So much history, so many stories etched into these walls. She turned back to me, her eyes locking onto mine. "Are you ready to explore?" I swallowed, a knot forming in my stomach. "As I will ever be, I guess." She pushed the creaking door open wider and stepped inside without hesitation. I followed, my flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the gloom. The air inside was stale, heavy, and cold, despite the mild evening. Dust motes danced in the limited light, filtering through the grime-caked windows. The main hall was vast, with a grand staircase leading up to the upper floors, its wooden banister long since rotted away in places. Debris littered the floor, fallen plaster, broken glass, what looked like ancient medical records scattered like confetti. "Watch your step," Serafina said, her voice echoing strangely in the cavernous space. She did not seem to need a flashlight, her eyes, even in the near darkness, seemed to glow faintly. We started exploring, moving from room to room. Each one was a testament to time and neglect. The old reception area still had a counter, splintered and covered in cobwebs. The waiting room had overturned chairs and a table with a stack of yellowed magazines, frozen in time. Serafina moved with an almost unnatural grace, her footsteps barely audible. She seemed to know exactly where she was going, as if she had been here countless times before. She would point out details of faded mural on a wall in what must have been a children's ward, a chart still tacked to a nurse's station, detailing patient dosages from decades ago. She spoke about the lives lived and lost here with a strange detachment, almost like a historian recounting facts, but with an underlying current of morbid fascination. "Imagine the pain," she murmured, running a gloved finger along a rusty bed frame in what I assumed was a patient room. The fear, the desperation, all of it absorbed into these very walls. It never truly leaves, does it? I shivered. "I hope it does," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "for the sake of anyone who comes here." She turned to me, a faint smile on her lips. "Oh, but that is the beauty of it. The echoes, they are still here. If you listen closely enough." We went deeper. We found the kitchen. Its enormous industrial stoves rusted beyond recognition. The laundry room, filled with collapsed machinery. The morgue. That is right, the morgue. It was in the basement, down a narrow, winding set of concrete stairs. The air down there was even colder, heavier, permeated by a distinct, cloying smell I could not quite place metallic, earthy, and something clinical and unsettling. My flashlight beam danced over stainless steel tables, now covered in a thick layer of dust and grime. A few body trays were still pulled out, gaping like empty mouths. This is where the forgotten ended their journey. Serafina said, her voice soft, almost reverent. She walked right up to one of the tables, her fingers tracing the cold metal. No family to claim them, no one to mourn. Just another number, another file. I felt a wave of nausea. Can we go somewhere else?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "This place is really giving me the creeps." She turned, her eyes glittering in the dim light. Afraid of ghosts, she teased, but there was an edge to her voice, a challenge. "Afraid of, well, everything this place represents." I admitted, "It is just too much." She considered me for a moment, then nodded. "Fair enough. There is one more place I want to show you. It is on the top floor. The old operating theater." Great. From a morgue to the operating theater. This date was really hitting all the high notes of a slasher film. But something in her eyes compelled me to follow. I was trapped between my growing unease and a strange, almost magnetic pull she had. We ascended the grand staircase, its steps groaning under our weight. On the third floor, we passed what looked like an administrative office. My flashlight beam caught something on a desk, an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. I reached for it, a sudden urge to see what secrets it held. "Do not touch that," Serafina said, her voice sharp, a sudden intensity I had not heard before. I froze, my hand hovering just above the journal. "Why not? Some things are best left undisturbed," she replied. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Come, the operating theater awaits." Her tone brooked no argument. I reluctantly pulled my hand back and followed her up the final flight of stairs. The operating theater was a large, circular room with a domed ceiling. A single, enormous operating light hung suspended from the center, a grotesque metal flower in the gloom. The operating table was still there, a chilling centerpiece. Rusty surgical instruments lay scattered on a nearby tray, glinting malevolently in my flashlight beam. The air here was even colder, prickling my skin. They performed a lot of experimental procedures here. Serafina said, her voice a whisper. She walked around the table, her hand brushing against its cold surface. "Especially in the later years." lobotomies, electroshock therapy, all in the name of curing what they did not understand. I felt a profound sense of dread settle over me. This was not just old architecture anymore. This was a place of suffering, of violation. Why do you find this so fascinating? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. She stopped at the head of the table, turning to face me. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, reflecting the faint light from my flashlight in a way that made them seem bottomless. Because, she said, her voice barely audible, it is where the veil between worlds is thinnest, where the human mind broke, and something else slipped through. A sudden, sharp clang echoed from somewhere below us, like a metal door slamming shut. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. What was that? Serafina did not react. Her gaze was still fixed on me, an unnerving intensity in her eyes. Just the building settling, she said dismissively, but I did not believe her. The sound had been too distinct, too deliberate. Then, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper right beside my ear. It sounded like a name. My name. I spun around, flashlight beam whipping wildly, but there was nothing there. Just the empty, decaying room. Did you hear that? I asked Serafina, my voice strained with fear. She tilted her head slightly. Hear what? She asked, a faint, unsettling smile playing on her lips. Perhaps the whispers of the past are calling to you. That is when I knew this was not just a quirky date. This was not just an urban exploration. Something was profoundly wrong. Serafina was not just interested in the history of this place. She was part of it, or something connected to it. Her calm demeanor, her knowing glances, the way she moved without a sound at all coalesced into a terrifying realization. I need to go, I said, my voice cracking. I took a step back, my eyes darting toward the door. Her smile widened, losing all trace of warmth. Oh, but the game has just begun, has not it? Another sound, closer this time. A low, guttural moan, coming from the corner of the operating theater. My flashlight beam landed on its shadow, deeper than the surrounding darkness, coalescing into something vaguely humanoid. It was tall, gaunt, and its head was tilted at an unnatural angle. Its eyes, if they were eyes, were twin pinpricks of malevolent red light. I screamed a raw, terrified sound and turned to bolt, but Serafina was suddenly in front of me, blocking the doorway. Her face was no longer serene. Her features were contorted into a grotesque parody of a smile, her eyes blazing with an unholy light. You can't leave, she hissed, her voice no longer soft and melodious, but harsh, guttural, echoing with multiple tones, like several voices speaking at once. Not yet. We have been waiting for you. My blood ran cold. Who are you? I stammered, backing away from her, towards a horrifying shadow in the corner. I am the keeper of this place, she said, taking a step towards me. And they are my guests, waiting for a new companion. She gestured towards the shadow, which was now moving slowly, deliberately, towards me. And it was not alone. Other shadows began to stir in the periphery of the room, emerging from the deeper darkness, taking on vague, twisted forms. My mind reeled. This was not real. It could not be real. This was a nightmare, a hallucination. But the cold, the smell, the sounds, the sheer terror seizing my every nerve was all too real. I saw a window, high up on the wall, partially broken. It was my only chance. I did not care about the drop. I did not care about the glass. I just needed to get out. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged past Serafina, ignoring her outstretched hand that seemed to claw at the air. I scrambled onto the operating table, using it as a springboard, and launched myself at the window. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, showering me with shards. I felt a searing pain as a large piece sliced into my arm, but I did not care. I pushed myself through the jagged opening, scraping against the brick, and fell. It was not a long fall, maybe 15 feet, but it was enough to knock the wind out of me and send a jolt of pain through my twisted ankle. I landed hard on a patch of overgrown bushes, the thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. I lay there for a second, gasping, trying to orient myself. From above, I heard Serafina's voice, now a chilling, mournful cry, echoing to the broken window. You can't escape us. You belong here. The shadows from the operating room seemed to stretch and writhe, reaching out as if trying to grasp me. I pushed myself up, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle, and started to run. Limping, stumbling, I crashed through the underbrush, my flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand, casting erratic beams of light. I could hear them now, behind me. Not just Serafina's voice, but a chorus of whispers, moans, and the shuffling sound of multiple footsteps. They were fast, faster than I thought possible. Panic fueled my every step. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the hospital, away from Serafina, away from the things that lurked within. The woods were a tangled maze in the darkness, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping me. I could feel their presence growing closer, the air behind me growing colder, heavier. I burst out of the woods, stumbling onto the dirt track I had driven in on. My car, it was still there, a beacon of hope. I threw myself towards it, fumbling with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Behind me, I heard a terrible shriek, a sound of pure rage and frustration. I glanced back, my breath catching in my throat. Serafina stood at the edge of the woods, her figure silhouetted against the faint moonlight, surrounded by the swirling, indistinct shapes of the other entities. Her eyes glowed with infernal green light, and her mouth was open in a silent scream. I finally got the car door open, dove inside, and locked it, fumbling for the ignition. The engine roared to life after a hesitant cough. I slammed the gear into reverse, spinning the tires in the dirt, and floored it. I did not look back. I just drove, speeding down the dirt track, then the gravel road, then the asphalt, until the menacing silhouette of Blackwood Asylum was swallowed by the darkness behind me. I drove until I saw the first distant city lights, until I was sure I was truly, completely away. I pulled over on the side of a busy highway, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. I was covered in scratches, my arm was bleeding profusely, and my ankle throbbed with excruciating pain. But I was alive. I was out. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to process what had just happened. Serafina, the hospital, the shadows, the whispers. It was all too real, too vivid to be a dream. I never went back to Tinder. I deleted the app that night, and every other dating app on my phone. The thought of meeting someone new, of letting my guard down, fills me with an icy dread. It has been months now. My physical wounds have healed, mostly. The scar on my arm is a constant reminder, but the mental scars, those run deeper. I can't sleep without the lights on. Every shadow seems to hold a lurking form. Every sudden sound sends a jolt of terror through me. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can hear it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper right beside my ear. It sounds like a name. My name. And sometimes when I look into reflective surfaces, like a dark window or a mirror in a dimly lit room, I think I see them, just for a fleeting second, in the deepest shadows. I see the faint, glowing green eyes of Serafina and the indistinct, twisted shapes of her guests waiting. Always waiting. Because I know, deep down, that I did not truly escape. I just ran, and they are still out there. And sometimes, I wonder they're not just out there, but in here, with me, in the quiet corners of my mind. After all, Serafina said it herself, you can't escape us. You belong here. And the longer I live with the fear, the more I realize she might have been telling the terrifying truth. You know, sometimes I think about that night, and it feels like a dream. A nightmare, really. But the terror was too real, the disgust too profound for it to have been anything but. It was the kind of experience that carves itself into your memory, a scar on your soul that never quite heals. It all started, as so many modern horrors do, with a dating app. I am Jessica, by the way, 32, graphic designer, perpetually optimistic despite a string of truly awful first dates. I would seen it all: the guy who only talked about his ex, the one who tried to sell me crypto, the one who showed up in a stained t-shirt and flip-flops to a fancy Italian place. I was about ready to throw my phone into a river and live out my days as a reclusive cat lady. Then I matched with Mark. His profile picture was striking dark, intelligent eyes, a perfectly tailored suit, a confident but not arrogant smile. His bio was witty, a little mysterious, and surprisingly articulate. He listed interests like obscure literature, experimental cuisine, and late-night philosophy discussions. He seemed different. In a good way. Our initial messages were fantastic. He was charming, engaging, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. He had this way of making me feel like I was the most fascinating person he would ever talk to. We talked for a week, long messages, sometimes even voice notes, and I found myself getting genuinely excited. He was not like the others. He felt like a breath of fresh air. Finally, he asked me out. I know a place, he texted, that is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a bit of a hidden gem, very exclusive. Perfect for someone with your adventurous spirit. My adventurous spirit. That was a nice touch. I usually stuck to my comfort zones, but Mark had a way of making me feel bolder, more open to new things. I agreed, of course. He said he would pick me up, which was a nice old school touch. The day of the date, I was buzzing. I picked out my best dress, did my hair, and waited. He arrived promptly, stepping out of a sleek, dark sedan. He looked even better in person, if that was possible. His smile was warm, his eyes sparkling. He opened the car door for me, and for a moment, I felt like I was in a movie. The drive was interesting. We started in familiar territory. But soon he turned off the main roads, navigating through a maze of increasingly narrow, unlit streets. I tried to follow on my phone's GPS, but it kept losing signal, then finally just gave up. Do not worry, he chuckled, noticing my confusion. It is part of the charm. It is truly off the beaten path. I tried to relax, to trust him. He was still the charming, eloquent man I had been talking to all week. We chatted about art, about life, about our favorite books. But as we drove deeper into what felt like the forgotten corners of the city, a subtle unease began to creep in. The buildings became older, more dilapidated, then sparse, giving way to overgrown lots and dark, silent warehouses. Finally, he pulled down what looked less like a street and more like a barely paved alleyway, tucked between two crumbling brick walls. At the very end, barely visible in the faint glow of a distant street lamp, was a building. It was old, impossibly old, with a Gothic facade that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. No signs, no glowing neon. Just heavy, dark with doors and small, grimy windows that seemed to stare out like vacant eyes. Here we are, Mark announced, turning off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the distant hum of the city and the faint, unsettling rustle of something in the overgrown weeds beside the car. I hesitated. Are you sure this is a restaurant? I asked, my voice a little too high. He laughed, a low, smooth sound. Oh, it is. But not just any restaurant. It is an experience. Come on. He got out and came around to open my door, his smile unwavering. Stepping out, the air felt different. Heavier, colder, despite it being a mild evening. There was a faint, cloying smell, something I could not quite place. It was not unpleasant, not exactly, but it was alien, like damp earth mixed with something metallic, something sweet and sickly. He led me to the heavy wooden doors. They creaked open with a groan that sounded ancient, revealing a cavernous interior. It was dimly lit, bathed in the flickering glow of what looked like actual gas lamps, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The decor was opulent yet unsettling. Heavy velvet drapes, dark mahogany tables, intricate carvings on the walls that seemed to depict strange, intertwined figures and symbols I did not recognize. But what struck me most were the other patrons. There were not many, maybe 10 or 12 people scattered around the large room. They were all dressed impeccably, sitting upright, almost unnaturally still. They spoke in hushed tones, or not at all, their movements slow and deliberate. As we walked past, I tried to catch someone's eye to get a sense of normalcy, but they all seemed to stare blankly ahead or at their plates, their faces pale and unreadable in the dim light. It was like walking into a painting or a tableau. Mark, however, seemed perfectly at ease. He greeted a waiter, a tall, gaunt man with eyes that seemed too wide and too dark, with a familiar nod. The waiter led us to a secluded table in a shadowed corner. "Welcome to the midnight feast," Mark said, his voice a low murmur. "I told you it was unique." I tried to smile, but my lips felt stiff. It is certainly atmospheric. The waiter presented us with menus. They were not printed on paper, but on heavy, dark leather with strange, swirling script I could barely decipher. The names of the dishes were even more bizarre whispers of the deep. Crimson Bloom, The Veiled Heart. There were no descriptions, no ingredients listed. Just these cryptic, poetic titles. "What would you recommend?" I asked, trying to sound casual, my heart thumping a nervous rhythm against my ribs. Mark smiled. "Oh, I know exactly what you will enjoy." He turned to the waiter. "We will have the Veiled Heart for myself, and for the lady, the Crimson Whispers, and a bottle of the Nightshade Nectar." I started to protest. "Mark, I usually like to know what I am ordering." He placed a hand over mine, his fingers surprisingly cold. "Trust me, Jessica, tonight you just need to trust me. It is an experience. And I promise you won't regret it." His eyes held mine, an intense, almost hypnotic gaze that made it impossible to argue. The waiter nodded, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his thin lips, and glided away. I tried to make conversation, to pull myself back to a sense of normalcy, but my mind kept replaying the eerie silence of the room, the strange smell, the unsettling stillness of the other diners. Mark, however, was still the charming, articulate man from our messages. He talked about philosophy, about the nature of reality, about hidden truths and forbidden knowledge. His words were captivating, drawing me in, almost making me forget where we were. But every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of his eyes in the flickering light, and they seemed to hold a depth, a darkness I had not noticed before. They were almost predatory. And then there were the sounds. From somewhere behind a heavy curtain, presumably the kitchen, I could hear faint, wet sounds. Not the clatter of pots and pans, not the sizzle of oil, but rhythmic thuds, squelching noises, and a low, almost melodic hum. It sounded less like cooking and more like something else, something organic. After what felt like an eternity, the waiter returned, carrying 2 covered silver cloches. He placed one in front of Mark, the other in front of me, with an elaborate flourish. A faint wisp of steam, thick and smelling faintly of that same metallic, earthy scent, escaped from under the covers. Mark's eyes gleamed. "Ah, the main event." He lifted his cloche first. My breath hitched. On his plate, nestled on a bed of dark, fibrous greens, was a pulsating, dark mass. It was roughly the size and shape of a human heart, but it was a deep, iridescent purple, almost black in the dim light. A thin, glistening film covered its surface, and beneath that film, I could distinctly see it breathe. A slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction. It was not just raw meat, it was something alive. My stomach churned. "Mark," I whispered, What is that?" He smiled a wide, unsettling grin that stretched his lips a little too far. "The Veiled Heart, a true delicacy, freshly harvested." He picked up a small silver knife. Then, the waiter lifted the clothes from my plate. What lay before me was a mound of glistening, deep red tissue. It was arranged like petals, like some horrific alien flower, but the texture was unmistakable. It looked like muscle or organ tissue, still wet and fresh. Thin, almost translucent white tendrils snaked the crimson mass, some curling inwards, others unfurling slowly, almost imperceptibly. It was the color of fresh blood, but somehow deeper, richer. I stared, my mind struggling to process what my eyes were seeing. Then, a faint tremor ran through the entire mass. A tiny, almost silent thump-thump sound, like a miniature heartbeat, echoed in my ears. It was so faint. I almost convinced myself it was just my own pulse racing in my temples. But then, one of the white tendrils, which had been still, slowly, deliberately retracted, pulling back into the main mass. And another on the opposite side, unfurled a millimeter, then twitched. Crimson whispers. Mark said, his voice a low, reverent murmur. Exquisite, is not it? Specially prepared for you. I pushed my chair back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. Mark, I can't eat this. What is it? It is moving. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that was nothing like his usual smooth laugh. He cut into his own veiled heart with a practiced hand. A thick, dark fluid, almost black, oozed from the incision, pooling on the plate. He brought a piece to his mouth, chewing slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated pleasure. It is fresh. Jessica, he said, his voice now a low growl. The freshest. You must try it. It is a gift, a rare opportunity. The crimson whispers on my plate gave another, more pronounced twitch. This time, I saw a faint, rhythmic pulse within the red mass, more distinct than before. It was not just my imagination. It was alive, and it was looking at me, or something on it was. I noticed a small, almost transparent membrane on one of the petals of tissue. Beneath it, a dark, perfectly round spot. And as I watched, horrified, it slowly, deliberately blinked. A tiny, undeveloped eye, staring out from the raw, moving flesh. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded me. My blood ran cold, then hot. This was not a joke. This was not some avant-garde culinary experience. This was monstrous. No, I choked out, pushing the plate further away. I am not eating that. I am leaving. I tried to stand up, but Mark's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising speed and strength. His grip was like iron, and his skin felt unnaturally cold, clammy. You can't leave, he hissed, his voice no longer charming, but guttural, laced with a chilling menace. His eyes, in the dim light, seemed to glow with an unnatural reddish hue. Not yet. You have not finished your meal. It would be rude. And the midnight feast does not tolerate rudeness. I struggled against his grip, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Let go of me. Mark, what is this place? What are you doing? As I fought, my eyes darted around the room, desperate for an escape, for help. That is when I saw it. At a table across the room, one of the perfectly still patrons was hunched over their plate, and on that plate, half eaten, was something unmistakably human. A hand. A pale, slender hand, with long, delicate fingers, severed at the wrist. The nails were painted a light pink. It was a woman's hand. A scream tore from my throat. I shoved the table with all my might, sending the plate with its crimson whispers and its horrific, blinking eye crashing to the floor. The ceramic shattered, and the red, pulsing mass splattered onto the dark wood. From the mess, a tiny, larval-like creature, slick and pale, writhed and convulsed, its small, undeveloped limbs flailing desperately before it was crushed under the table leg. The sound of my scream, the shattering plate, finally broke the eerie silence of the restaurant. All the patrons, who had been so still, so unnervingly quiet, slowly turned their heads towards me. Their faces, previously pale and unreadable, now held a uniform expression serene, almost blissful contentment. But their eyes were all wrong. They were black, vacant pools, reflecting no light, no humanity. Mark lunged at me, his face contorted into a horrifying rictus of anger and something else, something ancient and hungry. You should not have done that. Jessica, he snarled, his voice no longer human, but chorus of whispers and growls. I scrambled backward, kicking my chair away, and bolted. I ran blindly towards what I hoped was the main entrance, my mind screaming, every instinct screaming at me to escape. The heavy wooden doors, however, were now guarded by two of the gaunt waiters, their wide, dark eyes fixed on me. They moved with an unnatural speed, blocking my path. Panic fueled my actions. I spotted a smaller, unmarked door to my left, likely a service entrance. Without thinking, I threw myself against it. It creaked open, revealing a glimpse of fluorescent light. I burst into what was unmistakably the kitchen. But this was no ordinary kitchen. The air was thick with the same cloying, metallic scent. But here it was overpowering, mixed with something else, something sickly sweet and utterly foul. Sides of meat hung from hooks, glistening under harsh, bare bolts. But these were not animal carcasses. They were clearly human, or something very close to human. Limbs, torsos, heads, all suspended, slowly dripping onto the stained floor. In the center of the room, a hulking figure stood hunched over a large, wooden block, cleaver in hand. It was a butcher, but not a man. Its skin was pale and stretched, its mouth too wide, revealing rows of jagged yellow teeth. Its eyes, when it turned its head towards me, were black and sunken, like those of the patrons in the dining room. It stared at me with a wide, blood-splattered smile that seemed to split its face in two. I screamed again, a raw, desperate sound, and did not stop running. I tore through the kitchen, past vats of bubbling, viscous fluids that pulsed with an internal light, past tables covered in glistening, unidentifiable organs. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, heavy and relentless, and the guttural, hungry sounds of the butcher. I burst through another door, finding myself in a narrow, trash-strewn alleyway. The cold night air hit me, a shock after the oppressive heat of the kitchen. I did not look back. I just ran. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but adrenaline was my only fuel. I could hear Mark's voice, distorted and echoing from the restaurant's open door. You can't escape the feast. Jessica, you are part of it now. I ran blindly, tripping over discarded boxes and garbage cans, hearing strange scuttling sounds in the shadows behind me. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. Finally, I stumbled out of the alley onto a dimly lit main road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The car, an old, beat-up taxi, screeched to a halt. The driver, a bewildered-looking man, stared at me. I threw open the back door and practically fell inside, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. Drive. Just drive. Anywhere. Please. I choked out, pointing vaguely forward. He looked at me, then back at the alleyway, then shrugged and pulled away. As we sped off, I risked a glance back. The alley was dark and empty. No Gothic restaurant. No flickering gas lamps. Just a blank, crumbling brick wall where the building should have been. I spent the next few hours in the police station, trying to explain what happened. They listened patiently, their faces growing increasingly skeptical. I described Mark, the restaurant, the moving food, the human hand, the butcher. I sounded like a lunatic, even to myself. They drove me back to the area I described. The alleyway was exactly as I had last seen it, dark, empty, leading to nothing but a dead end. No restaurant. No signs of a building ever being there. My phone had no record of Mark, no messages, no dating app profile. He had vanished as completely as the restaurant. They chalked it up to a severe panic attack, possibly exacerbated by exhaustion and stress. They suggested I seek therapy. I did, but no amount of therapy has ever convinced me that what I saw was not real. I never dated again. Every dark corner, every strange smell, every new person on an app brings back the horror. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent, I swear I can still feel Mark's cold grip on my wrist. And I can still hear that faint, rhythmic thump thump of a tiny, living heart beating from a plate that was meant for me. I know what I saw. I know what they ate. And I know I escaped being part of the midnight feast. But the memory that they still have, and it feeds on me every single night. It all started, as so many terrible things do, with something completely ordinary. For me, that ordinary thing was boredom. A gnawing, persistent boredom that felt less like a fleeting emotion and more like a permanent state of being. My life was fine. Stable job, decent apartment, a handful of friends I saw sporadically. But there was no spark, no real excitement. Just the dull thrum of existence. So, like millions before me, I turned to a dating app. I would have been swiping for weeks, maybe months, through a parade of carefully curated selfies and bland bios. Most dates were forgettable, a series of polite conversations that went nowhere. I was starting to think I was just wired wrong, that I was not meant for that kind of connection. Then I saw Sarah's profile. She was stunning, in that effortless way some people just are. Dark, expressive eyes, a scattering of freckles across her nose, and a smile that seemed genuinely warm, not just posed for camera. Her bio was witty, intelligent, and a little self-deprecating, exactly my type. I swiped right, not expecting much. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our first few messages were easy, flowing. We talked about books, old movies, our shared love for obscure indie bands. She seemed genuinely interested, asking thoughtful questions, and her responses were quick, making me feel like I was actually having a conversation, not just playing a digital game of 20 questions. I found myself looking forward to her texts, a flutter of anticipation I had not felt in years. After a week of this, I suggested we meet. She readily agreed. We decided on a cozy Italian place downtown, known for its dim lighting and surprisingly good pasta. I arrived a little early, nerves jangling, and tried to smooth down my hair for the 10th time. When she walked in, I felt my breath catch. She was even more beautiful in person, her dark hair catching the low light, her smile just as radiant as in her photos. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to be both elegant and casual. The date was, for lack of a better word, perfect. The conversation never lagged. We talked for hours, sharing stories, laughing easily. She had this way of making me feel like I was the most interesting person in the room, leaning in slightly, her eyes bright and focused entirely on me. It was intoxicating. I found myself opening up in ways I rarely did, sharing anecdotes and vulnerabilities I usually kept guarded. By the end of the night, I was completely smitten. This was it. I thought this was the connection I would have been searching for. As the restaurant started to empty, I excused myself to the restroom. I remember splashing cold water on my face, trying to calm the buzzing excitement. I looked in the mirror, grinning like an idiot. Alex, you lucky bastard. I thought when I stepped out. Sarah was standing near the entrance to the men's room, waiting for me. She was looking out the large front window, watching the city lights. As I approached, she turned, her eyes meeting mine, and that perfect, warm smile spread across her face. And then I saw it, behind her, reflected in the polished glass of the restaurant's front window. Her reflection smiled back, but it was not her smile. Her real face held that gentle, genuine expression, but the reflection smile was wider, stretched just a fraction too far, revealing a glint of teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. Her eyes in the reflection were different too, darker, almost black, and utterly devoid of the warmth that filled her actual gaze. It was a predatory smile, a chilling, vacant stare that seemed to look through me, not at me. My blood ran cold. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering against my ribs. I blinked, hard, then looked again. The reflection was gone. Or rather, it was there, but it was perfectly aligned with her face, mirroring her exact expression. The warm smile, the bright eyes. Nothing was out of place. I shook my head slightly. "Everything okay?" Sarah asked, her voice a soft melody. Yeah, just a trick of the light. I guess. I mumbled, forcing a laugh. "Long day." She gave me a sympathetic look. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Something like that," I said, trying to make light of it. But a sliver of unease had settled in my gut, a cold, cloying feeling that refused to dissipate. I told myself it was fatigue, the late hour, the dim lighting, my overactive imagination. I was just so excited about her. My brain was probably playing tricks on me. We left the restaurant, and she let me walk her back to her apartment, which was just a few blocks away. The conversation flowed easily again, and I almost forgot about the strange reflection. Almost. When we reached her building, she turned to me, her hand resting lightly on my arm. "I had a really wonderful time." "Alex." "Me too." "Sarah." "More than wonderful." She smiled, and again, I felt that familiar warmth. "Would you like to come up for a nightcap?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. My heart leaped. I would love to. Her apartment was tastefully decorated, minimalist but cozy, with soft lighting and a faint scent of jasmine. She offered me a glass of wine, and we sat on her plush sofa, talking well into the night. I felt completely at ease, completely charmed. The earlier incident faded further into background, dismissed as a strange aberration. At one point, she got up to refill our glasses. As she walked toward the kitchen, her back to me, she passed a large, ornate mirror hanging in the hallway. I watched her, admiring the graceful sway of her hips. And then it happened again. In the mirror, her reflection moved a beat too late. As her real body turned the corner into the kitchen, her reflection lingered for a split second, its head tilting just slightly, its eyes fixed on me. And that smile, that wide, unsettling smile, was back, a silent, knowing leer. It was quick, a blink and you miss it moment, but this time I was ready. This time, I knew I had not imagined it. My breath hitched. I squeezed my wine glass, so hard I thought it might shatter. A cold dread seeped into my bones. I stared at the mirror, but it was empty now, reflecting only the dim light of the living room. Sarah emerged from the kitchen a moment later, 2 full glasses in her hands. "Everything okay?" "Alex, you look a little pale." I forced a smile, my voice coming out a little hoarse. "Just admiring your decor. That is a beautiful mirror." She glanced at it. "Oh, that old thing." It was my grandmother's. A bit gaudy for my taste, but it has sentimental value. She shrugged, then handed me my wine. Her touch was warm, her smile reassuring. I took a long sip, trying to compose myself. I wanted to ask her about it, but what would I say? "Hey, your reflection is trying to scare me." She would think I was crazy. Or worse, she would think I was making some creepy advance. I decided to keep quiet, to observe. Maybe I was just overtired, my mind playing tricks. Maybe it was a weird optical illusion, unique to her apartment. But the unease lingered, a tiny, persistent whisper at the back of my mind. I stayed up later than I should have, talking and laughing, trying to convince myself that everything was normal. Eventually, she offered me her guest room. I readily accepted, not wanting the night to end, but also wanted to be somewhere I could think. I lay in the guest bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, the events of the evening replaying in my mind. The perfect date, the charming woman, And then those two terrifying glimpses of something else. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Maybe I was just seeing things. Maybe I was projecting my own anxieties onto her. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself to sleep, but my mind raced. Hours later, I woke with a start. I was not sure what had woken me. The room was dark, save for a sliver of moonlight piercing through a gap in curtains. I lay still, listening. The apartment was silent. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound from the hallway. A faint click. My heart pounded. I sat up slowly, straining my ears. Nothing. Maybe it was just the house settling. I was about to lie back down when my eyes drifted to the wall opposite the bed. There was a large, full-length mirror leaning against it, framed in dark wood. I had not noticed it when I came in, or perhaps I had, but dismissed it as part of the guest room furniture. And in that mirror, I saw her, Sarah. She was standing in the doorway of my guest room, her back to me. Her real body was there, a dark silhouette against the faintly lit hallway. But her reflection was facing me. She was wide awake, her eyes open, fixed on my sleeping form. And on her face was that smile, that wide, unnatural smile, stretching ear to ear, a silent, horrifying grimace. Her eyes in the reflection were black, bottomless pits, reflecting nothing but the faint moonlight, yet somehow conveying an ancient, malevolent intelligence. My blood turned to ice. I could not move, could not breathe. I was paralyzed, caught in a waking nightmare. The reflection just stared, unblinking, unmoving, its smile unwavering. It was watching me. It had been watching me, probably for a long time. Then, slowly, agonizingly, the reflection's head tilted. Not Sarah's head in the doorway, but the reflection's. It tilted to the side, then back, as if examining me, assessing me. The smile remained, a frozen rictus of pure evil. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. My muscles were locked. My throat was tight. All I could do was stare back at that monstrous image, trapped in its silent gaze. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, the reflection's smile widened further, if that was even possible. And then, the real Sarah, the one standing in the doorway, turned her head slightly, as if sensing my gaze. Her head turned, her body remained still. Her actual face showed a soft, sleepy expression. "Alex, did you hear something?" she murmured, her voice laced with sleep. As her real face turned, her reflection instantly snapped back to mirror her. The grotesque smile vanished, replaced by a perfectly innocent, sleepy look. Her eyes, which had been black and empty in the reflection, now held the soft, warm light I knew. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. Sarah was still standing in the doorway, looking at me with concern. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. "Yeah, just had a bad dream. Thought I heard something too." She walked over to bed, her movements fluid and graceful. Must have been the wind. "Go back to sleep." She reached out and gently stroked my hair. Her touch was soft, comforting, but I flinched internally. Her fingers felt cold against my scalp, even through my hair. "Good night, Alex," she whispered, and then she was gone, her silhouette disappearing from the doorway. I lay there, trembling for the rest of the night. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. I kept my eyes fixed on the mirror, but it remained dark and empty, reflecting only the faint moonlight. I knew what I had seen. It was not a dream. It was not a trick of the light. There was something profoundly, horrifyingly wrong with Sarah. Or rather, with her reflection. The next morning, I tried to act normal. Sarah was in the kitchen, making coffee, humming a cheerful tune. She looked radiant, completely oblivious to the terror I had experienced just hours earlier, or so she seemed. "Sleep well?" she asked, turning to me with a bright smile. "Like a log." I lied, forcing a smile that felt brittle. My eyes darted around the kitchen, looking for any reflective surfaces. The stainless steel toaster, the shiny microwave, the window over the sink. I avoided looking directly into any of them, especially if Sarah was nearby. Over breakfast, I started to observe her more closely. Her movements were always so graceful, so precise, almost too precise. She chewed her food slowly, methodically, but I noticed she did not seem to eat much. A few bites, then she would push the plate away, claiming she was full. Her eyes, when they met mine, were always warm and engaging, but sometimes, just for a fleeting moment, they seemed to go flat like dark, polished stones. I tried to subtly test her. "You know, I had the weirdest dream last night." I began watching her reaction. I dreamt that reflections were alive, like they had their own minds, separate from the person. She laughed, a light, tinkling sound. "Oh, Alex, you read too many horror stories." She waved a dismissive hand. "It is just your imagination. Reflections are just light bouncing off a surface, nothing more." Her tone was light, but I caught a flicker in her eyes, a micro expression that seemed to tighten her jaw for a second before she relaxed. That flicker confirmed my fears. She knew. She was aware of the anomaly. I spent the day making excuses to leave her apartment, claiming I had errands to run, a friend to meet. I needed to get away, to think, to research. But as I made to leave, she caught my arm. "Staying for dinner?" she asked, her smile sweet. "I was thinking of making that pasta you liked." It was an invitation, but it felt like a command. The grip on my arm was light, but surprisingly firm. I felt a chill. Sure, yeah. That sounds great." "Perfect," she said, her smile widening. "Do not be too long." As I walked out, I felt her eyes on my back. I resisted the urge to look into the glass of the apartment door or the shiny elevator doors. I felt a growing sense of dread, a suffocating realization that I might be in serious trouble. I went to a coffee shop, ordered a ridiculously large latte, and pulled out my phone. I typed "reflections alive" and "doppelganger mirror" into the search bar. The results were a mix of folklore, urban legends, and psychological articles about visual perception. Most of it was dismissible, but some of the old stories sent shivers down my spine. Tales of mirror dwellers, entities that mimic humans, stealing their lives or using their reflections as a gateway. One article, in particular, caught my attention. It was an obscure forum post, buried deep in a thread about paranormal encounters. A user described seeing their partner's reflection acting independently, showing malevolent expressions while the real person was oblivious. The user described a chilling detail the reflection seemed to feed on attention, growing stronger the more it was observed. And the more it was observed, the harder it was to tell the real person from the reflection. The post ended abruptly, saying the user had to disconnect from all reflective surfaces. The last update was years old. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. This was it. This was what I was seeing. Sarah was not just a person with a weird reflection. Her reflection was something else entirely, something ancient and hungry, and it was using her. Or maybe it was her, and the charming woman I knew was just the empty shell. I started noticing things about Sarah that I had dismissed before. The way she never looked at herself in a mirror, not even to check her hair. The way she sometimes paused mid-sentence, her eyes unfocused for a second, as if listening to an unheard voice. The unnerving stillness she sometimes possessed, like a perfectly posed mannequin, before snapping back to life. I went back to her apartment, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and a grim determination. I needed to know. I needed to understand what was happening. And I needed to get out. When I entered, Sarah was in the living room, watering a small potted plant. She looked up and smiled, that same perfect, warm smile. You are back, just in time. Dinner's almost ready. Great, I said, trying to sound normal. My eyes scanned the room. The large hallway mirror, the window, the shiny surface of a TV screen. I needed a plan. Something smells amazing, I complimented, trying to keep her distracted. She beamed. My grandmother's recipe. She always said the secret was a touch of something special. She winked playfully. I felt a fresh wave of nausea. A touch of something special. What did that even mean? We sat down to eat. I picked at my food, my appetite completely gone. Sarah, as usual, ate sparingly, but watched me with almost intense interest. You are very quiet tonight. Alex, she observed, her voice soft. Something on your mind. Just thinking about work. I lied, pushing a piece of pasta around my plate. She tilted her head, her dark eyes seeming to bore into me. Are you sure? You seem distant. Like you were holding something back. My breath caught. Was she reading my thoughts? Or was that just paranoia? No, I am fine, really. I insisted, trying to project an air of calm. Good, she said, and her smile seemed to tighten just a fraction. Because I really like you. Alex, I feel like we have a connection. A very deep connection. The way she said deep sent a shiver down my spine. It was not a romantic deep. It felt possessive, primal. I decided then I could not stay. I had to get out. But I could not just bolt. That would provoke her. I needed a distraction, a way to confirm my fears one last time, and then a clean escape. Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Can I ask you something odd? Anything. Alex, she replied, her eyes still fixed on me. That mirror in the hallway. I began pointing vaguely. It is really striking. I was just wondering, have you ever seen anything strange in it? Like reflections sometimes doing their own thing. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes flickered. What a peculiar question. Alex, of course not. It is just a mirror. But what if it was not? I pressed, pushing my luck. What if reflections were gateways? Or copies? She laughed. A brittle, humorless sound this time. You really have been reading too many ghost stories. You are being silly. Am I? I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. Or am I seeing something you do not want me to see? Her smile finally dropped. Her face became utterly blank, devoid of all expression. Her eyes, those dark, beautiful eyes, turned flat and cold like obsidian. Alex, she said, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. You are acting very strange. I am acting strange. I felt a surge of adrenaline pushing past my fear. No, you are strange. Sarah, your reflection is strange. It is not you. Her eyes narrowed. Do not be ridiculous. She stood up, her movement still graceful, but now imbued with a terrifying stillness. She walked towards me, slowly, deliberately. I saw it last night. Sarah, I said, backing away slightly. In the guest room mirror, your reflection was awake. It was watching me, and it was smiling. That awful, awful smile. Her face remained blank, but her lips curled into a faint, chilling smirk. You saw what you wanted to see. Alex, you are tired, overwrought. No, I insisted, my voice rising. I know what I saw, and I want to see it again. Right now. I gestured wildly toward the hallway mirror. Let us go. Let us look in the mirror. Together. Her eyes flashed, a brief spark of something ancient and furious. Do not be foolish, she hissed, her voice no longer soft, but laced with subtle, guttural rasp. Why not? I challenged, my heart hammering. What are you afraid of? Sarah, or should I say, what is it afraid of? I started backing toward the hallway, toward the mirror. She followed, her steps silent, her eyes locked on mine. The air in the apartment grew heavy, thick with a palpable tension. Stay away from the mirror. Alex, she commanded, her voice now a low growl, completely unlike the sweet melody I had grown accustomed to. No, I shouted, finally reaching the large, ornate mirror. I grabbed her arm, pulling her towards it. She resisted, her strength surprising, but my fear gave me a desperate energy. I forced her to stand in front of it, side by side with me. Look, I yelled, pointing at our reflections. Look at us. In the mirror, our reflection stared back. My reflection was pale, terrified, eyes wide with horror. Sarah's reflection was different. At first, it was just her face, mirroring her struggle, her anger. But then, as I stared, something shifted. Her real face, next to me, contorted into a snarl, her beautiful features twisting into something ugly and furious. But her reflection began to change. The reflection's eyes grew wider, blacker, expanding until they were twin pools of absolute void. Its smile stretched, no longer just wide, but unhinged, tearing at the corners of its mouth, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth, far too many for a human mouth. Its skin in the reflection seemed to ripple, to darken, as if shadows were pooling beneath the surface. It was no longer Sarah. It was a grotesque mockery, a thing of pure, ancient malevolence. And then the reflection moved, not mirroring Sarah's movements, but independently. Its long, skeletal fingers in the mirror began to tap against the glass, making a faint click-click-click sound that seemed to echo in the silent apartment. Its eyes, those bottomless black pits, fixed on me with an intensity that promised unimaginable suffering. What is that? I screamed, pointing at the monstrous reflection. The real Sarah, standing next to me, let out a guttural shriek that was not human. Her eyes were wide now, not with anger, but with a raw, primal terror. Her facade had completely shattered. She was no longer beautiful or charming. She was a creature of pure, unadulterated rage. Her face twisted, her teeth bared, her pupils dilated. "You fool," she snarled, her voice a raw, rasping whisper. "You broke the barrier. You let it see." As she spoke, the reflection in the mirror began to push against the glass. The glass bowed inward like water, then began to crack, spiderwebbing outwards from the reflection's fingers. "It wants you, Alex," Sarah shrieked, her voice hoarse, her hands now clawing at my face. "It wants to take you, to replace you, just like it replaced me." Words hit me like a physical blow. Replace me. She was not Sarah. She was the thing that had replaced the real Sarah. And now, the reflection, the original entity, was coming for me. The mirror shattered with an explosive crash, shard of glass flying outwards like shrapnel. The monstrous reflection, no longer confined, lunged forward. It was a blur of darkness and sharp edges, its elongated fingers reaching for me. Sarah, the imposter, let out another shriek, but this time it was one of agony. The entity from the mirror, now free, seemed to merge with her, or perhaps consume her. Her body convulsed violently, her limbs thrashing, her skin darkening and stretching, her face distorting into a horrifying, amorphous mass. Her screams were cut short as her body collapsed, dissolving into a puddle of black, viscous liquid that steamed faintly on the wooden floor. I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet, my mind reeling from the sheer horror of what I had just witnessed. The monstrous entity, no longer reflection, stood where Sarah had been. It was taller, gaunt, its skin a sickly gray, its limbs too long and spindly. Its head was mostly a cavernous mouth filled with those impossibly sharp teeth, and its eyes were still those twin voids. It was a creature of nightmare, a thing that should not exist. It let out a low, wet hiss, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. Then it took a step towards me. Panic, pure and unadulterated, finally broke through my shock. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking violently. I did not think. I just ran. I burst out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind me, not caring if it made noise. I raced down the hallway, fumbling for the elevator button. The doors opened with agonizing slowness. I threw myself inside, repeatedly jabbing the lobby button. As the doors began to close, I risked a glance back at Sarah's apartment door. It was slightly ajar, and from the darkness within, I saw those two black, bottomless eyes watching me, framed by the crack in the door. The elevator doors finally closed, plunging me into temporary darkness. Then the bright, sterile light of the descending car. I leaned against the cold metal wall, gasping for breath, my chest heaving. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely hold them still. When the elevator reached the lobby, I practically fell out, ignoring the startled glance of a night security guard. I sprinted out of the building and into the cold night air, not stopping until I was several blocks away, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I did not go home. I could not. Every reflective surface was a potential gateway, a potential threat. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, one with no mirrors in the room, only a small, smudged window. I covered that with a towel anyway, just to be safe. I have not slept properly since that night. Every shadow seems to hold a shape. Every glint of light from a window or polished surface makes my heart leap into my throat. I can't look at myself in the mirror anymore. My own reflection seems too still. Sometimes, when I glance quickly, I think I see a flicker, a subtle shift in my own eyes, a hint of that wide, unsettling smile. But I tell myself it is just my trauma, my paranoia. I know the police would not believe me. Who would? My date's reflection was a monster, and it ate her imposter body. They would lock me up. So I keep it to myself, this horrifying secret that eats away at me from the inside. I did not know what that thing was, or where it came from. All I know is that it is out there, and it saw me. It knows my face. It knows what I look like. And sometimes when I am alone in a quiet room, I hear it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound. Click, click, click. The sound of skeletal fingers tapping on glass. And I wonder, is it knocking on my window? Or is it already inside, waiting for me to look into the wrong surface, to catch a glimpse of a smile that is not my own? I avoid reflections now. All of them. Shop windows, car mirrors, even puddles after rain. Because I know what happens when you look too closely. I know what happens when a reflection decides to smile back, and it is not the smile you expect. And I live in constant fear that one day I will catch my own reflection and will be smiling that wide, predatory smile, its eyes black and vacant, and it will be looking not at me, but through me, ready to finally take what it saw that night, ready to claim its new body. My body. And I won't even know. It has happened until it is too late. All right, so you know how it is with dating apps, right? It is a minefield out there. A wasteland of bad photos, even worse pickup lines, and conversations that die faster than a houseplant in a horror movie. I would been through it all, swiping left until my thumb ached, feeling that familiar mix of cynicism and a desperate, tiny spark of hope. My name's Ethan, and I am a pretty average guy. Work a desk job, enjoy a good craft beer, watch too much Netflix. Nothing special, nothing that screams horror story victim. But then again, I guess nobody ever thinks they are the type. I would been chatting with this woman, Sarah, for a couple of weeks. She was different. Her profile pictures were artistic, not just selfies in a bathroom mirror. She had this kind of ethereal beauty, a cascade of dark hair, eyes that seemed to hold a secret, and a smile that was both inviting and a little enigmatic. We talked about everything: books, music, the absurdity of modern life. She seemed genuinely interested, not just in surface-level pleasantries, but in the deeper stuff, The things that usually take a few dates to even touch on. It was refreshing, honestly. I felt a connection I had not felt in a long time, maybe ever. Our first date was coffee, then dinner. Everything was great. She was even more captivating in person, her voice a soft murmur that somehow commanded attention. She had a way of looking at you, like she was seeing right through to your soul, but in a comforting way, not creepy. We laughed a lot, shared stories, and the hours just flew by. I was smitten, no doubt about it. After a few more dates, each one better than the last, she suggested something special for our fifth date. There is this place, she said, her eyes sparkling, a hidden gem, an overlook way out in the woods. You can see the whole valley, and the stars. It is breathtaking. No one really knows about it anymore. It is perfect for a clear night like this. Now, I am a city guy, mostly. The idea of getting out into nature, especially with someone as intriguing as Sarah, sounded perfect. A little adventure, a romantic view. What could be better? I was picturing a cozy, intimate evening, maybe a thermos of hot chocolate, the kind of memory you hold on to. I readily agreed. Great, she said, a smile play on her lips. I will drive. My car is better for these kinds of roads. I did not think much of it at the time. My old sedan probably was not ideal for a bumpy track anyway. Besides, I liked the idea of her taking the lead. It felt exciting. So, that Friday night, she picked me up. She was wearing a simple, elegant dark dress, and she looked absolutely stunning. The scent of her perfume, something subtly floral and woody, filled the car as I buckled in. Her car was a sleek, dark SUV, newer than anything I owned and surprisingly quiet. We started off, making small talk, the city lights fading behind us as we merged onto the highway. The drive began normally enough. We cruised along, the radio playing some indie rock that we both liked. She knew all the lyrics, humming along softly. I felt completely at ease, happy, even. We talked about our week, upcoming plans, just enjoying the comfortable silence that settled between us sometimes. After about 30 minutes on the highway, she took an exit, heading onto a smaller, two-lane road that wound through what looked like old farmland. Almost there, she said, glancing at me with that charming smile. Just a bit more driving. The road gradually became less maintained. The asphalt started to crack and patch, then gave way to stretches of gravel. The streetlights, which had been getting sparser, disappeared entirely. We were driving under a canopy of trees that grew denser and taller with every mile, their branches interlocking overhead, turning the already dim twilight into a deep, velvety darkness. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp scent of earth and pine. I pulled out my phone, more out of habit than anything, just to check the time or maybe glance at the map. I wanted to see how much further we had to go to build up the anticipation. But when I unlocked it, the signal bars were gone. No service, it read. I frowned. That was a little unusual, but not unheard of in rural areas. Must be pretty remote out here. I commented, tucking my phone back into my pocket. Sarah just chuckled softly. Oh, it is. That is part of its charm. Her eyes were fixed on the road, her hands steady on the wheel. She seemed to know every turn, every dip in the road, even in the near total darkness, navigating with an unnerving precision. We drove for what felt like another 15, maybe 20 minutes. The gravel road eventually narrowed into a dirt track, barely wide enough for one car, with overgrown bushes scraping against the sides of the SUV. The silence outside the car became profound, broken only by the crunch of tires on dirt and the low hum of the engine. Even the crickets seemed to have gone quiet. That is when the first real flicker of unease started to prickle at the back of my neck. I pulled my phone out again, more deliberately this time. I opened GutGoo Maps, hoping it had cached some data or could at least show me where we were, even without live navigation. But the map was blank. Just a gray grid with a small unmoving blue that represented my location, surrounded by nothing. Map not available, It read again. Huh, I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt a little tight. My GPS is completely out here. Can't even get a satellite lock. Sarah glanced at me, her smile still in place, but it felt thinner now. Like I said, it is pretty remote. Old logging roads, mostly. They do not usually get updated on those apps. Her explanation made sense logically. But something about the way she said it, so calm, so unconcerned, did not quite sit right. I tried another map app, then another. Same result. Just a blank gray void. My blue was floating in nowhere. It was not just no signal. It was no data, no map, no road. A cold knot started to form in my stomach. I peered out the window, trying to make out any landmarks. But there was nothing. Just an endless tunnel of dark trees, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching down. No houses, no distant lights, no signs of civilization whatsoever. I tried to remember the last turn we took, the last discernible landmark, but it was all a blur of darkness and trees. It felt like we had driven into a black hole. So, what is this road called? I asked, forcing a light tone. I am curious. Sarah paused for a beat, her gaze still fixed ahead. Oh, it does not really have a name anymore. Just the old path to the overlook. Right, I said, my voice drier than I intended. An old path. That is interesting. I was trying to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just a really, really obscure dirt track. But the complete absence of it on any map, even as an unnamed trail, felt profoundly wrong. My phone, usually a lifeline, was now just a dead weight in my hand, a constant reminder of our growing isolation. The knot in my stomach tightened. I looked for road signs, anything, but there were none, not even a weathered, leaning post. Just a dirt track, winding deeper and deeper into the encroaching darkness. The air in the car suddenly felt heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. How much further is this place? Exactly, I asked, my voice betraying a hint of the anxiety, now bubbling up inside me. She finally turned her head, meeting my gaze for a fleeting moment. Her eyes, in the dim glow of the dashboard, seemed to reflect no light at all, just a deep, dark pool. We are almost there, she murmured, and that familiar smile returned, but now it felt less inviting, and more like a mask. A fixed, unsettling expression. Sarah, I began, my voice firmer. I am starting to feel a little uncomfortable. This road, it is really out there. And my phone is completely dead. Are you sure we are going the right way? She chuckled again, a low, breathy sound that did not quite reach her eyes. Of course. Ethan, I told you it is a hidden gem. It would not be hidden if it was easy to find, would it? Her words were meant to be reassuring, but they had the opposite effect. They felt dismissive, almost condescending, and the way she avoided my direct question, focusing instead on the hidden gem aspect, made my alarm bells really start to clang. I tried to peer through the windshield, but the darkness was absolute beyond the reach of the headlights. The trees were so dense, they formed an impenetrable wall on either side. I had a sudden, chilling image of being completely swallowed by this place, of the forest closing behind us, erasing our path. Look, I think maybe we should just turn back, I said, my voice rising slightly. It is getting really late, and I am not sure I am up for this remote of an adventure right now. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white. The smile remained, but it was now a rigid, unnatural thing. Oh, but we are so close. Ethan, it would be a shame to turn back now. You would not want to miss it. It is truly a sight to behold. Her voice had lost some of its soft murmur. It was flatter, colder. A cold dread washed over me, a realization that this was not just a quirky date anymore. Something was profoundly wrong. I tried the door handle. Locked. Of course. I should have checked earlier. My heart started to hammer against my ribs. Sarah, stop the car. I commanded, trying to keep my voice steady, but it cracked on the last word. Right now, I want to get out. She did not even flinch. Her eyes were still fixed on the darkness ahead. Do not be silly. Ethan, it is dangerous to stop out here. We are almost there. Dangerous. I scoffed, a desperate laugh escaping my lips. What is dangerous? What are you talking about? That is when she finally looked at me again, properly this time. And her eyes, they were not just dark. They were deep, empty pools, reflecting nothing, no warmth, no humanity. And that smile, that fixed, unnerving smile, stretched a fraction wider, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too white in the gloom. You will see, she said, her voice now a low, guttural whisper that sent a shiver straight down my spine. You will be perfect for it. My blood ran cold. Perfect for what? The question screamed in my mind, but I could not voice it. My throat felt constricted. My lungs suddenly starved for air. This was not Sarah. Not the Sarah I knew. Not the woman I would have been on dates with. This was something else. Something terrifyingly alien wearing her skin. I gripped the dashboard, my knuckles white, my mind racing. I was trapped, in the middle of nowhere, on a road that did not exist, with a woman who was no longer a woman. I glanced at the speedometer. We were still moving at a steady clip, probably around 40 miles per hour. Too fast to jump. Even if I could get the door open. What then? Run into the absolute darkness, into a forest I knew nothing about. I noticed a faint, cloying smell in the car now. It was not her perfume. It was something earthy, metallic, and sickly sweet, like decaying flowers mixed with blood. It made my stomach churn. The SUV suddenly lurched, hitting a particularly deep rut in the road. The headlights flickered, then stabilized. But the engine sound changed. It was not the smooth hum from before. It was a strained, almost mechanical groan, like the car itself was struggling, or perhaps transforming. Through the trees, I thought I caught a glimpse of something. A flash of pale white, then it was gone. My eyes strained, trying to penetrate the gloom. Was it a deer, or something else? Something that moved unnaturally fast, too low to the ground. What was that? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah did not answer. Her grip on the wheel was vice-like, her gaze unblinking. The rigid smile was still there, unwavering. We drove on, and the road, if you could even call it that, became even more treacherous. The branches of the trees began to intertwine overhead, forming a complete archway, blocking out the last sliver of the night sky. It was like driving into a long, dark tunnel. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me. Then, through a brief break in the trees, I saw it. A crude, man-like figure, propped up by the side of the road. It was made of branches and rags, but something about its proportions, its slumped posture, was disturbingly human. As we sped past, the headlights illuminated its head, a hollowed-out gourd with two dark, empty holes for eyes, staring directly at our car. And around its neck, a scarf. A familiar blue scarf. The kind I knew I owned, the one I had worn on our first date. My blood ran completely cold. That was not just a prop. It was a warning. A trophy. I gasped, a strangled sound. Sarah, what is this place? What have you done? She finally turned her head, her smile stretching impossibly wide, revealing those two sharp teeth in a grotesque rictus. Her eyes, those empty pools, seemed to bore into my very soul. You are home now. Ethan, she hissed, her voice no longer a whisper, but a raspy, ancient sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the earth itself. You are finally home. The car screeched to a halt, throwing me forward against the seatbelt. The sudden stop jarred me, but it also snapped me out of my terrified stupor. This was it, the destination. I looked out the window. We were in a small clearing. The trees here were even, taller, older, their trunks gnarled and twisted into monstrous shapes. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient structure made of rough, dark stones, covered in moss and strange, indecipherable carvings. It looked less like a building and more like something that had erupted from the ground itself. The air here was heavy, thick with the smell of decay and that cloying sweetness. Then I saw them, figures emerging from the shadows of the trees, slowly at first, then more quickly. They were gaunt, unnaturally tall and thin, their limbs moving with jerky, disjointed rhythm. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, with sunken eyes that glowed with a faint phosphorescent light. They wore tattered, dark clothing that seemed to melt into shadows. They were not human, not even close. Sarah turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the rustling of leaves and soft, shuffling sounds of the approaching figures. She unbuckled her seatbelt, her movements fluid and disturbingly graceful. Her face was no longer the beautiful, enigmatic Sarah I knew. Her skin was stretched taut, almost translucent, revealing the faint outlines of veins beneath. Her dark hair seemed to writhe, like living tendrils, and her eyes, those empty black pools, were now gleaming with a predatory hunger. "Welcome, Ethan," she rasped, her voice now a chorus of whispers, as if multiple voices spoke through her. "The harvest is ready." I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest part of my throat. My hand flew to the door handle, yanking at it with all my might. It was still locked. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I kicked at the door, slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. The SUV was a cage. The figures were closer now, their glowing eyes fixed on me. I could hear their soft, guttural murmurs, like insects chittering in the dark. Sarah reached across, her hand, now long and skeletal, clamped around my wrist with surprising strength. Her touch was icy cold, like something from a tomb. "No, no, Ethan," she purred, her smile now a horrifying, impossibly wide grin. "You are not going anywhere. You are part of the ritual now." My mind screamed. Ritual? Harvest? I understood then. I was not a date. I was an offering with a surge of adrenaline. I ripped my arm free, surprising her with my sudden strength. Her grip, though strong, was not unbreakable. I launched myself at the passenger side window, slamming my elbow into it again and again. It was reinforced glass. It held, but the struggle had given me a precious few seconds. I fumbled for my phone again, a desperate, irrational hope. Maybe, just maybe, if I could get a signal, if I could call for help. As my fingers closed around the device, the screen flickered to life. Not a signal, not a map, but something else. A single, ominous pin. It was not on a road. It was a black void, a single pulsating red, surrounded by nothing. And for a split second, a message flashed across the screen, a chilling, impossible text: "You are here. Welcome to the threshold." The figures were at the car now, their pale faces pressed against the windows, their glowing eyes boring into me. Their murmurs intensified, a hungry, expectant chorus. Sarah was laughing now, a dry, rattling sound that was utterly devoid of joy. She reached for me again, her long, bony fingers clawing. In a surge of pure terror, I saw a small, rusted lever near the center console. The emergency brake. Without thinking, I yanked it, hard. The car lurched, the tires skidding on the loose dirt. I did not know if it would do anything, but it was a desperate, primal act. The lever did not release the brake, but it did something else. It popped the back hatch. Without a second thought, I scrambled over the back seats, tearing at the cargo net, kicking at the hatch door. It flew open with a groan of metal. I tumbled out, hitting the ground hard, rolling onto my side. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but the sheer terror propelled me forward. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and ran. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from Sarah, away from those glowing-eyed figures, away from that ancient stone structure. The trees were a blur, their branches whipping at my face, tearing at my clothes. I could hear them behind me now, their chittering calls, the sound of their unnatural footfalls. Sarah's voice, a distorted shriek, echoed through the woods. He is getting away. Do not let him leave. I ran blindly, adrenaline coursing through my veins, pushing me past the limits of exhaustion. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of those pale faces, those hungry eyes, was branded into my mind, fueling my flight. I tripped over roots, slammed into tree trunks, but I kept going. I had to. At some point, the ground beneath my feet changed. The dense, choking undergrowth thinned, and I stumbled out of the suffocating darkness of the forest into a slightly more open area. And then, through the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant light. It was barely visible, a shimmering speck, but it was there. Hope, raw and desperate, surged through me. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain, the fear, the chilling whispers that seemed to follow me through the night. The light grew brighter, and I realized it was a road. A real road, paved, with faint, distant streetlights. I burst out of the tree line, onto the asphalt, gasping for breath, my body screaming in protest. I looked back, but the forest was a solid, impenetrable wall of black. There was no sign of Sarah, no glowing eyes, no chittering sounds, just a profound, unsettling silence of the woods. I did not stop. I ran down the road, away from the terrifying darkness, until I collapsed, heaving on the shoulder. My body shook uncontrollably, a mixture of exhaustion and lingering terror. I did not know where I was, but I knew I was out. It took me a long time to regain my composure, to stop hyperventilating. Eventually, a car, a real normal car, approached. I stumbled to my feet, waving my arms frantically. The driver, a kind-faced elderly woman, looked startled but pulled over. She took one look at my disheveled, bleeding, terrified state and immediately called for help. The police came, then an ambulance. I tried to explain what happened, about Sarah, the non-existent road, the figures, the ritual. They listened patiently, their faces growing increasingly skeptical. They drove me back to the area I described, but there was nothing. No dirt track, no ancient stone structure, no sign of any clearing. Just dense, ordinary woods. They found my car, the dark SUV, parked innocently on the side of a perfectly normal, paved county road, about 5 miles from where I had supposedly emerged. The hatch was securely closed. There was no blue scarf. They chalked it up to a severe panic attack, maybe a bad reaction to something I would eaten, or just plain delusion. They suggested I get some rest, maybe talk to someone. I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. They looked for Sarah. Her dating profile was gone, like it had never existed. Her phone number was disconnected. The address she would given me was a vacant lot. She had vanished without a trace, a ghost in the digital world. I am safe now. Physically, at least. I went home, tried to piece my life back together. But the memory, the sheer, visceral terror that night, it never leaves me. I check maps obsessively now. Every road, every turn, I cross-reference it. And that road, that dark, winding path into hard terror, it still does not exist. Not on any map. It is like it was erased or was never there to begin with, except in my nightmares. Sometimes, late at night when the city is quiet, I hear it, a faint, low hum like an engine struggling. And I smell it too, that sickly sweet, earthy scent. And I see her, just for a split second, in periphery of my vision, a woman with dark hair and a fixed, unsettling smile, her eyes like empty pools. She is always just out of reach, a fleeting shadow. I know she is still out there. And that road, that phantom path to somewhere unspeakable, it is still out there too. Waiting for its next victim to take a wrong turn, to be led astray by a charming smile and a promise of a hidden gem. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I barely escaped becoming part of the harvest. I just hope I never see that road again. Because if I do, I know I won't be coming back. I remember the first time I saw Julian. I actually thought he was kind of perfect. It was at a friend's birthday party. One of those loud, packed affairs where you can barely hear yourself think, let alone have a proper conversation. But Julian had this way of cutting through the noise. He was tall, with dark, intense eyes and a smile that felt like it was just for you. He was witty, intelligent, and had a slightly old-fashioned charm that I found incredibly appealing. We talked for hours that night, mostly about obscure indie films and our shared love for late-night walks. And by the end of it, I was completely smitten. My usual luck with dating was, to put it mildly, a disaster. I would have my fair share of ghosting, awkward silences, and just plain weirdos. So when Julian asked for my number, and then actually called the next day to set up a proper date, I felt like I would finally hit the jackpot. For our first date, he suggested a new restaurant, a place he said was off the beaten path, but had incredible food. He would not tell me the name, just said it was a surprise. I found that a little odd, but in a charming, mysterious way. It added to his allure. I spent way too long picking out an outfit, feeling a flutter of nerves and excitement. When he picked me up, he looked even better than I remembered, dressed sharply in a dark suit that made his eyes seem even more piercing. He complimented my dress, his gaze lingering for a moment, and I felt a blush creep up my neck. The drive was longer than I expected, taking us out familiar city streets and into a quieter, older part of town I rarely visited. The buildings here were mostly brick, some with boarded up windows, others with small, unassuming storefronts. The streetlights cast long, dancing shadows that made everything feel a little more dramatic. Finally, he pulled up to a building that looked like it had once been a small, independent theater, now repurposed. There was no sign, just an ornate, dark wooden door with a single, unlit gas lamp hanging above it. It looked less like a restaurant and more like a secret club or an antique shop that only opened after dark. "Here we are," Julian said, turning off the engine. His smile was wide, but there was a subtle tension around his eyes that I had not noticed before. It is called the coterie. You have to know someone to get in, and they do not advertise. I raised an eyebrow, a little intrigued. "Sounds exclusive." "It is," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "They specialize in unique flavors, things you won't find anywhere else." He led me to the door and gave a soft knock. After a moment, a small panel slid open, and a pair of eyes peered out before the door slowly creaked inward. The interior was even more surprising. It was dimly lit, almost to the point of being dark, with heavy velvet drapes on the walls and thick Persian rugs muffling any sound. Small, flickering candles on each table provided the only illumination, casting long, dancing shadows that made it hard to make out faces. The air was thick with strange, heavy scent, something earthy and musky, mixed with faint, metallic tang that I could not quite place. It was not unpleasant, but it was definitely different. There were only a few other tables occupied, and the patrons were mostly older, dressed in elegant, dark clothing. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces obscured by the shadows, making the whole place feel like a clandestine meeting rather than a dinner date. A waiter, dressed in a pristine black uniform, glided silently towards us. He was unnervingly pale, with eyes that seemed a little too wide, a little too still. Julian greeted him by name. "Ah, Edgar. A table for two, please." Edgar gave a slight, almost imperceptible bow, and led us to a secluded corner table, tucked away behind a heavy curtain. The menu was presented on thick, parchment paper, written in elegant, swirling script. I found myself squinting to read it in the dim light. The descriptions were vague, almost poetic. Essence of the deep, harvest of the shifting earth, whispers from the veiled forest. There were no familiar ingredients listed, no chicken, no beef, no vegetables I recognized. It was all very mysterious. They have a tasting menu that is quite exceptional. Julian suggested, his eyes gleaming in the candlelight. It is how I usually order here. It gives you a chance to experience the full range of their culinary artistry. I hesitated. I like trying new things, but this was a little too new. I do not know. Julian, it all sounds a bit adventurous. Is there anything a little more straightforward? He chuckled, a low, warm sound. Do not worry. I will order for us. Trust me, you'll be glad you did. They know what they are doing here. Before I could protest further, he waved Edgar over. Edgar, we will have the chef's special reserved tonight. And a bottle of the crimson nectar, if you please. Edgar's wide eyes flickered to me for a moment, then back to Julian, and he gave another silent bow before disappearing into the shadows. I felt a slight prickle of unease. Julian had not even asked what I liked, or if I had any allergies. But he was so confident, so charming, that I pushed the feeling down. It was just a fancy, quirky restaurant. Nothing to worry about. We made small talk while we waited. Julian telling me amusing anecdotes about his work, and me trying to keep my mind off the strange menu and the even stranger atmosphere. The crimson nectar arrived first. It was a deep, almost opaque red liquid in a heavy, ornate decanter. It smelled faintly of earth and something sweet, like overripe berries, but with an underlying, almost metallic scent that was hard to place. Julian poured me a glass. I took a sip. It was rich and complex, with a surprising tang, but it also left a strange, slightly bitter aftertaste on my tongue. It was not unpleasant, just different. Then, the first course arrived. Edgar placed a small, dark plate in front of me. On it sat a single, glistening, dark purple orb about the size of a plum. It looked like a giant, exotic berry, but as I leaned closer, I saw a faint, almost imperceptible pulsation coming from within it. My brow furrowed. What is this? I asked, my voice a little tight. Julian leaned in, his eyes bright with amusement. It is called violet bloom. It is a delicacy. You eat it whole. He demonstrated, popping it into his mouth with a slight smirk. I watched him, a knot forming in my stomach. The orb on my plate seemed to pulse a little more distinctly now, a slow, rhythmic beat, like a tiny heart. I could almost feel it vibrating through the porcelain. I picked it up, feeling its strange, cool sliminess against my fingertips. It felt organic, too organic. I brought it closer to my nose. It smelled faintly sweet, but also had that same metallic tang as the drink, only stronger. Go on, Julian urged, his smile unwavering. It is exquisite. I hesitated. Then, try and be a good sport. I put the orb into my mouth. The moment it touched my tongue, it burst. Not like a berry, but like a tiny sack. A gush of warm, salty liquid filled my mouth, along with surprising bursts of flavor that was simultaneously sweet, savory, and undeniably bloody. I almost gagged, but before I could spit it out, the liquid seemed to dissolve, leaving behind a faint, tingling sensation and a strange, almost electric aftertaste. It was bizarre, but not entirely awful. Just deeply unsettling. Julian watched my reaction, his smile broadening. Interesting, is not it? I swallowed hard. It is definitely unique. The next few courses were equally strange. A dish that looked like a nest of translucent, shimmering filaments, moving slightly as if caught in a gentle breeze. Julian called it angel's hair from the deep. I pushed it around with my fork, unable to bring myself to try it. Another was a small, gelatinous cube that seemed to shift colors under the candlelight, from pale green to an unsettling yellow. It smelled faintly of ammonia. I politely declined that one too. Julian just nodded, seemingly unbothered, and ate his portions with an almost reverent appreciation. But it was the main course that truly pushed me to my breaking point. Edgar arrived, carrying two large, covered silver cloches. He placed one in front of me and one in front of Julian. The metallic scent in the air intensified, growing sharper, more acrid, almost like ozone mixed with something rotting. My stomach clenched. And now, Julian said, his voice a low purr, the piece de resistance. The heart of the mountain, their most prized dish. Edgar, with a theatrical flourish that seemed out of place for his usual robotic demeanor, lifted the cloches simultaneously. I stared, my breath hitched in my throat. On my plate, nestled in a bed of dark, glistening moss-like substance, was a mound of what looked like raw, pulsating flesh. It was not red, like beef or lamb. It was a mottled, sickly gray pink, shot through with veins of deep purple. It was roughly oval-shaped, about the size of a small melon, and it was undeniably, horrifyingly moving. It was not just jiggling from the waiter setting it down. It was contracting slowly, rhythmically, like a muscle. Tendrils, thin and almost translucent, twitched and writhed around its base, occasionally brushing against the moss, making it shiver. A faint, wet sound like a soft squelch or a muffled gurgle seemed to emanate from it. And the smell, oh God, the smell. It was a potent combination of iron, decay, and something else. Something sweet and cloying that made my gorge rise. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, so strong it made my head spin. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. Julian, I whispered, my voice barely audible. What is that? He was looking at his own plate, his eyes wide and dark, a look of almost ecstatic pleasure on his face. He picked up a long, slender knife and fork, specifically designed for this dish. I realized with a jolt of horror. It is magnificent, is not it? He breathed, not even looking at me. So vibrant, so alive. Alive. The word echoed in my mind, a chilling pronouncement. I watched, mesmerized by a sick fascination, as one of the gray-pink tendrils on my plate slowly, deliberately, extended itself, reaching toward the edge of the plate before retracting with a subtle quiver. It was intelligent. Or, at least, it was reacting. I can't eat this. I managed to choke out, pushing my plate away with a shudder. Julian, this is disgusting. It is moving. He finally looked at me, his smile fading slightly, replaced by an expression of mild disappointment. Oh, do not be so dramatic. Darling, it is meant to be eaten fresh. That is how you get the full flavor. It is a delicacy, truly, a rare treat. He sliced into his own mound of flesh with a practiced hand. The knife made a sickening squish as it cut through, and a thick, dark fluid oozed out, pooling on the plate. He lifted a piece, still twitching faintly, to his mouth. I watched him chew, his eyes closed in what looked like pure bliss. The sight made my stomach heave. I felt bile rising in my throat. I think I need to use the restroom. I mumbled, pushing back my chair. I needed to get away, to breathe, to splash cold water on my face. Julian opened his eyes, a flicker of something I could not quite decipher in their depths. Annoyance, or something colder. Already, we have barely started. I do not feel well. I insisted, already standing. My legs felt shaky. He sighed, a long, drawn-out sound that scraped against my nerves. Very well, but do not be long. Would not want your dish to lose its vitality. The way he said vitality sent a shiver down my spine. I practically ran from the table, weaving through the sparse tables, trying not to look at the other patrons. Were they eating things like this too? Were they enjoying it? I could not tell in the dim light. I pushed open a heavy, unmarked door that I hoped was the restroom. Inside, it was just as dark, but thankfully empty. I stumbled to the sink, turning on the tap and splashing cold water on my face repeatedly. My reflection in the mirror was pale and wild-eyed. My mind raced. This was not just a quirky date. This was something else. The food. Julian's unnerving calm. The strange restaurant. The whole atmosphere. It was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. I needed to leave. Now, I splashed more water on my face, trying to calm my frantic breathing. I could not just run out. Julian had driven me here. My phone had barely any signal out here. I would notice on the drive. I needed a plan. I needed to get out of this place. As I dried my face, I heard a faint sound from behind the mirror. A soft scratching, like nails on wood, then a low, guttural murmur. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze listening. The sounds were faint, but definitely there, coming from behind the wall. I pressed my ear against the cool tile. The scratching continued, more insistent now, accompanied by a wet, slurping sound. And then a whisper, so faint I almost missed it, but undeniably human. It sounded like a plea, a desperate, terrified plea. My blood ran cold. This was not just a strange restaurant. This was a nightmare. I backed away from the mirror, my eyes darting around the small restroom. There was a small, ornate ventilation grate high on the wall, near the ceiling. It looked old, rusted. Could someone be trapped? Or was it just my imagination, fueled by fear? No, the whisper was too real. The scratching was too real. I had to leave. Immediately. I did not care about politeness anymore. I did not care about Julian. I just needed to escape this place. I crept out of the restroom, trying to be as quiet as possible. As I approached our table, I saw Julian. He was still there, but he was not eating. He was leaning back in his chair, watching my plate. The hard mountain was still there, still pulsing, but now the tendrils had grown longer, thicker. They were slowly, almost imperceptibly, creeping off the plate, reaching towards a tablecloth. And I could have sworn I saw a tiny, dark opening on its surface, like a mouth, slowly expanding and contracting. Julian's eyes, when he finally looked up at me, were devoid of warmth. They were dark, cold, and held a predatory gleam that made my stomach drop. Feeling better, he asked, his voice smooth, but with an underlying edge I had not heard before. I lied, forcing a shaky smile. But I just remembered something. I have an early morning meeting tomorrow, a really important one. I think I need to head home. His smile did not reach his eyes. Oh, that is a shame. We were just getting to the best part. He gestured to my plate. The tendrils had now reached the edge of the table, slowly feeling their way across the velvet tablecloth. I really can't. I insisted, my voice trembling. I am so sorry. Julian, this has been an experience. But I have to go. I started to turn, intending to head straight for the door. I do not think so, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned back slowly. Julian was no longer leaning back. He was sitting ramrod straight, his hands gripping the arms of his chair, his knuckles white. His eyes were fixed on me, and in the flickering candlelight, they seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity. You are not leaving, he stated, not asked. Not yet. We have plans for you. My blood ran cold. Plans for me. The phrase echoed in my mind, sending a jolt of pure terror through me. It sounded exactly like something a monster would say, like a predator. What are you talking about? I tried to sound brave, but my voice cracked. He slowly rose from his chair. He was taller than I remembered, his frame seeming to expand in the dim light. This is not just a restaurant, my dear. It is a sanctuary for those who appreciate the finer things, the true essence of life. He gestured around the room, and for the first time, I noticed that all the other patrons were now looking at us. Their faces, previously obscured, now seemed to twist into faint, unsettling smiles. Their eyes, like Julian's, held a strange, hungry glint. My eyes darted back to my plate. The heart of the mountain was no longer just pulsing. It was actively writhing. The tendrils were now thick and rope-like, coiling around the base of the plate, and the dark opening on its surface had widened, revealing a glimpse of something wet and black within. It looked like a gaping maw. It was no longer just food. It was a creature. "You are not going anywhere," Julian repeated, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. "Not until you have truly experienced what we have to offer." His smile was gone, replaced by a chilling rictus that stretched his mouth unnaturally wide. His teeth, I noticed with a sickening lurch, seemed a little too long, a little too sharp in the dim light. Panic seized me. This was not a date. This was a trap. "Get away from me." I screamed, my voice raw with terror. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy, ornamental candle holder from the table, and swung it wildly at him. Julian recoiled with a hiss, a look of surprise flashing across his face before it contorted into pure rage. "Foolish girl," he snarled. I did not wait. I spun around and bolted, pushing past tables, ignoring the shocked gasps and murmurs from the other patrons. I could hear Julian's heavy footsteps thudding behind me, closer than I wanted. My heart was a drum in my chest, my lungs burning. I did not know where the exit was, but I just ran towards the main entrance, the heavy wooden door I would enter through. As I ran, I glanced back. Julian was gaining on me, his face a mask of fury. But it was not just Julian. The other patrons were rising now, moving with an eerie, synchronized slowness, their eyes fixed on me, and their faces, they were not human anymore. Not entirely. Their skin was too pale, too taut, their eyes too wide and dark, and their mouths, some of them were stretched into the same unnatural rictus as Julian's, revealing teeth that were far too sharp, far too numerous. I shrieked, a primal sound of pure terror. I burst through the door, not bothering to knock or wait for Edgar. The cool night air hit me like a shock, momentarily disorienting me. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the street, my heels clattering on the pavement, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I had to get as far away from that place as possible. I heard shouts behind me, a cacophony of guttural sounds that were not quite human. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the dim light, I saw a figure spilling out of the restaurant, shadowy forms moving with unnatural speed. Julian was at the front, his silhouette tall and menacing against the faint glow of the gas lamp. His eyes seemed to burn with an internal fire. I pushed myself harder, my legs aching, my lungs screaming. I turned a corner, then another, tried to lose in the maze of dark, unfamiliar streets. My phone. I fumbled in my purse, pulling out my phone. 1 bar. Just 1 bar. Enough to call. I dialed 911. My fingers fumbled with the keys. 911. What is your emergency? A calm voice answered. I am being chased. I gasped, tears streaming down my face. By monsters. They are not human. They try to make me eat something alive. It is a restaurant called the Coterie on Elm Street. I think, please send help. There was a pause on the other end. Madam, can you confirm your location? We have no record of the Coterie on Elm Street or any street in that district. What? No, it is there. It is a dark building like an old theater. Julian took me there. He is one of them. I was sobbing now hysterically. Madam, please try to calm down. Are you injured? Can you describe these monsters? The operator's voice was patient, but I could hear the skepticism. I risked another look back. The street behind me was empty. No shadowy figures. No Julian. Nothing. The gas lamp above the ornate door was out. The building itself looked dark, boarded up, just like the others. There was no sign of a restaurant, no sign of life. It was as if it had vanished. Had I imagined it? Had I gone insane? They are gone. I whispered, my voice hoarse. The restaurant, it is gone. The operator tried to get more details from me, but I was shaking too violently to give coherent answers. I just kept repeating that they were monsters, that the food was alive, that the restaurant had disappeared. Eventually, she sent a patrol car at my general location, and I waited, huddled in a doorway, until they found me. The police were kind, but clearly did not believe a word I said. They found no trace of the coterie, no Julian, no evidence of anything I described. They attributed it to a possible drug-induced hallucination or severe panic attack. They drove me home, recommending I see a therapist. I never went back to that part of town. I never dated again. Every time I see a new, trendy restaurant, a shiver of dread runs down my spine. The image of that gray-pink, pulsating flesh, the writhing tendrils, the gaping maw is burned into my memory. And Julian's eyes, those dark, predatory eyes, still haunt my nightmares. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet and the shadows stretch long, I catch a faint whiff of that metallic, earthy scent, and I wonder if the coterie did not exist, then what was that building? And what was it that Julian and those other things were truly eating? And more terrifyingly, what was it they had planned for me before I screamed and ran? I do not know if I will ever truly be safe, because I know, deep down, that somewhere out there, lurking in the shadows of an unsuspecting city, Julian and his kind are still waiting, still hungry, still searching for their next delicacy. And I can only pray I never stumble into their culinary nightmare again. Alright, so this happened a while back, maybe a year or so now, but honestly it still feels like yesterday. It is the kind of thing that sticks with you, you know, like a bad smell you just can't get out of your clothes, no matter how many times you wash them. I am Alex, just a regular guy, mid-30s, living in a pretty standard suburb. Nothing special, nothing exciting, just trying to get by, and like a lot of people these days. I was knee-deep in the online dating scene. It is a jungle out there, man. Swipe left, swipe right, endless small talk, ghosting, you know the drill. I would have had my share of duds, believe me. Dates that felt more like job interviews. People who looked nothing like their photos, or just plain boring. I was pretty much at the point where I was ready to throw in the towel, delete all the apps, and just embrace my future as a crazy cat guy. But then, I matched with Sarah, and honestly, she seemed different. Her profile was intriguing. She worked as a freelance graphic designer, loved hiking, had a dry wit in her bio that actually made me chuckle. Her photos were nice, too, not overly filtered or posed, just natural, genuine smiles. She had these really striking blue eyes, almost unnaturally bright, and a cascade of dark, wavy hair. When we started chatting, it was easy, effortless even. We talked about everything: movies, our favorite local coffee shops, the ridiculousness of online dating itself. She seemed smart, funny, and just normal, which, believe me, after some of the characters I would encounter, was a huge selling point. After about a week of texting back and forth, we decided to meet up. We picked a pretty popular Italian place downtown. Not too fancy, not too casual. Just right for a first date. I got there a few minutes early, because that is just how I am, and found a table. My stomach was doing its usual first date flip-flops, a mix of nerves and hopeful anticipation. Then she walked in, and seriously, she was even prettier in person. The blue of her eyes just popped, and she had this confident, easy way about her. She spotted me, smiled, and made her way over. "Alex." "Hey," she said, her voice a little softer than I expected, but warm. We shook hands, and her grip was firm, not limp or sweaty, which is always a good sign, right? The conversation flowed just as easily as it had over text. We talked about our work, our families, our travel dreams. She was articulate, engaging, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. I found myself laughing a lot, and she had a really pleasant melodic laugh herself. We ordered some pasta, shared an appetizer, the whole 9 yards. Everything felt perfect. Almost too perfect, if that makes any sense. Like, when something's going so well, you start to get suspicious. That is kind of how it felt. But I tried to push that thought away. Maybe I was just jaded. Maybe this was finally a good, normal connection. We were halfway through our main course, talking about some obscure documentary we would both seen when it happened. She was mid-sentence, talking about the cinematography, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Then she paused, just for a split second, her eyes unfocused, drifting slightly past my shoulder, almost like she was looking at something only she could see. And then, so soft I almost did not catch it, she whispered a name. Laura Jenkins. It was barely audible, a breathy murmur. I blinked. Sorry, what was that? Sarah, I asked, leaning forward slightly. She turned back to me, her bright blue eyes instantly refocusing, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Oh, nothing, she said, her voice perfectly normal, a little too quickly. Just lost my train of thought for a second. The lighting in that documentary was just incredible, do not you think? I frowned, a tiny wrinkle forming between my eyebrows. It was weird, really weird, but I chalked it up to nerves, maybe a quirky habit. People talk to themselves sometimes, right? Or maybe she had a sudden thought about someone she knew with that name. It was a common enough name. I mean, it was not like she yelled it out or anything. So, I just nodded, a little awkwardly, and tried to pick up the thread of our conversation. Yeah, the lighting was great. Really set the mood. We finished dinner, and the rest of the date continued to be pretty enjoyable, at least on the surface. We had dessert, lingered over coffee, and the atmosphere was still light. But that little whisper, Laura Jenkins, it just kind of hung in the back of my mind, a tiny, unsettling burr under the saddle. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was overthinking things. First dates are always a little awkward, and people have their eccentricities. When the check came, we decided to split it, and I walked her out to her car. We stood there for a minute, making small talk, and I felt a genuine pull to ask her out again. Despite the weird whisper, she was still the most interesting, engaging person I would met online in a long time. As she unlocked her car, she turned back to me, her smile wide and genuine. I had a really great time. Alex, me too. Sarah, really, I would love to do it again sometime. I would like that, she said, and then, as she opened her car door, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze once again unfocused, drifting past me into the night. And again, soft than the first time, almost like a sigh, she whispered another name. Michael Davies. This time, I was sure I heard it. Clear as a bell, even though it was so quiet. My blood ran a little cold. This was not a one-off. This was a pattern. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. She got into her car, still smiling, and waved. Text me. Okay, she called out before starting the engine and pulling out of the parking lot. I stood there for a moment, watching her taillights disappear down the street, feeling a profound sense of weirdness wash over me. Laura Jenkins, Michael Davies, who were these people? And why was she whispering their names? It felt less like she was talking to herself, and more like she was acknowledging them, like she was checking them off a list, or something. It was a really unsettling thought. I drove home in a bit of a daze. My initial excitement about the date had been replaced by a low thrum of anxiety. As soon as I got back to my apartment, I did what anyone in my situation would do. I pulled out my phone and typed the names into GutGoo. First, Laura Jenkins missing. My thumb hovered over the search button for a second, my heart thumping a little faster than usual. I hit enter, and there it was, a local news article, dated about 8 months ago. A young woman, 24 years old, had gone missing after leaving a bar downtown. No leads, no suspects, just a missing person report and a plea from her family. Her photo popped up, a bright, friendly face. It sent a shiver down my spine. Then, Michael Davies missing. Another search. Another article. This one was older, maybe a year and a half ago. A man in his late 20s disappeared from a hiking trail outside of town. Again, no trace. His photo showed a rugged, outdoorsy guy. My stomach churned. This was no coincidence. 2 names, whispered by my date, both belonging to people who had vanished without a trace in the same general area I lived in. What the hell was going on? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe she was a true crime enthusiast, obsessed with local disappearances. But even then, whispering their names like that, in the middle of a date, it felt intimate, personal, not like someone just recalling facts from a podcast. I did not sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's bright blue eyes, heard her soft whispers. I kept replaying the date, looking for other clues, other signs I might have missed. She had not said anything overtly strange, had not made any unsettling comments. She would have been charming, engaging, normal, except for those whispers. The next day, I was a wreck. I kept looking at my phone, wondering if she would text. Part of me wanted her to, part of me desperately hoped she would not. I was intrigued, disturbed, and frankly, a little scared. My rational mind was screaming at me to cut all ties, to run for the hills. But there was another part, a morbidly curious part, that wanted to know more. What was her deal? Was I overreacting? Maybe there was some innocent explanation I had not considered. Sure enough, a few hours later, I got a text. Hey, Alex, had a really great time last night. Hope you got home safe. Let me know if you are free this week. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at the message for a long time. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, tried to decide what to do. My gut was screaming danger, but my brain was still trying to rationalize. Maybe I could just ask her about it directly. No, that felt too confrontational, too risky. What if she was just a bit eccentric, and I was blowing it out of proportion? I took a deep breath. Okay, I decided. One more date. I would be careful, observant. I would try to find out more. I know, stupid, right? But curiosity, man, it is a powerful drug. So I texted her back. Hey, Sarah. I had a great time, too. I am free Thursday. If you are, she replied almost instantly. Awesome. How about we try that new art gallery downtown and then grab a drink somewhere nearby? Sounds good to me. I typed, trying to sound casual, even as my stomach tied itself in knots. Thursday rolled around, and I was a bundle of nerves. I even considered canceling, but something compelled me to go. I needed answers. Or at least, I needed to confirm my suspicions. I wore a shirt with pockets, just in case I needed to quickly stash my phone for a discreet recording, though I felt ridiculous even thinking that. We met at the art gallery. She was, as always, stunning. She wore a simple dress that somehow managed to make her look both elegant and approachable. We walked through the exhibits, and she had surprisingly insightful things to say about the art. She was intelligent, no doubt about it. We talked about abstract expressionism, the local art scene, even the history of the building itself. For a while, I almost forgot about the whispers. Almost. We finished at the gallery and decided to head to a small, trendy cocktail bar nearby. The place was dimly lit, a little noisy, but it had a cool vibe. We found a couple of seats at the bar and ordered drinks. The conversation continued, light and engaging. I kept waiting, kept watching her, trying to catch any odd expressions, any telltale signs. She seemed perfectly normal. Too normal, even. Then, as the bartender placed our drinks in front of us, the noise in the bar seemed to fade for a moment, and her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, glazed over again. Her head tilted just slightly, and she took a slow sip of her drink. And then, so quietly, I almost did not hear it over the low hum of the bar, she whispered, "Emily Thompson." This time, I did not pretend I had not heard it. I looked directly at her, my heart pounding. "Sarah," I said, my voice lower than usual. "Who are you talking about?" She blinked, her eyes refocusing on me, a small, innocent smile gracing her lips. "Oh, just thinking aloud," she said, her voice light, dismissive. "You know how it is. Sometimes a name just pops into your head." "No," I said, my voice firmer than I intended. "It is not just a name. That is the third time you have done this. The first night, you whispered Laura Jenkins and Michael Davies. And now, Emily Thompson. All of them, they are missing people. Sarah, missing from around here." Her smile did not falter, but something in her eyes shifted. It was not alarm or embarrassment. It was something colder, something almost knowing. "Oh, really?" she said, her tone still light, almost amused. "What a coincidence." "Coincidence." I scoffed, trying to keep my voice down, conscious of the other patrons around us. "Sarah, this is not a coincidence. What do you know about them?" She took another slow sip of her drink, her gaze holding mine, unblinking. "What makes you think I know anything?" "Alex, because you are whispering their names," I said, my voice tight with a mixture of fear and frustration. Like you know them, or know what happened to them." She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, but her eyes never leaving mine. "Maybe I do," she said, and her smile widened just a fraction. It was not a friendly smile anymore. It was predatory, chilling. A wave of pure dread washed over me. My blood ran cold, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. This was not a quirky habit. This was not some true crime obsession. This was something far, far more sinister. "Who are they to you?" I demanded, my voice barely a whisper now, my eyes darting around the bar, looking for an exit, looking for help. She chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. "They are potential. Just like you. Alex." My heart leaped into my throat. "Potential. What are you talking about?" She leaned even closer, her breath, surprisingly sweet, ghosting across my ear. "Some people just disappear, do not they? No one ever finds them. No one ever knows what happened. They just vanish." She pulled back, her blue eyes gleaming in the dim light. "I helped them vanish." The words hit me like a physical blow. My mind reeled. This was not a date. I did not even know what this was. A confession, a threat, both. You killed them." I choked out, my voice barely audible. She tilted her head again, that same unsettling, knowing look on her face. "Killed. Such a strong word. I merely facilitate. They were all looking for something. You see, a new beginning. An escape. I just provided the means." Her smile was now a full-blown, terrifying grin. "And you, Alex, you have so much potential. So much desire for something new, something exciting. I can feel it. I felt a primal urge to run, to scream, to just get as far away from her as humanly possible. My mind was screaming at me, get out now, but my body felt frozen, paralyzed by fear. My eyes darted to the bar door, then back to her. She was still smiling, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "I need to go," I stammered, trying to stand up, but my legs felt like jelly. She put a hand on my arm, her touch surprisingly light, but it felt like a brand. "Oh, but the night's just getting started." "Alex," she purred, her voice losing its softness, taking on a hard metallic edge. "We have not even talked about your potential yet." Her grip on my arm was stronger than it looked, surprisingly firm. I tried to pull away, but she held fast. Panic surged through me. This was not just talk. This was not a joke. This woman was dangerous. She was confessing to being involved in disappearances, and she was looking at me like I was her next project. I yanked my arm harder, adrenaline finally kicking in. Her grip loosened for a second, just enough for me to pull free. I scrambled off the bar stool, nearly tripping over my own feet. "I am leaving," I said, my voice shaky but determined. I turned and headed straight for the door, not looking back. I could feel her eyes on my back, a burning sensation that made me want to sprint. "You will be back." "Alex," she called out, her voice carrying clearly over the bar's noise, chillingly calm. "They always come back. Or I find them." I did not stop. I pushed through the door, bursting out into the cool night air. I did not even know where my car was parked. I just started running, blindly, down the street, my heart hammering like a drum against my ribs. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, even though the air was cold. Every shadow seemed to twist into her face. Every sound made me jump. I kept running until my lungs burned, until I could not run anymore. I finally collapsed against a brick wall in a dark alley, gasping for breath, my legs aching. I pulled out my phone, my hand shaking so badly I could barely dial. I called 911. "There's a woman." I gasped into the phone, trying to catch my breath. She is involved in missing persons cases. She confessed to me. She threatened me. The dispatcher was calm, professional. She asked for details, for Sarah's name, for the location of the bar. I gave her everything I could remember, my voice still trembling. The police arrived quickly. 2 officers, a man and a woman, listened patiently to my frantic story. I told them about the whispers, about the names, about the gut goose searches, about her chilling confession. They took notes, asked probing questions. I showed them the news articles on my phone, proof that these people actually existed and were, in fact, missing. They seemed to take me seriously, which was a relief. They said they would go to the bar, check it out, see if they could find her. They took my contact information and told me to go home and try to calm down. I did not sleep at all that night. I sat by my window, staring out into the darkness, jumping at every creak, every sound. I felt like I was being watched. The next day, I got a call from the police. My heart leaped, hoping for news, hoping they would find her. "Mr. Peterson," the officer's voice was polite but distant. "We went to the bar you mentioned. The staff there said they did not recognize the woman from your description. No one remembered seeing anyone matching her description at the bar last night." My blood ran cold again. "What? That is impossible. She was right there. We were talking for hours." We also checked the security footage from the bar. The officer continued, his voice flat. There was no one matching her description on any of the cameras from that evening. And no one at the gallery remembered seeing her either. But she was real. I was with her. We had dinner earlier in the week. I have her number. I stammered, my mind struggling to comprehend. "We ran the phone number you provided," the officer said, "and it is a burner phone. Untraceable. We also checked our databases for anyone named Sarah matching the description you gave. There are a few, but none with any suspicious activity, and none that we could link to these missing persons cases. So you are saying I made it up?" I asked, my voice incredulous. There was a pause. "We are not saying that. Mr. Peterson, we are saying we have no evidence to corroborate your story. It is possible you were mistaken, or perhaps hallucinating." Hallucinating? I hung up the phone feeling completely bewildered, terrified and utterly alone. They did not believe me. How could they not believe me? I had seen her, talked to her, heard her. Those names, those missing people, they were real. I tried to go back to my online dating profile, to find her, to find any trace of her. But her profile was gone, vanished, like she would never existed. The weeks that followed were a blur of paranoia and fear. Every time my phone rang, I jumped. Every time I saw a dark-haired woman with bright blue eyes, my heart pounded. I checked the news constantly, looking for new missing persons reports, dreading the day I would see a name I recognized, or worse, a name she had whispered. I tried to forget her, to convince myself it was all a nightmare, a bad dream. But those whispers, those names, they were burned into my memory. Laura Jenkins, Michael Davies, Emily Thompson, and her chilling smile as she said, "They are potential. Just like you. Alex." I ended up deleting all my dating apps. I could not bring myself to trust anyone new. Every stranger felt like a potential threat. Every friendly face a mask hiding something sinister. I started avoiding crowds, taking different routes to work, always looking over my shoulder. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my mind starts to wander, I hear it, not with my ears, but in my head. A soft, breathy whisper, just at the edge of my consciousness. A name. Sometimes it is one of the names she said. Sometimes it is a new one, a name I do not recognize, but that fills me with the same cold dread. And then, just a few weeks ago, I was walking past a bus stop, lost in my own thoughts, when a new missing person poster caught my eye. A young man, early 20s, smiling into the camera. His name was clearly printed below his photo, Daniel Miller. And as I read it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound drifted past my ear, carried on the wind. A soft, melodic whisper, barely there but unmistakable. Daniel Miller. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I whipped my head around, scanning the street, the faces of passers-by. But there was no one there. No one looking at me. No one smiling that predatory smile. Just the usual city noise, the usual indifferent crowds. But I knew she was still out there, still whispering names. And I knew that somehow, some way, she was still watching me. Because sometimes when I'm alone, when I'm trying to convince myself it was all just a crazy, terrifying hallucination, I swear I can hear her. Just at the edge of my hearing, a soft, chilling whisper echoing in the silence. "Alex, all right, so you know how it is. Life gets pretty routine. You wake up, you go to work, you come home, you scroll through your phone, maybe watch some TV. And if you are like me, single, pushing 30, and your friends are all settling down, that routine can start to feel less like comfort and more like a cage of its own. Loneliness, man, it is a powerful motivator. It can make you do things you swore you would not do again. For me, that meant diving back into the murky, often soul-crushing waters of online dating. I would tried it before, of course. Had my fair share of awkward coffee dates, conversations that went nowhere, and guys who looked nothing like their profile pictures. I would deleted the apps more times than I could count, swearing off the whole charade. But then a Friday night would roll around. I would be sitting alone with a glass of cheap wine, and the temptation would creep back in. Just one more try. I would tell myself, maybe this time it will be different. So there I was, swiping again. It felt like a chore, honestly. Most profiles blurred into a generic sea of gym selfies, fish pictures, and bios that read like a bad LinkedIn summary. But then, every now and then, one would pop up that actually caught my eye, and that is how I found Mark. His profile was different. No gym selfies. No fish. Just a few well-composed photos. One was of him hiking in what looked like a national park, a genuine smile on his face, eyes crinkling at the corners. Another was a candid shot of him laughing at a cafe. He was not conventionally handsome, not in the chiseled movie star way, but he had a kind face, a warm smile, and an intelligent glint in his eyes. His bio was short, but intriguing, curious about the world, always learning, seeking genuine connection. It felt authentic. Not trying too hard, not trying too little. Just right. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. My phone buzzed and a little jolt of excitement, the kind you forget exists, went through me. His first message was simple, not a cheesy pickup line, just, "Hey, Sarah, your profile caught my eye. What is something you are curious about right now?" We started chatting, and it was easy, effortless even. We talked about books, travel, obscure documentaries. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and he had a sharp wit that kept me laughing. He was thoughtful, articulate, and seemed to have a depth that most guys online lacked. He was not pushy, but he was consistent. After about a week of messages, he suggested we meet for coffee. Our first date was great. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes that seemed to really see me when I spoke. He listened intently, nodded at the right moments, and when he smiled, it was genuine and infectious. We spent 2 hours just talking, and it felt like 20 minutes. He walked me to my car, and before I could even process it, he asked for a second date. I practically floated home. The second date was dinner, and it was just as good. We talked about our families, our pasts, our dreams. He was open, vulnerable even, which was refreshing. He mentioned he lived alone, had a demanding but rewarding job in software development, and enjoyed quiet evenings at home. He also had a quirky hobby. He collected antique clocks. Said he loved the intricate mechanisms, the way they marked time, the stories they held. It was a little odd, but endearing. By the end of the second date, I was completely charmed, maybe even a little smitten. He was not like anyone I would met before. He was intelligent, kind, and just good. I felt a connection, a real spark. A few more dates followed: a walk in the park, a visit to a small art gallery, another dinner. Each time, I found myself liking him more. He was respectful, never tried to rush things, and always made me feel comfortable and valued. I started to think, maybe this is it. Maybe I would finally found someone worth sticking around for. Then, about a month into dating, he suggested something new. "Hey," he said during one of our phone calls, "I was thinking, instead of going out again, how about I cook for you at my place? I make a mean lasagna, and I've got a pretty decent wine collection." My stomach fluttered. Going to his apartment. It felt like a big step, a sign of intimacy. A part of me, the cautious part, felt a tiny prickle of unease. You hear stories, right? About people who seem perfect online, or even on a few dates, and then you get to their place, and something's just off. But the larger part of me, the hopeful, lonely part, immediately pushed those thoughts away. This was Mark. Kind, charming Mark. He would not hurt a fly. Besides, I was excited. It felt like things were progressing and in a good way. That sounds amazing. Mark. I told him, my voice a little too eager. I would love that. He gave me his address, which was in an older part of town, not far from where I lived, but definitely off the main drag. A quiet, tree-lined street, he would said. The day of the dinner. I spent way too long picking out an outfit. I wanted to look good, but not too good. Casual, but still put together. I bought a nice bottle of wine to bring as a host gift. As I drove, a nervous excitement buzzed through me. This was it. The next step. I pulled up to his building a few minutes early. It was an old brick apartment, complex, maybe from the 1950s or 60s. Not run down exactly, but definitely showing its age. There were a few mature oak trees lining the street, just like he said. It looked quiet, almost too quiet. No kids playing, no neighbors chatting on their porches. Just a stillness that felt a little heavy. I parked and walked up the entrance. The lobby was dimly lit with old, slightly scuffed linoleum floors. A faint, almost metallic smell hung in the air, but I dismissed it as just an old building smell. Mark's apartment was on the 3rd floor. I took the elevator, which groaned and creaked its way up, adding to the slightly unsettling vibe. When I knocked on his door, apartment 3B, he opened almost immediately, a wide, welcoming smile on his face. He looked relaxed, wearing a casual shirt and jeans. "Sarah, come in, come in." Perfect timing. The lasagna just came out of the oven. He stepped aside, and I walked into his apartment. My first impression was clean, almost sterile. There was not much furniture. A simple couch, a coffee table, a TV on a stand. No personal touches, no photos on the walls, no stacks of books like you would expect from someone who read so much. It was minimalist to an extreme, but I figured maybe he just preferred a clean, uncluttered space. Some people are like that. "Wow, it smells amazing in here," I said, trying to sound casual, handing him the wine. "Thanks," he said, taking the bottle. "Make yourself at home. Wine's in the kitchen. I will just get us some glasses." He gestured towards a small, galley-style kitchen. I walked further into the living room, taking off my coat, and that is when I saw them. In the far corner of the living room, tucked away near a window, were a series of shapes. They were large, boxy, and covered completely by dark, thick sheets. Not just one or two, but maybe 5 or 6 of them, arranged in a neat row. They were about waist high, maybe 3 feet deep, and varied in width. Some looked like they could fit a large dog. Others seemed a bit wider. The sheets were all the same, a heavy, dark canvas, draped perfectly, not a wrinkle out of place. My eyes fixated on them. My breath hitched a little. What were those? A strange, almost acrid smell, subtle but distinct, seemed to emanate from that corner. It was not the old building smell. It was something else. Something organic, maybe metallic. I could not quite place it, but it made the hairs on my arm stand up. Mark re-entered the living room with 2 wine glasses. He followed my gaze to the covered objects. His smile wavered for just a fraction of a second. Then he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, those," he said, a casual wave of his hand. "Just some projects. My hobby, you know." He chuckled, but it sounded a little forced. "Do not worry about them. They are not exactly decorative, so I keep them covered." My mind raced. Projects. What kind of projects needed to be covered by heavy sheets and kept in cages? Because that is what they looked like. Cages. The shapes beneath the sheets were unmistakably those of large, rectangular wire or metal enclosures. Cages. I asked, trying to keep my voice light, "Are you into exotic pets? Like large birds or something?" He laughed, a little too loudly this time. No, nothing like that. Just a collection. Very personal. I will show you sometime, when they are ready." The way he said ready sent a shiver down my spine. Ready for what? And why were they so personal that they had to be hidden like this? My gut screamed red flag, but my rational brain still tried to make sense of things, tried to dismiss it. Maybe he was an artist, a sculptor of some kind. Or maybe he restored antique furniture and kept it covered to protect it. But the shapes, they did not look like furniture. They looked like cages. He handed me a glass of wine, and the cold glass against my hand momentarily distracted me. "Come on," he said, "let's get some food in you. I am starving." We moved to a small dining area, where a table was already set. The lasagna was indeed delicious, and the wine was good. Mark was back to his charming self, recounting a funny story from work, asking me about my day. I tried to focus, to act normal, but my eyes kept darting back to the covered cages in the living room. As we ate, I became hyper-aware of every sound. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic outside. And then, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound. It came from the direction of the cages. It was soft, like tiny nails against metal. My fork clattered against my plate. Mark looked up, a question in his eyes. "Everything all right?" Yeah, just clumsy." I mumbled, forcing a smile. I took a large gulp of wine. He continued talking, oblivious, or pretending to be, but I could not shake the sound. A moment later, I heard it again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. And then a soft, almost imperceptible whimper. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. That was not a pet, not a bird. Birds do not whimper. And the scratching, it sounded too deliberate for an animal. Too human. I tried to keep my composure. So, Mark, I said, trying to steer the conversation back to the cages, but in a subtle way. You mentioned your hobby. Is it something you do often? He smiled, a tight, almost secretive smile. Oh, yes. It is quite consuming, actually. Takes up most of my free time. It is a very intricate process. Very delicate, and consuming. My mind conjured images of him meticulously working on something inside those cages, something that required such secrecy. What exactly is it? I pressed, trying to sound curious, not terrified. Is it something you build or restore? He took a sip of his wine, his eyes seeming to bore into mine. The warmth I would initially seen in them was gone, replaced by something colder, something calculating. It is more like cultivation, he said slowly, deliberately, bringing something to its full potential. Cultivation, potential. My stomach churned. The lasagna, which had tasted so good moments ago, now felt like lead in my gut. I felt a wave of nausea. Another sound. This time, a soft, rhythmic thump, like something bumping gently against a wall or a cage bar. It was followed by a faint, ragged sigh. I could not take it anymore. I had to know, or at least, I had to get a better look. You know, I said, pushing my plate away. I am really stuffed. That was incredible. Mark, but I think I need to use your restroom. Of course, he said, still watching me, his eyes unblinking. Down the hall, first door on the left. I stood up, trying to appear calm, and walked toward the hallway. As I passed the living room, I risked a quick glance at the covered cages. The dim light of the apartment cast long, eerie shadows. The sheets were so dark, so opaque. They hid their secrets perfectly. I went into the bathroom, closed the door, and leaned against it, taking a few shaky breaths. My heart was pounding like a drum solo. What was I doing? This was insane. I should just leave. Make an excuse, say I felt sick, and get out of here. But a morbid curiosity, a terrifying need to know, held me captive. I splashed some cold water on my face, try and clear my head. The metallic smell was stronger in here, almost coppery. It clung to the air. I looked around the bathroom. Clean, just like the rest of the apartment. Toothbrush, toothpaste, a single bar of soap. No personal items. It was like a hotel room, not someone's home. I waited for a minute, then slowly opened the bathroom door. I could hear Mark in the kitchen, probably cleaning up. This was my chance. I crept silently back into the living room, my eyes fixed on the covered cages. My hands were trembling. I walked toward them, each step agonizingly slow, my heart in my throat. The scratching and whimpering had stopped, but the faint thumping was still there, a slow, steady rhythm. I reached the first cage, the one that seemed widest. The dark sheet was heavy, thick. My fingers, cold and clammy, reached out and gently grasped the fabric. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was probably just some exotic pet, a really big hamster or a strange breed of cat. Anything but what my deepest fears were whispering. I slowly, carefully, lifted a corner of the sheet. Just a tiny peek. Enough to see what was inside, but not enough to fully expose it. My eyes adjusted to the darkness beneath the sheet. It was a wire cage, as I suspected. And inside, I gasped a small, choked sound that was instantly swallowed by the silence of the room. It was not an animal. It was a A human hand. Gaunt, pale, and incredibly thin. It was wrapped around the wire bars of the cage. Its fingers splayed out, nails long and jagged. The skin was almost translucent, stretched taut over bones. It looked starved, emaciated, and it was moving. Slowly, feebly, those fingers were trying to pull, to grip the bars, to somehow get free. My eyes darted up the arm. It was attached to a shoulder, then a hunched form, mostly obscured by the darkness and the sheet. But I could see the faint outline of a head, resting against the back of the cage, tangled hair matted. A faint, rattling breath escaped the form. And then, the whimpering sound I had heard earlier, so soft, so desperate, came again. It was a human sound, a sound of pain, of terror. My blood turned to ice. My mind screamed. This was not a hobby. This was not a collection. This was a prison. And he had people in them. People. I let the sheet fall, my hand recoiling as if burned. I stumbled backward, my legs feeling like jelly. The acrid smell was overwhelming now. It was a smell of sickness, of fear, of something else, something metallic, blood. Panic seized me, a cold, visceral terror that made my entire body shake uncontrollably. I had to get out. Now, just as the thought solidified, I heard Mark's voice from behind me. Something wrong. Sarah. His voice was calm, almost pleasant, but it held an edge, a subtle shift in tone that spoke of danger. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, a dish towel draped over his shoulder, a small, knowing smile on his face. His eyes, those kind eyes, were now completely devoid of warmth. They were cold, hard, and utterly predatory. Mark, I tried to speak, but my voice was a choked whisper. My throat felt like it was closing up. You should not have looked. Sarah, he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling purr. He took a step into the living room, then another. I told you they were personal, not ready to be seen. He moved slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape route. The front door. It was my only way out. What are those? I finally managed to stammer, pointing a trembling finger at the covered cages. He stopped a few feet away from me, his smile widening, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth that suddenly looked sharp, menacing. My guests. Sarah. My project. My collection. He paused, letting his words sink in. I told you I like cultivation, bringing something to its full potential. He took another step, and I instinctively backed up further, bumping into the coffee table. A small vase, holding a single wilted flower, toppled over, shattering on the floor. The sound echoed loudly in the silent apartment. You see, Sarah, he continued, his voice now a low, chilling monologue, people are so wasteful. They do not appreciate what they have. Their bodies, their minds, they let it all go to waste. But I see potential. I see what they could be, or what they could become. My mind screamed. He was insane, completely, utterly deranged. I had to get out. I have to go. I blurted out, my voice cracking. I just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. I really should leave. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, Sarah, I did not think so. You have seen too much. And besides, his eyes swept over me, a possessive, hungry glint in them. You are quite a find yourself. So much potential. Such vibrancy. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell him now. The faint scent of his cologne mixed with that metallic, organic odor that clung to the air. Adrenaline surged through me. My fight or flight instincts kicked in with vengeance. I did not think. I just reacted. I lunged past him, aiming for front door. It was only a few feet away. If I could just reach it, if I could just turn the lock. But he was faster, much faster than he looked. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising force. His grip was like iron. "No, Sarah," he hissed, his voice losing all pretense of calm, becoming a guttural snarl. "You are not going anywhere." I screamed, a raw, terrified sound that tore from my throat. I struggled, twisting and pulling, trying to break free. His grip tightened, digging into my flesh. I could feel his nails sharp and digging in. I kicked blindly, desperately. My foot connected with his shin. He grunted, but did not release me. His other hand came up, aiming for my face. I ducked, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have knocked me out cold. My eyes scanned the room, desperate for anything. The coffee table, the broken vase. A shard of ceramic lay glinting on the floor. With a sudden burst of strength fueled by pure terror, I twisted my arm violently. His grip loosened for a split second. It was all I needed. I yanked my arm free, tearing my skin in the process. A searing pain shot my arm, but I ignored it. I scrambled backward, stumbling over the shattered vase. My hand instinctively reached down, closing around the largest shard. It was jagged, sharp. He came at me again, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Gone was the charming, kind Mark. This was a monster. "You should not have done that." "Sarah," he growled, his voice low and menacing. As he lunged, I swung the ceramic shard, not thinking, just reacting. It connected with his arm, a sickening thud. He cried out a sharp, surprised sound and staggered back, clutching his arm. A dark stain immediately began to spread on his shirt sleeve. This was my chance. I did not look back. I sprinted for the front door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grasp a knob. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. He would not leave it unlocked. Behind me, I heard him moving, a low growl escaping his lips. "You can't escape. Sarah, no one ever leaves." My fingers finally found purchase. I twisted the lock, heard the satisfying click. Then, I yanked the door open. The hallway was dark, silent. I did not care. I burst out, not even bothering to close the door behind me. I ran, down the hallway, my bare feet pounding on the old linoleum. I did not wait for the elevator. I flung myself towards the stairwell door, pushed it open, and practically fell down the stairs, taking 2 or 3 at a time. Each step sent a jolt of pain through my injured arm, but I barely registered it. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps, thudding down the stairs. He was fast, too fast. I reached the ground floor, burst through the lobby door, and out onto the street. The cool night air hit my face, a blessed relief. I did not know where I was going. I just ran, down the street, toward my car. My car was still there, a beacon of hope in the terrifying night. I fumbled for my keys, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. I could hear his footsteps closer now, his ragged breathing. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, not even bothering to look if anyone was behind me, and slammed my foot on the gas. The tires squealed as I peeled out of the parking spot. I glanced in my rearview mirror. He was standing in the doorway of the apartment building, illuminated by the dim lobby light. His arm was clutched to his side, but his eyes were fixed on me, burning with intense, unholy rage. And something else. Something that chilled me to my core. A look of utter disappointment, like a child whose favorite toy had just broken. I did not hesitate. I sped away, not daring to look back again. The images of that hand, those eyes, the whimpering, his chilling words, they were seared into my brain. I drove for what felt like hours, not stopping until I was miles away, in a brightly lit gas station parking lot. My entire body was trembling, my arm throbbing with pain. I looked down. The sleeve of my shirt was torn, and a deep, jagged gash ran along my forearm, still oozing blood. I called the police, my voice hoarse and broken. I told them everything, stumbling over my words, tried to make them understand what I had seen. They listened patiently, asked questions, and sent officers to the address. I waited, shaking, crying, for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a detective called me back. They had gone to the apartment. They found nothing. Nothing. I choked out, disbelief and terror warring in my voice. What do you mean, nothing? The cages, the people, the blood. The detective's voice was calm, professional. Madam, the apartment was empty. No one was there. No cages, no signs of struggle, no blood. The apartment was completely cleaned out. Looked like it had been vacant for weeks. The landlord confirmed that the tenant, a Mr. Mark Jensen, moved out 2 days ago. My blood ran cold again. Moved out 2 days ago. But he was there. I had just been there. I had seen him. No, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. He was there. I saw him. He grabbed me. He had cages. People in cages. The detective sighed, a weary sound. Madam, we understand this was a traumatic experience for you. We have logged your report. We will keep an eye out for anyone matching the description of your assailant. But we found no evidence at the scene. They did not believe me. How could they? He was gone. He had vanished, along with his horrors. I never went back to that part of town. I deleted all my dating apps again, this time for good. The police eventually closed the case. Mark Jensen was never found. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. Now, every shadow looks like a cage. Every quiet apartment building sends a shiver down my spine. I sleep with a light on, and I check the locks on my doors and windows multiple times a night. I can still smell that metallic, organic odor, especially when I'm alone in the dark. I can still hear the faint scratching, the desperate whimpering, the rhythmic thumping. And sometimes, when I am walking alone or sitting in my apartment late at night, I feel it, a cold, calculating gaze on my back. I turn around, but there is never anyone there, just the empty air. But I know he is out there, the man with the kind eyes and the chilling hobby, the man who saw potential in me. And I know deep down that he is still looking, still cultivating, still collecting. And I am just one more woman who got away, for now, but I can never truly escape him. He is in my nightmares. He is in every creak of the floorboards. He is in the quiet, empty spaces. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, in the depths of my own haunted eyes, I see a glint of fear and a chilling reminder of what I almost became. One of his guests, one of his projects, one of his potential. All right, let me tell you about Chloe. Chloe was, for all intents and purposes, a pretty normal person. She was 26, a graphic designer for a small agency downtown, lived in a decent one-bedroom apartment, and had a cat named Mittens who judged her life choices with silent, feline disdain. Her dating life, like many people her age, was a chaotic wasteland of bad first dates, ghosting, and the occasional spark that quickly fizzled into nothing more than a lukewarm ember. She was tired of it. Truly, deeply tired. She would delete Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it, at least 3 times in the past year, each time swearing she was done with the apps for good. She would try meeting people organically. She would tell herself, at bars, through friends, maybe even at a dog park, despite not owning a dog. But the city was a lonely place, and the organic approach rarely yielded anything more than awkward smiles and fleeting eye contact. So, of course, a few weeks ago, feeling that familiar pang of loneliness after a particularly dull Friday night spent watching Netflix with Mittens, she found herself reinstalling Tinder. Again, It was a cycle she knew well: hope, excitement, disappointment, deletion, rinse, repeat. This time, though, she told herself it would be different. She would be more discerning. She would not swipe right on every vaguely attractive face. She would actually read the bios. She would approach it with a level head, a detached curiosity, rather than a desperate yearning for connection. Famous last words, right? The first few days were the usual slog. Guys holding fish. Guys with tigers, seriously. Where do they find these tigers? Guys whose bios consisted solely of an emoji. But then one evening, as she was mindlessly swiping through, a profile popped up that actually made her pause. His name was Mark. He was handsome, in a rugged but approachable way. Dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled in his main profile picture. His bio was short, well-written, and actually interesting. He mentioned loving hiking, trying new craft beers, and had a line about appreciating beauty in all forms, from a sunrise to a well-designed typeface. That last part caught her attention, a subtle nod to her own profession. His photos seemed genuine, too. No mirror selfies, no overly posed shots. Just him, living his life, seemingly happy and well-adjusted. A little flutter of something, a tiny spark of genuine interest, ignited in Chloe's chest. She swiped right. It is a match. The familiar animated screen popped up. Okay, so far so good. Mark messaged her almost immediately. Hey Chloe, great to match with you. Love your profile, especially the part about your cat being your harshest critic. Min sounds like a real character. Chloe smiled. He would actually read her bio. That was already a good sign. Their conversation flowed easily from there. They talked about their jobs, their hobbies, their favorite coffee shops. Mark was witty, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what she had to say. He asked thoughtful questions and shared just enough about himself to keep her intrigued. After a few days of easy back and forth, he suggested they grab coffee. How about next Wednesday? There's a great little spot downtown, not too far from your office. I think. Chloe agreed, feeling a genuine sense of excitement she had not felt about a first date in a long time. This felt different. Good different. Maybe, just maybe, this time it would not be a disaster. She even found herself looking forward to it, a rare feeling in her jaded dating world. Now, Chloe had a ritual before any first date. It was not exactly a deep dive, more of a quick reconnaissance mission. A quick search on LinkedIn to make sure they were not secretly her boss's estranged cousin. A peek at Instagram to gauge her general aesthetic. Maybe a IU2B search if she was feeling particularly nosy. She was not looking for dirt. Just try to avoid any glaring red flags or awkward surprises. It was, she felt, a reasonable precaution in the wild west of online dating. So, a couple of days before their scheduled coffee, she typed Mark's last name, which she had subtly gotten him to reveal in conversation, into Instagram. His profile popped up quickly. It was public, which was fine. She scrolled through, just as she expected travel photos, a few pictures of a golden retriever friends. He would mention some scenic shots from hikes, and a couple of art gallery snaps. All perfectly normal, perfectly pleasant. She scrolled past a picture of him holding a particularly frothy craft beer, past a selfie with a mountain backdrop, then another photo. This one was from a beach trip, maybe a year or two old. Mark was standing in the shallows, shirtless, his back slightly turned to the camera, looking out at the ocean. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over his skin. It was a nice, candid shot. She almost scrolled past it, but something made her pause. A detail, just above his right hip. On his side was a tattoo. It was not a small, discreet thing. It was clearly visible, rendered in a flowing, elegant script. Her breath hitched. Her heart, which had been beating at a normal, unconcerned rhythm just moments before, suddenly gave a hard, painful lurch against her ribs. She zoomed in, her thumb and forefinger trembling slightly. The image pixelated a little, but the letters were unmistakable. Clear as day. Chloe, The world tilted. The room, her apartment, the entire city outside her window, seemed to spin on its axis. Her stomach dropped like a stone, leaving a hollow, freezing emptiness in its wake. No, she whispered, the sound barely audible. No, impossible. She zoomed in again, as if the letters would magically rearrange themselves into something else, something innocuous. Chloe. There was no mistaking it. It was her name. Her name. A wave of disbelief washed over her, quickly followed by a cold, creeping dread. It had to be a coincidence, right? Chloe was not an incredibly unique name, but it was not like Sarah or Jessica either. Maybe he had a sister named Chloe, an ex-girlfriend, a cousin, a band he loved. She frantically scrolled through the rest of his profile, desperate for any other mention of a Chloe. There was nothing. No family photos with a sister. No post about a significant other. Just Mark, his dog, his travels, his craft beers. Nothing. The rationalizations crumbled. The placement of the tattoo, just above his hip on his side, felt intimate. It was not a casual mom heart on his bicep. It was personal. And it was her name. How? Why? They had not even met yet. They would only matched a few days ago. He could not have known her name before then. Could he? A chill snaked its way up her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. The initial excitement she would felt about their date curdled into a thick, bitter fear. She could not stop staring at the photo. The tattoo. Her name. It was burned into her mind, a stark, unsettling brand. Her mind raced, replaying their entire Tinder conversation. Had he dropped any hints? Anything that suggested prior knowledge of her? She scrolled back through their messages. They seemed innocent enough. Polite questions, friendly banter. But now, every single one of his questions felt loaded. What do you do for fun? What is your favorite coffee shop? Do you live near downtown? Innocent questions, yes, but what if they were not? What if they were just confirmation of things he already knew? She started looking at his other Instagram photos with new, paranoid eyes. A subtle background detail in one photo, a specific street sign she had not noticed before, suddenly looked incredibly familiar. It seemed like it might be just a few blocks from her apartment. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, she told herself, it was just her imagination. A trick of the mind, fueled by fear. But the seed of doubt, once planted, began to sprout terrifying roots. She felt violated, exposed, even though they would never actually met. He had her name tattooed on his body. A man she was supposed to meet for coffee in 2 days. A total stranger. Sleep that night was impossible. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of the tattoo flashed behind her eyelids. The elegant script, the stark white letters against his tan skin. Chloe. She tossed and turned, her mind cycling through 1,000 terrifying possibilities. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Was he a stalker? Had he been watching her? She considered her options. Should she confront him? Text him, hey, saw your Instagram, cool tattoo, but why my name? No, that felt too direct, too confrontational. And what if she was wrong? What if there was a perfectly logical, albeit incredibly unlikely, explanation? She would look like a lunatic. Should she just cancel? Ghost him? That felt cowardly, but also safe. It was the path of least resistance, the easiest way to make him disappear from her life. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers, gnawed at her. Could she really just let this go? What if he really did know her? What if he was already watching? The next day, she tried to distract herself at work, but her focus was shot. Every notification on her phone made her jump. Every time her office door opened, she flinched. The coffee date was scheduled for Wednesday. Today was Tuesday. She had less than 24 hours to decide. Then, a text message popped up from Mark. Hey Chloe, still on for Wednesday. looking forward to it. Her breath hitched. He used her name. It sounded perfectly normal, perfectly friendly. But now, after seeing that tattoo, it felt like a sinister affirmation, a claim. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She could not do it. She could not go. The thought of sitting across from him, knowing her name was permanently etched onto his skin, sent a shiver of pure terror through her. She typed out a quick reply, "Hey Mark, so sorry, but I am not feeling so great." Came down with something suddenly. Need to reschedule, definitely. So sorry. It was a white lie, a transparent excuse. She felt a pang of guilt, but the fear overriding it was too strong to ignore. His reply came almost immediately, a mere 30 seconds later. "Oh no, I am so sorry to hear that. Is everything okay? I hope you feel better soon. I was really looking forward to meeting you. Maybe we can try for next week. I am free on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I could even bring you some soup if you are not up to making it yourself." The soup, comment, on the surface. It was a kind, thoughtful gesture. A little old-fashioned, maybe, but sweet. But given the tattoo, given the creeping dread that had enveloped her, it felt invasive. How would he bring her soup? Does he know where she lives? The thought sent a jolt of ice through her veins. He could not possibly know her address. Could he? She did not reply. She could not. Her hand was shaking too much. Instead, she went into Tinder, found his profile, and blocked him. Then, just to be safe, she deleted her Tinder account entirely. She went to Instagram, found his profile again, and blocked him there too. She felt a momentary surge of relief, a sense of having cut ties. Out of sight, out of mind. Right, wrong. The next day, Wednesday, the day their coffee date was supposed to happen, she tried to convince herself it was over. She would overreacted. It was a weird coincidence, a misunderstanding. She was just being paranoid. But the image of the tattoo, the thought of him knowing her name, would not leave her. That afternoon, an email landed in her inbox. The sender was an unfamiliar address, a string of random letters and numbers. The subject line read, "Missing you." Her blood ran cold. She stared at the screen, her heart hammering against her ribs. She did not open it. She could not. Primal fear, a desperate need to know, warred with her instinct to delete it immediately. Her hand, shaking, moved the mouse. She clicked. The body of the email was short. "Chloe, I understand you might be feeling a little overwhelmed. It is okay. I know you just needed some space. But I really want to get to know you. I am not going anywhere. I saw you leave for work this morning. You looked lovely in that blue scarf. Mark." Her breath caught in her throat. The blue scarf. She had worn a blue scarf that morning. A new one, a gift from her sister. She had not even posted about it on social media. He knew where she lived. He had seen her. He was watching. She stumbled back from her desk, knocking her chair over. Her eyes darted to her window, then to the blinds, which were thankfully drawn. But the thought of him out there watching her leave, knowing what she was wearing was a violation on a cellular level. It felt like he had reached inside her apartment, inside her very skin, and touched her. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers numb. She called her best friend. "Sarah. Sarah, you won't believe this. I think I have a stalker." She tried to explain everything, the Tinder match, the tattoo, the email, the blue scarf. Sarah, bless her heart, listened patiently, but Chloe could hear the skepticism in her voice. "Are you sure you are not just, overthinking it? The blue scarf could be a coincidence. And the tattoo, maybe it is a really common name." "It is not. Sarah, it is my name. And he said he saw me this morning. He knows what I wore." Chloe's voice was high-pitched, bordering on hysterical. "Sarah promised to come over after work. In the meantime, Chloe checked all her social media privacy settings. Everything was locked down tight. She changed her passwords. She felt trapped, a hunted animal in her own home. A few hours later, another email arrived from the same sender. This time, there was an attachment. She almost did not open it, but the fear was too great. She had to know. She clicked. It was a photograph. A photo of her apartment building, taken from the street. It was zoomed in, focusing on her specific window. And in the corner, a blurry, distorted reflection. A face. Mark's face. He was smiling. And a new message. Typed below the photo, "I will be waiting. Forever." Chloe screamed. A raw, guttural sound that tore from her throat. Her phone clattered to the floor. She was in full-blown panic mode. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not paranoia. This was real. She frantically called the police. She explained everything again, her voice shaking, tripping over her words. They listened, took down her information. They said they would send a patrol car to drive by, but without direct threats of physical harm or any signs of forced entry. Their hands were tied for immediate action. They advised her to stay with a friend or family member, to be vigilant, stay with a friend. Yes, that was it. She could not stay here. Not another second. She grabbed a small duffel bag, her hands trembling so violently she could barely zip it. She threw in a few changes of clothes, her toothbrush, her wallet. Every shadow in her apartment seemed to lengthen, to twist into a menacing shape. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of the wind outside, sounded like a footstep, a breath in. As she fumbled with the zipper of her bag, a faint scratching sound came from her front door. Not a knock, not a rap. A scratch, like fingernails on wood, or something sharp dragging slowly across the surface. She froze. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst through her chest. She held her breath, straining to hear. The scratching stopped. She crept towards the door, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. She peered through the peephole. Nothing, just the empty hallway. She pressed her eye closer, trying to make out any detail, any shadow. Still nothing. Then, slowly, a thin piece of paper slid under her door. It was white, folded once. She stared at it, paralyzed by terror. She did not want to touch it, did not want to confirm what she already knew. But she had to. With trembling hands, she bent down and picked it up. It was a crudely drawn picture. A sketch, really, of her, sleeping in her bed. The details were unsettlingly accurate. The way her hair fell across the pillow, the specific pattern on her duvet cover, and scrawled below it in a familiar, elegant script, the same script as the tattoo Sweet Dreams. "Chloe, I will be inside soon." She shrieked, a raw, piercing sound that echoed in the silent apartment. Dropping the paper, she fumbled for her keys, her hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key into the lock. She twisted it, pulled the door open, and burst out into the hallway, running down the stairs, not even waiting for the elevator. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she did not stop, did not look back. She reached the ground floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She pushed through the heavy lobby doors, desperate to get outside, to find safety, to find people. But as she stepped into the dimly lit lobby, she saw him. Mark. He was standing by the front door, just inside, as if he had been waiting for her. He was not hiding. He was not lurking. He was simply standing there, holding a bouquet of long-stemmed red roses. He saw her, and his face broke into a soft, warm smile. The same smile from his Tinder profile, the one that had initially seemed so kind and genuine. But now, it looked utterly monstrous. "Chloe," he said, his voice calm, gentle, utterly normal. "You are feeling better. I was just about to come up. These are for you." He extended the roses toward her. She did not stop. She did not speak. The scream was still caught in her throat. She shoved past him. her elbow catching his arm, sending the roses tumbling to the polished marble floor. She ripped open the heavy glass lobby door and sprinted out into the street, screaming for help for anyone. He did not follow immediately. She glanced back over her shoulder, her lungs burning, tears streaming down her face. He was still standing in the lobby, motionless, watching her run. The roses lay scattered on the floor around him, their petals a dark crimson stain. He raised a hand, slowly, as if waving goodbye, or perhaps beckoning her back. She did not stop running until she reached Sarah's apartment, collapsing on her friend's doorstep in a sobbing, terrified heap. The police did investigate. They found the drawing, but no forced entry, no fingerprints on the paper. Mark was gone. His Instagram profile, his email address, everything had vanished. It was like he would never existed, save for the terrifying evidence of his obsession. Chloe did not go back to her apartment for weeks. She stayed with Sarah, then her parents, 100 miles away. She eventually changed her locks, moved apartment a month later, getting rid of almost everything from her old place. She changed her phone number. She deleted all her social media, severing every possible digital tie. She tried to rebuild her life, to forget, but the tattoo, the image of her name, Chloe, etched onto his skin. It was burned into her memory, a permanent scar on her psyche. Every time she heard her name called in public, she flinched, her heart leaping into her throat. Every stranger who looked at her a second too long, every passing car that slowed down, sent a cold wave of panic through her. She never dated again. The fear was too deep, too pervasive. Months later, she was in a coffee shop in a new city, far from her old neighborhood, far from everything. She was trying to live a normal life, but the paranoia was a constant companion. She sat nursing a latte, lost in thought, when she noticed a man at a table across the room. His back was to her. She could not see his face, but there was something about the set of his shoulders, the way he held his coffee cup. As he reached for his coffee, his shirt lifted slightly, just a fraction of an inch. And there, just above his right hip, she saw it. A glimpse of skin, and a dark, familiar script. Her breath caught. Her heart stopped. She did not wait. She did not look again. She stood up, her chair scraping loudly on the floor, and fled. She left her coffee, her bag, everything. She ran out of the shop and into the bustling street, not daring to look back, not daring to breathe. She never looked back, but she knew. He was still out there, and he still had her name. It has been months since I ran from Alex's burning apartment, since the police looked at me with pity and disbelief, since they found nothing but charred remains and dismissed my story as the ravings of a traumatized woman. They called it a gas leak, a tragic accident. They called the creatures a delusion. But I know what I saw. I know Alex is out there. And I know that the world is a lot darker, a lot more twisted than most people are willing to admit. I tried to move on. I really did. Therapy, medication, moving to a new apartment across town, anything to escape the lingering metallic smell that I swore still clung to my clothes, to my hair, even to my skin. But the fear, it is a living thing inside me now. It sleeps when I sleep. It wakes when I wake. A cold knot in my stomach that tightens every time a shadow shifts or a car slows down outside my window. Loneliness, that is what Alex had called me, a beacon of it. And that is the hardest part, because even after everything, the loneliness is still there, gnawing at me. It is a dangerous thing, loneliness. It makes you vulnerable. It makes you consider things you should not. So, when my friend Sarah, bless her well-meaning but utterly naive heart, suggested I try dating again, I almost laughed, or cried. I was not sure which. You can't just shut yourself off from the world. Emily, she would said, her voice laced with that gentle concern that only makes you feel more like a broken thing. Maybe a nice, normal guy is exactly what you need. Normal. I would echoed, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. what even was normal anymore. But the truth was, Sarah was right about one thing. I was shutting myself off. My apartment had become a fortress, my job a monotonous distraction. I was tired of being afraid, tired of the silence, tired of the empty spaces. So, against every fiber of my being, against the screaming voice in the back of my head that sounded suspiciously like Alex's chilling whisper, I reactivated my dating profile. It was a disaster as expected. A parade of awkward small talk, forced smiles, and a constant, almost involuntary, comparisons to Alex. Was he too charming? Was he too quiet? Was he asking too many questions? Was he asking too few? Every man was a potential monster, every interaction a minefield. I was ready to delete the app for good when I stumbled upon Mark. His profile was unremarkable, which, after Alex, felt like a blessing. No flashy photos, no overly clever bio. Just a few decent pictures of a man in his late 30s, kind eyes behind glasses, a slightly receding hairline, and a bio that read software engineer. Loves hiking, cooking, and quiet nights in. Looking for genuine connection. Genuine connection. The words resonated with a part of me I thought had died. He was not handsome in the striking, almost predatory way Alex was. He was just pleasant, normal. We matched. Our initial texts were easy, light. He seemed intelligent, but not in that overly analytical, dissecting way Alex had been. He was funny, self-deprecating, and he did not immediately suggest meeting up, which, after my previous experiences, was a relief. He took his time, building a rapport. It felt safe, or as safe as anything could feel for me these days. Our first date was at a small, unassuming Italian place. I arrived early, heart thumping, a familiar knot of dread in my stomach. I watched the door, ready to bolt at the first sign of anything resembling a red flag. Mark arrived right on time, a nervous smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with a gentle demeanor. He wore a simple button-down shirt and jeans. Nothing fancy, nothing to hide. The conversation flowed surprisingly well. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, even our shared love for obscure indie films. He listened intently when I spoke, his gaze warm and attentive, but not possessive. He did not ask about my friends, did not probe my past. He just seemed genuinely interested in me. It was a welcome change from Alex's calculated charm, which in hindsight felt less like interest and more like data collection. I found myself relaxing, a little. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe I could have a normal life again. Maybe this was what healing looked like. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, Mark was consistently kind, thoughtful, and utterly, refreshingly normal. He was not overly effusive, but his quiet gestures spoke volumes. He remembered my favorite drink, held doors open, and walked me to my car every time, waiting until I was safely inside before waving goodbye. I started to let my guard down just a fraction. The knot in my stomach loosened, replaced by a cautious flutter. 2 weeks in, after a particularly lovely evening at a local brewery, Mark walked me back to my apartment. We stood by my door, the streetlights casting long shadows. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves in the trees. He leaned in, and I expected a kiss, maybe a shy, tentative one. Instead, he just looked at me, his eyes soft. I had a really wonderful time tonight. Emily, he murmured, his voice a low rumble. And then, so softly I almost missed it, a whisper, like a breath on the wind, Sarah Jenkins. My blood ran cold. I froze, my hand hovering over my doorknob. What did you say? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He blinked, a small, confused frown creasing his brow. I said I had a wonderful time. Did you say something? I stared at him, my heart hammering against my ribs. Had I imagined it? The name Sarah Jenkins. It sounded familiar, but I could not place it. My mind, still hyper-vigilant from Alex, immediately jumped to the worst conclusions. Was this some kind of test? A coded message? No, I said, forcing a shaky smile. No, I just thought I heard something. It is late. I should go in. He nodded, a slight awkwardness now between us. Right. Good night, Emily. I practically stumbled inside, locking the door and leaning against it, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Sarah Jenkins. I pulled out my phone, fingers trembling, and typed the name into the search bar. The results hit me like a physical blow. Sarah Jenkins, 27, went missing from a hiking trail in the state park 6 months ago. Local news reports a blurry photo of a smiling young woman. My stomach churned. A missing person. Why would Mark whisper her name? It had to be a coincidence. A trick of the mind. My trauma playing tricks on me. I tried to tell myself that, try to rationalize it away. Maybe he knew a Sarah and it was a common name. Maybe I misheard. But the dread, once a dull ache, was now a sharp, piercing pain. I did not sleep much that night. The next day, I felt like a zombie. I almost canceled our next date, which was scheduled for that Friday. But a perverse curiosity, mixed with a desperate hope that I was just being paranoid, made me go. He picked me up, same gentle smile, same unassuming car. We went to a small, independent movie theater. Everything felt normal, too normal. During the movie, a tense psychological thriller, Mark reached for my hand. His touch was warm, comforting. I allowed myself to lean into it, to believe, for a fleeting moment, that I was safe. And then, as the protagonist on screen made a terrifying discovery, Mark tensed beside me. His grip tightened, almost imperceptibly. And I heard it again, a low, barely audible murmur, like a secret shared only with the Shadow's Michael Peterson. My blood ran cold for the second time. I snatched my hand away, my breath catching in my throat. I looked at him, but his eyes were fixed on the screen, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. He seemed completely oblivious. Did you just say something? I whispered, my voice hoarse. He turned, a slight frown again. No. Why? Is everything all right? I just thought I heard you. I stammered, my heart thudding. Nothing. I am fine. But I was not fine. Not even close. The rest of the movie passed in a blur of mounting terror. As soon as we were out of the theater, I made an excuse about feeling unwell, and he drove me home, concern etched on his face. This time, I did not wait for him to walk me to the door. I practically leaped out of the car. Alone in my apartment, I immediately searched for Michael Peterson. And there it was. Michael Peterson, 34, last seen leaving a bar downtown 3 months ago. Another missing person. Another face, another story, another life vanished into thin air. My hand was shaking so badly, I almost dropped my phone. This was not a coincidence. It could not be. 2 names, both missing, whispered by Mark, who then claimed he said nothing. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was he a killer? Was he a medium, somehow picking up on lost souls? Or was he something else entirely, something even more insidious like Alex? The thought of Alex sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I was trapped in a nightmare. Again, I spent the entire weekend in a state of heightened panic. I did not know what to do. Call the police. Tell them what? My date whispered names of missing people, and he denies it. They would already dismiss my last story. They would think I was crazy, that I was hallucinating. I could not risk it. Not yet. I needed proof. I started researching every missing person case I could find in our state, poring over old news articles, police reports, and online forums. My apartment, once a refuge, now felt like a war room, cluttered with printouts and highlighted articles. I felt like a detective, but a terrified one, operating entirely on instinct and a deep-seated dread. Mark texted me, asking if I was feeling better, if I wanted to reschedule. I replied vaguely, saying I was still a bit under weather. I needed time. Time to think, time to plan, and time to observe. I agreed to meet him for coffee a few days later, my heart a drum solo in my chest. I chose a busy coffee shop, a place where I felt I could easily slip away if things went south. I wore comfortable shoes, just in case I needed to run. I even had my phone set to speed dial 911. My paranoia was at an all-time high, but after Alex, I knew it was not paranoia if they really were out to get you. He arrived, looking genuinely concerned. You still seem a little off. Emily, he said, his eyes scanning my face. Are you sure you are okay? I am fine. I lied, forcing a smile. Just a bit tired. We talked about mundane things. The weather, our work. I studied him, trying to find a crack in his normal facade, a flicker of something sinister in his eyes. But he just seemed normal. Too normal. It was unsettling. As he was stirring his coffee, looking down at the swirling liquid, he mumbled something. So low, so soft. I almost missed it over the din of the coffee shop. But I did not. My ears, sharpened by fear, picked it up. Jessica Miller. My breath hitched. My entire body went rigid. I knew that name. I would seen it just yesterday during my frantic research. Jessica Miller, 19, a college student who vanished from a campus party a year ago. I slammed my mug down on the table, the ceramic clattering loudly. Mark's head shot up, his eyes wide behind his glasses. What was that? Emily, are you all right? He asked, genuine alarm in his voice. You just said a name. I whispered, my voice shaking. Jessica Miller. Why did you say that name? Mark. He stared at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. I did not. Emily, I was just thinking about my code. I promise. He looked genuinely bewildered, almost hurt. And that is when the terror truly set in. He was not just whispering names, he was denying it. He either genuinely did not know he was doing it, or he was a master manipulator, far more subtle than Alex had ever been. Either way, it was terrifying. I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. I have to go, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I can't do this. He reached out, his hand hovering in the air. Emily, wait. What is wrong? Please, tell me what is happening. I shook my head, tears pricking at my eyes. I can't. I can't. And I ran. I ran out of the coffee shop, leaving him sitting there, bewildered, probably thinking I was completely insane. I did not go home. I drove aimlessly, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. 3 names, 3 missing people, and Mark denying everything. This was not a coincidence. This was not my trauma playing tricks. This was real. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I did not answer Mark's texts or calls. I kept my blinds drawn, triple-checked my locks. I felt like I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every creak of my floorboard sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I was back in Alex's world, a world where monsters walked among us, cloaked in normalcy. I knew I could not just hide forever. I needed answers. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the answers lay with Mark. I decided I needed to see his apartment. It was a crazy idea, a dangerous one, but my previous experience had taught me that sometimes the only way out was through. I needed to know what he was hiding. I concocted a plan. I texted him, a carefully worded apology. I told him I had been under a lot of stress, that I would overreacted, that I was sorry for running out. I suggested we try again, maybe a quiet night in at his place, so we could just relax and talk. It was a lie, a calculated risk, and every fiber of my being screamed at me for doing it. But I was desperate. He responded almost immediately, his relief palpable even through text. He said he understood, that he was worried about me, and that he would love for me to come over. He gave me his address. My hand shook as I typed it into my GPS. His apartment was in a quiet residential area, a relatively new building. Nothing stood out. The day arrived, heavy with dread. I wore dark clothes, sensible shoes. I brought my smallest, sharpest utility knife, tucked deep into my purse. I also had my phone fully charged, with Sarah on speed dial, ready to send her my location, and a coded message if things went wrong. I told her I was going on a date, but did not specify with whom, just in case. I arrived at his apartment building, my heart hammering. It was a modern, clean building with a secure entrance. I buzzed his apartment, and he let me in, meeting me at his door with a warm, almost relieved smile. "Emily, I am so glad you came," he said, stepping aside to let me in. "I was really worried about you." His apartment was surprisingly normal. A living room with a comfortable-looking couch, a TV, bookshelves filled with books, a small, neat kitchen. Nothing sparse, nothing too clean like Alex's place. No metallic smell. My guard, which had been at maximum alert, lowered a fraction. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was just being paranoid. He offered me a drink, and we sat on the couch, making polite small talk. I tried to act normal, tried to appear relaxed, but every nerve ending in my body was screaming. I scanned the room, looking for anything out of place. Any hidden doors, any strange objects, any signs of anything. He excused himself to the kitchen to grab us another drink. This was my chance. I stood up, my eyes darting around. My gaze fell on a small, antique-looking wooden box on a side table tucked behind a potted plant. It looked out of place in his modern apartment. My curiosity, a dangerous trait I knew, got the better of me. I walked over, my heart thumping. The box was intricately carved dark wood with a small brass clasp. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. "What are you doing?" I jumped, spinning around. Mark stood in the doorway to the kitchen, a glass in each hand, a confused expression on his face. "Oh, I was just admiring your box." I stammered, my face flushing. "It is beautiful. It is an antique." He smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. "Yes, it was my grandmother's. She collected them. Just old trinkets, really." He walked over, setting the drinks down on the coffee table. "Do not worry, it is not locked." He gestured for me to open it. My hand still trembled as I unlatched the clasp and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were small, carefully folded pieces of paper. Not notes, not trinkets. These were photos. And small, worn items. A single earring, a chipped button, a small, tarnished silver locket. I picked up one of the photos. It was a slightly blurry snapshot of a young woman with bright, hopeful eyes. My blood ran cold. It was Sarah Jenkins, the missing hiker. My gaze flew to another photo, then another. Michael Peterson, Jessica Miller, all the faces of the missing people whose names Mark had whispered. And with each photo, a small, personal item. The earring. I recognized it from one of Sarah Jenkins' missing person posters. The button, from a description of Michael Peterson's last known outfit. The locket, Jessica Miller's. My stomach dropped. My vision swam. It was not just names. He had their things. Their faces. What is this? "Mark." I whispered, my voice barely audible. He looked at me, his smile fading, replaced by that same gentle, almost sad expression. "They are my friends. Emily." His voice was soft, almost mournful. "My companions." The word, companions, echoed in my mind, a chilling callback to Alex's monstrous creations. My blood ran cold. "No, Not again. There they are, all missing people. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to find an explanation. Any explanation that did not involve me being in mortal danger again. He nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the open box. Yes, they were all so lonely. Emily, so lost. Just like you. The air left my lungs. Like me, he looked up, his eyes now holding a strange, unsettling depth. Not the black, unblinking eyes of Alex, but something equally disturbing. A profound sadness mixed with an almost desperate plea. Yes, he said, his voice a whisper now, as if sharing a sacred secret. I can hear them. Emily, they're whispers. They're cries for connection. They are everywhere in the quiet places, in the forgotten corners. And when they are truly alone, truly desperate, that is when I find them. My mind reeled. He was not a killer. He was not a medium. He was something else. Something connected to loneliness, just like Alex. But instead of cultivating monstrous forms, he was collecting their echoes, their memories, their very essence. You collect them. I stammered, my mind struggling to grasp the horror. He nodded, a faint, almost wistful smile playing on his lips. I give them a place. Emily, a quiet home, a place where they are not forgotten, where they are not alone anymore. He reached into the box, his fingers brushing over a tiny, faded ribbon. This was from a girl named Rachel. She always felt invisible. Now, she is with me. Always. My hand instinctively went to my purse, to the small knife hidden inside. He was not a monster in the same way Alex was, but he was a monster nonetheless. A collector of the lost, a keeper of the vanished. He was preying on loneliness, just like Alex. But instead of turning people into creatures, he was absorbing them, their memories, their essence. And he saw me as one of them, a lonely soul, ripe for his collection. You are wrong, I said, my voice trembling but firm. I am not lonely. Not like that. And I am not going to be one of your companions. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of something dark, something possessive, entering his eyes. Oh, but you are. Emily, I heard your whispers. I felt your fear. You are a beacon, just like the others. He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a low, chilling murmur. And soon, you will be with them. With all of us. You will never be alone again. My heart pounded. I knew this feeling. This was the same cold dread that had gripped me in Alex's apartment. I was in danger, immediate and profound. This was not a game. This was not a delusion. This was real. I did not hesitate. I pulled the knife from my purse, the small blade glinting in the soft lamplight. Mark's eyes widened, a look of surprise, then hurt on his face. Emily, what are you doing? He asked, his voice still soft, but with an underlying edge now, a note of something cold and unyielding. I did not answer. I just lunged, not to stab him, but to create distance, to make him flinch. He stumbled back, startled, giving me the precious seconds I needed. I bolted for the door. My fingers fumbled with the lock, my breath ragged. I could hear him behind me, a low, guttural sound escaping his throat. Not a roar of rage like Alex, but something more desperate, more mournful. The lock clicked. I yanked the door open and burst out into the hallway, not daring to look back. I ran down the stairs, not waiting for the elevator, my feet pounding, my lungs burning. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I burst out of the building and into the night, gasping for air. I did not stop running until I reached my car, fumbling for my keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped away, leaving Mark's apartment building and the silent collection of lost souls within behind me. I drove until the city lights blurred, until the fear began to recede, replaced by a cold, hollow ache, I called Sarah, my voice hoarse, telling her I was okay, but I could not explain why I was so terrified. She just listened, her concern a balm on my raw nerves. I never went back to my apartment. Not that night, not ever. I stayed with Sarah for a while, then moved again, farther away this time, to a different state. I changed my number, deleted all my social media. I tried to erase every trace of myself, to become invisible. But the fear, it is still here. It is always here. Because I know what I saw. I know what Mark is. He is not a killer in the traditional sense, but he is a horror all the same. A quiet, unassuming man who collects the lost, who hears the whispers of the lonely, and offers them a permanent, terrifying companionship. I still see the missing person posters, even in my new city. New faces, new names, and every time I do, I hear it, the faint echo of a whisper, a name on the wind. And I wonder, with a chilling certainty, if Mark has found a new companion. If he is still out there, listening for the lonely, waiting for the next beacon of despair to guide him to his next friend. And I know, deep down, that no matter how far I run, no matter how well I hide, a part of me will always be a beacon. And that thought, that lingering fear, is a true horror. Because I know, with every fiber of my being, that I am not truly safe. Not from Alex, and not from the quiet, gentle man who collects the whispers of the lost. I am just another name waiting to be whispered. You know, after everything with Mark, after escaping his apartment and seeing that box, I thought I would finally hit rock bottom. I thought I would seen the worst of it. The police, of course, were useless. Just another terrified woman with a wild story about a guy who collects lonely souls. They probably thought I was having some kind of breakdown, and honestly, who could blame them? My life had become a series of escalating nightmares, each one more unbelievable than the last. I did not go home after that. Not a chance. The thought of that apartment, that life, it was tainted. It felt like a beacon, just like Mark said. A giant, flashing sign screaming vulnerable. Alone. Come and get me. So I ran. I packed a small bag, sold what I could online, and just left. I changed my name, or at least the one I use publicly, went by Alara now. Moved to a whole new state, hundreds of miles away, a city where no one knew me, where the streets felt anonymous and safe. Or at least, safer. For a while, it worked. I got a new job, nothing glamorous, just enough to pay the bills and keep my mind occupied. I found a small apartment on the third floor, with good locks and a fire escape I checked almost daily. I went to therapy, tried to unravel the knot of fear and paranoia that had taken root deep in my chest. My therapist, a kind older woman named Dr. Evans, kept telling me I needed to re-engage with life to build new connections. She said isolation only fed the fear. And she was right, in a way. The loneliness was a heavy cloak, suffocating me. I would lost touch with most of my old friends, partly out of fear of endangering them, partly because I just could not bring myself to talk about what I had been through without sounding completely insane. Sarah, my old friend, the one who'd pushed me to date again before Alex, she would stop calling after a while. I understood. It was too much. So, after nearly a year of living like a ghost, Dr. Evans gently nudged me towards dating again. Just casual, she would said. A coffee, a movie, nothing serious. Just to remind yourself that normal people exist, that you can connect without fear. My stomach twisted at the thought. Normal? What was normal anymore? Every time I would try to find connection, I would stumble into a new abyss. Alex, with his calculated charm and hidden darkness. Mark, with his chilling collection and whispered names. It felt like I was cursed, like I was truly a beacon for the broken, the predatory, the utterly evil. But the loneliness was winning. The silence in my apartment, the endless nights staring at the ceiling, replaying every terrifying moment, It was almost as bad as the fear itself. So, with a heavy sigh and a tremor in my hands, I reactivated Tinder. Not my old profile. No, a completely new one with new pictures, a new name Alara. I made sure my bio was bland, generic. No personal details, no hints about my past. Just loves reading, hiking, good coffee. It was a shield, a camouflage. I swiped with detached sort of weariness. Left, left, left. Most profiles were just noise. Gym selfies, fishing photos, guys posing with tigers they probably did not own. It was all so superficial, so exhausting. I was not looking for love. Not really. Just a distraction, maybe. A flicker of human connection that did not involve a hidden agenda or a looming threat. Then I saw him. Ethan. His profile picture was a clear, well-lit headshot. He had kind eyes, a friendly smile, nothing too intense. He looked normal. Refreshingly, almost suspiciously normal. His bio was short. Something about being a software engineer, enjoying board games and trying new restaurants. No red flags immediately jumped out. He was not overly attractive in that too good to be true way, but he was certainly handsome. He looked like the kind of guy you would meet at a bookstore or a coffee shop, not someone who'd have a hidden basement full of horrors. My finger hovered over the screen. It was a strange sensation, a mix of apprehension and a faint, almost imperceptible pull, like a moth to a flame, even though I knew better. I told myself it was just curiosity, a fleeting moment of maybe this time. I swiped right, and then that familiar little animation, it is a match. My heart gave a little flutter, then settled into a dull thud. Okay, a match. Now what? I usually waited for them to message first, but an odd impulse made me click back on his profile. Just to look again, to see if I would miss anything. To scrutinize his pictures, looking for that telltale glint in his eye, that subtle hint of something off. I scrolled through photos. The headshot, a picture of him with a group of friends at a bar, another one hiking, a blurry photo of a cat he claimed was his. All pretty standard stuff. Then I saw it. The last picture. It was a selfie taken in what looked like a gym locker room. He was flexing his bicep, maybe showing off some new gains, or just being goofy. His face was cropped out, or mostly out. It was a torso shot, and his left arm was prominent, slightly angled toward the camera. And there it was, on his forearm. A tattoo. My breath hitched. My eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of the faint lines. It was a script, a name. My fingers trembled as I zoomed in, pinching the screen, bringing the image closer, clearer. The pixels sharpened, and the letters became undeniable. E-L-A-R-A. My name. My new name. The name I would only been using for the past year. The name I would just created this Tinder profile with. My stomach dropped like a stone. The blood drained from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. It could not be. It absolutely, positively could not be. This was impossible. My mind immediately went into overdrive, scrambling for explanations. Any explanation that did not involve a new nightmare unfolding. Maybe it was a common name. No, not really. Ilara was not like Sarah or Emily. It was unique enough that it was not something you just stumbled upon every day. Maybe it was a coincidence. A different Ilara. But the odds are sheer, astronomical odds of matching with a guy on Tinder who just happened to have my somewhat uncommon name tattooed on his arm before we would even spoken. It was beyond coincidence. It felt orchestrated. It felt predatory. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of my apartment. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped my phone. I felt that familiar wave of panic, the one that used to wash over me after Alex, after Mark. That feeling of being exposed, of being seen, of being hunted. I immediately took a screenshot. My rational mind, or what was left of it, screamed at me to gather evidence. This could not be real. I had to prove it to myself. I stared at the screenshot, the letters clear and stark on his skin. Elara, my name. A cold dread seeped into my bones. How? How could he possibly know my name? I had literally just created this profile. I had not linked it to any other social media. My pictures were new, taken specifically for this profile. My bio was generic. There was no way for him to know. Unless he already knew me. Unless he would have been watching me. But that was impossible. I would move states. I would change everything. I was anonymous. Or so I thought. I started hyperventilating, my chest tightening. This was it again. Another one. They always found me. Was I truly a beacon, cursed to attract these monsters? Or was I just losing my mind? Was the trauma finally breaking me, making me hallucinate things, connecting impossible dots? I tried to calm myself, pacing my small living room, rubbing my arms. Okay, Elara, I whispered to myself. Think logically. What if it was a prank? Someone I knew messing with me. But who? No one knew my new name, not really. Only Dr. Evans and a couple colleagues. But they were not on Tinder, and they certainly would not pull a stunt like this. What if it was an old tattoo? Maybe he dated an Elara years ago. But again, the timing, the match, the immediate discovery. It felt too precise, too targeted. I went into full detective mode, my fear fueling a frantic energy. I tried a reverse image search on his profile pictures. Nothing. They seemed to be unique, not pulled from stock photos. I searched for Ethan, software engineer, my city on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. Found a few Ethans, but none matched his face. None had a tattoo visible in their public photos. He was a ghost, or he was incredibly good at scrubbing his online presence, which in itself was a massive red flag. The more I searched, the more unsettled I became. It was like he existed only on Tinder, only as a profile specifically designed to match with me. The idea sent shivers down my spine. Should I unmatch? Block him? Delete Tinder altogether? That was my first instinct, to run, to disappear again. But a different, darker impulse started to take hold. A morbid curiosity. A desperate need for answers. If I just unmatched him, I would never know. I would be left with this terrifying, unexplained mystery hanging over my head. Another unresolved horror in my already fractured life. And frankly, I was tired of running. I was tired of being afraid. Maybe, just maybe, if I engaged, I could figure it out. I could expose him. Or at least, understand what the hell was happening. It was a stupid, dangerous thought. I knew. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. But a perverse courage, born of exhaustion and a strange defiance, made me hesitate. While I was still reeling, staring at the screenshot of my name on his arm, my phone buzzed. A notification. Ethan sent you a message. My heart leaped into my throat. It felt like a jump scare in a horror movie. My hands trembled as I opened the app. His message was short, innocuous. Hey, Elara, nice to match with you. How's your week going so far? My name, typed out casually, as if he had not just gotten it permanently etched onto his skin. It felt like a punch to the gut. The sheer audacity of it. The chilling normalcy. I stared at the message, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Panic, anger, a strange, morbid fascination. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do I say? Do I confront him directly? Hey, buddy, nice tattoo of my name you got there before we even met. No, that would be insane. He would deny it or block me or worse. He would know I knew, and the game would escalate. I decided to play it cool. Act normal. Try to extract information. I took a deep breath, forcing my hands to stop shaking. Hey, Ethan. My week's been good. Thanks. Yours. I typed, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. His response was almost immediate. Pretty good. Just finished up a big project at work. Looking forward to the weekend. Hay fun plans. He was quick, too quick, or just responsive. Every little detail felt loaded with sinister meaning. I forced myself to continue conversation, asking about his work, about his hobbies, trying to find any thread, any inconsistency, any clue that would explain the tattoo. His answers were always perfectly normal, perfectly bland. He talked about his software engineering job with a polite enthusiasm, mentioned a new board game he was trying, even shared a photo of his cat, a different one from the blurry profile picture, which I noted as another potential inconsistency. He never mentioned my name beyond the initial greeting, never hinted at anything unusual. He was just Ethan, the normal software engineer who somehow had my name tattooed on his arm before we even matched. The conversation went on for a couple of days, a bizarre, terrifying dance of normalcy. I felt like I was walking a tightrope over a pit of vipers. Every message he sent, every polite question, felt like a veiled threat, a silent confirmation that he knew something, that he was playing a game, and I was the unwilling participant. Then he asked me out. I am really enjoying chatting with you. Elara, would you be open to grabbing coffee sometime this week? Or maybe a drink? My stomach clenched. This was it. The moment of truth. My initial instinct screamed. No. Block him. Run. But the other part, the defiant, desperate part, the part that needed answers, spoke up. This was my chance. I had to see him in person. I had to see that tattoo with my own eyes. I had to know if it was real, if I was sane, or if I was truly losing my grip on reality. I agreed. Coffee sounds great. Ethan, how about local coffee shop on Thursday at 6 p.m.? I chose a busy, well-lit coffee shop not far from my apartment, but not too close. I made sure it was a place with plenty of other people, plenty of exits. I made a mental note to tell DR. Evans about it, to call my friend back home. Sarah, even if she had not called me in months. Just in case. Just to have someone know where I was going, who I was meeting. The days leading up to Thursday were a blur of anxiety. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every unfamiliar car on my street made my heart race. I kept checking the screenshot of his profile picture. The tattoo of Elara a constant, terrifying reminder. Was I being stupid? Reckless? Or was this the only way to confront the impossible? Thursday arrived, a gray, drizzly day that matched my mood perfectly. I dressed casually, something I could move in if I needed to. I put a small, sharp key on my keychain, just in case. A pathetic weapon, but it made me feel a fraction safer. I called Sarah my old friend. To my surprise, she answered. I kept my voice as calm as possible, telling her I was just getting back into dating, meeting a guy named Ethan for coffee. I gave her the location and time, told her I would text her when I was on my way home, and to call me if she did not hear from me by 8 p.m. She sounded a little concerned, but mostly just happy to hear from me. I did not tell her about the tattoo. I could not. She would think I was completely unhinged. I arrived at the coffee shop 15 minutes early, just like I would planned. I picked a table in the corner, facing the entrance, with a clear view of the street. I ordered a chai latte, my hands trembling as I held the warm cup. I kept my eyes on the door, my heart a frantic hummingbird in my chest. Every person who walked in made me jump. 6 o'clock came and went. I checked my phone. No message from Ethan. Had he stood me up? Part of me hoped he had. That would be an easy out. But then the mystery would remain. At 605, I saw him. He was walking down the street, head down, looking at his phone. He matched his profile pictures exactly. Same kind eyes, same friendly smile, though he was not smiling right now. He was wearing a dark blue long-sleeved shirt, and my stomach plummeted. No tattoo visible. Of course, he would wear long sleeves. He looked up, scanning the street, then the coffee shop. He looked directly at the window where I was sitting. For a split second, our eyes met. He did not react. No recognition. He just kept walking, then pushed open the door and stepped inside. My heart was a frantic drum solo. This was it, the moment of truth. He looked around the coffee shop, his gaze sweeping over the various patrons. He did not seem to see me, even though our eyes had just met. Or maybe he was pretending not to. He walked past my table, heading toward the counter, still looking at his phone. And then I saw it. As he reached the counter, he shifted, reaching into his pocket for his wallet. His left arm lifted slightly, and the cuff of his long-sleeved shirt rolled up just enough, just for a fleeting second. And there it was, on his forearm, clear as day, E-L-A-R-A, my name, my new name, etched in dark ink on his skin. A wave of nausea washed over me. It was not a hallucination. It was not a prank. It was real. He had my name tattooed on his arm. Before we ever met. Before he even knew it. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. How? How was this happening? Was he a stalker of some supernatural degree? Had he seen me somewhere, somehow know my name, and then retroactively created a Tinder profile to match with me? But that still did not explain the tattoo. You do not just get a tattoo of a stranger's name on a whim. This was calculated. This was terrifying. He ordered his drink, a black coffee, still glancing at his phone. He paid, then turned, and started looking for a table. My eyes were glued to his arm, to the tattoo. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. The fear was so intense, it was almost paralyzing. He walked past my table again, this time heading toward a small, empty table in the back corner. He sat down, pulled out his phone again, and started scrolling. He never once looked at me, never acknowledged me. It was like he was waiting for someone else, or like he had not seen me at all. I was breathing shallow, ragged breaths. My chai latte sat untouched. I had to do something. I had to confront him. Or leave. Get out. Now. My phone buzzed again. It was a text from Ethan. Hey, I am here at coffee shop. Just grabbed a coffee. Where are you? My blood ran cold. He was right there, sitting in the back, texting me, as if he had not seen me, as if he had not just walked past me twice. I looked at him again, my gaze fixed on his arm. The tattoo, E-L-A-R-A. It was still there, clear as day. But then something shifted. No, not him. Something in my perception. It was like a ripple in the air, a subtle distortion around his arm. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, to make sense of what I was seeing. I looked again. The tattoo was gone. My jaw dropped. My eyes widened, frantically scanning his forearm. Where Lara had been just seconds ago, it was now nothing. Just smooth, unblemished skin. No, wait, not nothing. There was something else. A faint, almost invisible mark. Like a scar that had almost completely faded. Or like a tattoo that had been there, but was now erased. I blinked again, rubbed my eyes. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. Was I hallucinating? Was the stress finally breaking me? I quickly pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I opened a screenshot I would taken earlier, the one from his Tinder profile. There it was, E-L-A-R-A, clear as day. Then, with trembling hands, I discreetly lifted my phone and took a quick, blurry photo of Ethan sitting in the back corner, still looking at his phone. I tried to zoom in on his arm, but it was too far, too dark. I took another one, trying to be more precise. I checked the new photo. It was grainy, but I could see his arm. No tattoo, no letters, nothing. My mind screamed. This was not just a stalker. This was not just a weird coincidence. This was something else entirely. Something impossible. Something that warped reality. The air in the coffee shop suddenly felt thick, suffocating. The low hum of conversation, the clatter of cups, it all faded into a distant roar. All I could hear was a frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. He knew my name. He had it tattooed on his arm. And then it vanished. Or changed. Or I was losing my mind. I could not stay there. Not another second. I felt a primal urge to flee, to escape this impossible, terrifying reality. I stood up so quickly my chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances. I did not care. I left my untouched chai latte on the table. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to walk, not run, towards the exit. Do not look back. Do not look back. As I reached the door, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, that familiar sensation of being watched. I resisted the urge to turn around. I pushed open the door and practically stumbled out into the damp, drizzly evening. The cold air hit my face, a welcome shock. I did not stop walking until I was blocks away, my lungs burning, my chest aching. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers still shaking, and blocked Ethan's number. I deleted Tinder, deleted the app from my phone, wiped every trace of it. I finally made it back to my apartment, breathless, terrified. I locked the door, then the deadbolt, then slid the chain. I leaned against it, my heart still hammering. I pulled up the screenshot of Ethan's profile again. The tattoo, ELARA. It was still there on the screenshot. My only proof. My only tangible evidence that I had not completely lost my mind. I called Sarah again, my voice trembling this time. He had my name. I whispered, barely able to get the words out. On his arm. Then it was gone. She tried to calm me down, but I could hear the confusion, the apprehension in her voice. She probably thought I was having a breakdown, just like the police. She tried to look up Ethan, software engineer in my city, but came up with nothing definitive. No profile that matched the pictures I would send her. His online presence, if it ever truly existed beyond Tinder, had vanished. I never dated again after that. How could I trust anyone, anything, when reality itself seemed to bend and twist around me? The fear from Alex, from Mark, it had been about people, about their darkness, their cruelty. But this was something else. This was a deeper, more insidious horror. The horror of not knowing what was real, of not being able to trust my own eyes, my own sanity. I still have that screenshot. It is buried deep in a hidden folder on my phone, a terrifying memento. Sometimes, late at night, I pull it out and stare at it, at the name etched onto that stranger's arm. My name. And I wonder, was it a warning? A glitch in the matrix? Or was it just another reminder that no matter how far I run, no matter how many times I change my name, a part of me will always be a beacon, a target for the chilling, impossible collection of the lost, the vulnerable, and the utterly terrified. And I know, deep down, that Ethan, or whatever he truly was, is still out there, and he is still looking. For Lara, you know, I always thought I had a pretty good handle on things. I was a rational guy, an engineer by trade, which meant I dealt with facts and figures, things that could be measured and explained. I certainly was not the type to believe in ghosts or monsters under the bed. But then, I met Sarah, and everything I thought I knew about reality, about people, about myself, just shattered. It started like any other modern romance. I guess. We matched on an app. Her profile picture showed a radiant smile, bright eyes, and a cascade of dark, wavy hair. Her bio was witty, a little self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for obscure indie films and hiking. She seemed perfect. We exchanged a few messages, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. She was intelligent, funny, and just charming. I felt an immediate connection, the kind you rarely find. Our first date was at this cozy little Italian place downtown. It had dim lighting, red checkered tablecloths, and a general air of old world charm. When she walked in, I was instantly captivated. She was even more beautiful in person, with an easy laugh and eyes that sparkled when she talked. We spent hours chatting, sharing stories, dreams, and even some embarrassing childhood anecdotes. It felt like we would known each other for years. I was completely smitten. The night was winding down, and we were just finishing up dessert, a ridiculously rich tiramisu that we were both struggling to conquer. Sarah was mid-sentence, telling me about a disastrous camping trip she had once taken, her face alight with amusement. She paused to take a sip of water, and that is when I saw it. Behind her, on the wall, was a large, ornate mirror. It was not a perfect reflection, a little warped by the antique glass and the dim light, but clear enough. As she brought the glass to her lips, her actual face held a soft, slightly tired smile from all the laughter. But her reflection smiled differently. It was just a fleeting thing, barely a flicker. But instead of the gentle curve of her lips that I was looking at, the reflection's mouth seemed to stretch a little wider, a little sharper. The eyes in the reflection did not hold the same warmth. There was something colder there, something almost predatory. It was gone in an instant, replaced by a perfect mirror image of the charming woman across from me. I blinked, shook my head subtly. Must be the lighting, I thought, or maybe the angle, or perhaps I was just tired, my eyes playing tricks on me. We had been talking for hours, after all. I dismissed it, pushing the strange image out of my mind. Sarah finished her story, and we laughed again. The rest of the date was wonderful. We ended up walking along the river, talking until the early hours, and I drove home feeling like I was floating on air. I could not wait to see her again. Our second date was a week later. We went to a small art gallery, followed by drinks at a rooftop bar. Everything was great. Sarah was as engaging and beautiful as ever. We were talking about a particularly abstract piece of art, a large canvas with swirls of dark colors, and she leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mock seriousness, to whisper a hilarious, completely made-up interpretation of its meaning. I laughed, genuinely amused. As she pulled back, her face once again held that open, joyful expression. But in the polished chrome of the bar counter, catching her profile, I saw it again. Her reflection. This time, it was not just a smile. As her real lips curved upward in a light-hearted grin, the reflection's lips seemed to tighten, pulling back further than was natural, revealing a flash of something that looked too sharp, too white, like teeth. And the eyes in the reflection, they were not sparkling with humor. They were flat, cold, and seemed to be staring directly at me, not at the art piece. It was only for a fraction of a second, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I actually flinched a little, turning my head quickly to look directly at Sarah. She was still smiling, oblivious, her eyes fixed on the painting. "Everything okay?" she asked, a slight frown creasing her brow. Yeah, totally." I stammered, trying to sound casual. Just, something in my eye. Probably the dust from these old paintings." I rubbed my eye for good measure, hoping she would not notice my sudden unease. I tried to rationalize it again. The chrome surface was probably distorting the image. Bad lighting. Too many cocktails. But a knot of unease began to form in my stomach. It was not just a different smile, it was a different expression, one that felt distinctly unsettling. Over the next few weeks, as we saw more of each other, these little moments started to accumulate. They were always quick, always subtle, always in reflections. A shop window as we walked by, a polished surface of a coffee table, even the screen of her phone when she was showing me a picture. I started to actively look for them, almost without realizing it. It became a subconscious habit, a nervous twitch. Every time she was near a reflective surface, my eyes would dart to it. And almost every time, for a fleeting moment, I would catch it. Her real face would be talking animatedly about her day, expressing concern for a friend, or laughing at one of my terrible jokes. But her reflection would be different. Sometimes it was just a subtle sneer, a flicker of contempt that was not on her actual face. Other times, it was a look of profound boredom, as if she were enduring my presence rather than enjoying it. Once, when she was telling me about how much she loved her cat, her actual face was soft and affectionate, but in the glass of picture frame, her reflection's eyes seemed to narrow and a cruel, almost sadistic smirk played on its lips. It was driving me crazy. I started questioning my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Was I just sleep deprived? Was I just seeing what I expected to see? Because of that first weird moment, I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was a trick of the light, the way certain angles catch reflections. Maybe it was just my brain trying to find patterns where there were none. But the sheer consistency of the difference and the increasingly unsettling nature of those reflected expressions made it impossible to completely dismiss. I even tried to subtly test it. One evening, we were at her place, watching a movie. There was a large, framed mirror in her living room, directly across from the couch we were on. I pretended to reach for my phone on the coffee table, angling myself so I could observe her reflection in the mirror without being obvious. She was engrossed in the movie, a suspense thriller. Her actual face showed a mixture of apprehension and excitement as the protagonist crept through a darkened house. Her eyes were wide, her brow furrowed in concentration. I glanced at the mirror, and there it was. Her reflection was watching the movie too, but its expression was completely different. It was not tense or excited. It was calculating. A slow, knowing smile spread across its face, a smile that held no joy, only a chilling sense of anticipation. Its eyes, in the reflection, were not fixed on the screen, but seemed to flicker, almost imperceptibly, towards me, as if checking if I was still watching. My heart hammered in my chest. I quickly looked away, pretending to be absorbed in the movie myself. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This was not just a trick of the light anymore. This was something else entirely. I spent the next few days in a state of growing paranoia. I started avoiding reflective surfaces when I was with her. I found myself making excuses not to go to places with a lot of mirrors or glass. I even started to feel uneasy looking at my own reflection, worried I might see something similar. I considered talking to her about it. Hey, Sarah, have you ever noticed your reflection sometimes looks different? But the words felt ridiculous, insane. What would she say? She would think I was losing my mind, or accuse me of being on drugs. I could not risk it. Not yet. I was still holding on to the hope that there was a rational explanation, no matter how remote. One Saturday, Sarah invited me over for dinner. She was going to cook for me, something she was really excited about. I was hesitant, but I could not keep making excuses. I liked her genuinely. The thought that she might be something else, something monstrous, was terrifying, but the alternative that I was truly going insane was almost worse. When I arrived, her apartment smelled wonderful, a mix of garlic and herbs. She greeted me with a warm hug and a kiss. For a moment, all my anxieties faded. She was just Sarah, beautiful, kind Sarah. We were in the kitchen, a bright, modern space with stainless steel appliances and glossy white cabinets. There were so many reflective surfaces. The fridge, the oven, the backsplash, even the polished countertop. I felt a subtle tension building in my shoulders. She was chopping vegetables, her back to me, humming a little tune. I leaned against the counter, trying to act normal, my eyes darting nervously to every reflective surface. "So, how was your week?" she asked, turning to smile at me. Her face was open, friendly. Good. I replied, forcing a smile. "Just a lot of work." You know how it is." She nodded, then turned back to the cutting board. As she did, her reflection in the microwave door caught my eye. Her actual face was focused on the task, a slight frown of concentration. But the reflection, oh God, the reflection. It was not just a different expression this time. The reflection was looking directly at me. Its eyes narrowed into slits, its lips pulled back in a grotesque, silent snarl. It was not a human expression. It was something animalistic, filled with malice and hunger. And then as I watched horrified, the reflection's head tilted slowly, independently, as if observing me, assessing me. It was like a predator studying its prey. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not move. I could not speak. This was not a trick of the light. This was real. Suddenly, Sarah turned around, a bright smile on her face. Almost ready. Just need to saute these mushrooms. I stared at her. Her actual face was flawless, radiating warmth. The monster in the microwave was gone, replaced by a perfect, innocuous reflection. "Alex, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Yeah, just to zone out for a second." I managed, my voice raspy. My mind was racing, trying to process what I had just seen. This was not Sarah's reflection. This was something else, wearing her reflection like a mask. Or worse, Sarah was that thing, and her reflection was showing her true form. I had to get out of there. My instincts were screaming at me, "Hey, Sarah, I just remembered. I need to make a quick call. My boss, you know how it is." Urgent thing came up. I lied, fumbling for my phone. "I will just step outside for a second." She frowned, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Oh, okay. Do not be too long. Dinner's almost ready." I practically bolted out the door, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I made it to the hallway, then the elevator, pressing the down button frantically. I did not even pretend to make a call. I just needed to breathe, to get away. As the elevator doors closed, I glanced at the polished steel of the doors. For a split second, I saw her reflection again, not in her apartment, but in the elevator doors. It was standing in her kitchen doorway, watching me leave, a slow, malevolent smile stretching its lips impossibly wide. Its eyes were black, bottomless pits. I gasped, pressing myself against the back wall of the elevator, my eyes squeezed shut. This was it. I was not crazy. There was something wrong with Sarah, or with what was posing as Sarah. I got into my car and drove, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between me and that apartment. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I did not call her. I did not text her. I just vanished. I knew it was a terrible thing to do, to ghost someone, especially after weeks of dating. But the image of that reflection, the sheer, unadulterated malice in its eyes, had burned itself into my mind. I was terrified. For a few days, I lived in a state of heightened anxiety. I checked my phone constantly, expecting a call or a text from her, demanding an explanation. But nothing came, not a single message. It was almost as if she had not noticed my abrupt departure, or, more chillingly, did not care. That silence was almost as unnerving as the reflections themselves. It suggested that maybe, just maybe, I was not important enough for her to even bother. Or perhaps she knew, somehow, that I had seen her true face, and there was no point in pretending anymore. I started to avoid all reflective surfaces. I took down the mirrors in my apartment, covered the TV screen with a blanket when it was off. I even started wearing sunglasses indoors, just in case. I know it sounds insane, but the fear was primal, deeply ingrained. I felt like if I saw her reflection again, even without her physical presence, it would somehow be able to reach me. A week passed. Then, too, I started to calm down, a little, Maybe she just moved on. Maybe she thought I was a jerk, and that was that. The paranoia started to recede, replaced by a lingering sense of unease and profound loneliness. I genuinely missed the Sarah I thought I knew. I missed her laugh, her wit, her kindness. The real Sarah. But I knew, deep down, that the real Sarah might never have existed. One evening, I was at home, trying to distract myself by playing a video game. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. It was a text message. I picked it up, my heart doing a little flutter. It was from an unknown number. "Hey Alex, it is Sarah. I know you have been busy, but I was wondering if you wanted to grab a coffee sometime. No pressure, just thought it would be nice to catch up." My blood ran cold. How did she get my new number? I had blocked her old one. A shiver ran down my spine. I had not given it to anyone. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the reply button. A part of me, a foolish, hopeful part, wanted to respond. Wanted to believe that maybe I had overreacted, that it was all in my head. But the other part, the part that remembered the sneering, predatory eyes in the microwave, screamed at me to run. I did not reply. I blocked the number immediately. I spent the next few days feeling like I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak in my apartment building sent my heart racing. I started double-checking my locks, pulling down my blinds, feeling like a prisoner in my own home. Then, a few days later, another text from a different unknown number. "Alex, I know you are busy, but I really miss talking to you. Is everything okay? I am worried." Again, the same soft, concerned tone. Again, the chilling knowledge that she should not have my number. I blocked that one too. And the next one, and the one after that, they kept coming from different numbers, always a few days apart, always with that same gentle, slightly worried tone. Just checking in. Hope you're doing well. Thinking of you. It was not aggressive. It was not threatening. And that is what made it so much worse. It was patient. It was persistent. It was like a spider, slowly weaving its web, knowing its prey was already caught. I started to get even more desperate. I changed my phone number entirely. I even considered moving just to get away from the feeling that she, or was out there, always watching, always finding me. One day, I was at work, trying to focus on a complex engineering problem. My phone, which had been silent for days since I changed my number, suddenly buzzed. It was a notification from my social media, a friend request. From Sarah. My stomach lurched. I had not deleted my old accounts, just deactivated them. But she had found me again. And this profile was identical to the one I had matched with, except for one small detail. The profile picture. It was her, smiling that radiant smile. But now, I knew what to look for. I zoomed in, my breath catching in my throat. In the depths of her eyes, reflected subtly, almost imperceptibly, was a tiny, distorted image. It was a reflection of me, my face contorted in fear, my eyes wide with terror. And in that reflection, her face was not smiling. It was a ghastly, stretched rictus, teeth too long, eyes too dark. It was a picture of me, taken without my knowledge and subtly edited into her reflection, showing my fear and her true, horrifying nature. I slammed my laptop shut, pushing back from my desk, so hard my chair nearly toppled. My colleagues looked at me, startled. "Everything all right?" Alex, one of them asked, concerned. "Yeah, just a headache." I mumbled, grabbing my bag. "I need to go home." I left work in a daze. My mind was reeling. She was not just finding me, she was showing me that she was finding me. She was playing with me, tormenting me, and that profile picture was a message, a clear, undeniable message. I went home, locked all my doors, and pulled down every blind. I did not turn on any lights. I just sat in the dark, trembling. That night, I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound was amplified. I felt utterly alone, completely vulnerable. Around 3 a.m., I heard a faint scratching sound from outside my apartment. It was subtle at first, like twigs brushing against a window, but then it grew louder, more insistent. It sounded like something was trying to claw its way up the side of my building. My apartment is on the third floor. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The scratching continued, moving slowly, steadily, up towards my window. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, trying to block out the horrifying sound. Then it stopped. A profound, unnatural silence descended. I slowly opened my eyes, my breath hitched. I peered through a tiny gap in the blinds, my eyes darting toward the window. Nothing, just a dark night, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows. I let out a shaky breath, trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, or maybe a stray animal. But I knew, deep down, it was not. And then I saw it, in the very corner of my window, in the faint reflection of the glass. I saw a pair of eyes. They were dark, unblinking, and they were staring directly into my apartment. And in the center of those eyes, reflected like a tiny, distorted image, was my own terrified face. I recoiled, scrambling backward, tripping over something in the dark. I did not scream. I could not. The sound was trapped in my throat, a choked gasp of pure terror. I knew, with chilling certainty, that it was Sarah, or whatever she truly was. And it was not just finding me, it was here. It had been here the whole time, watching, and it was waiting. I have not seen her since, not directly, but the texts still come occasionally from random numbers. The friend requests still pop up on different platforms. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the light catches just right on a polished surface, I swear I can see it. A flicker of a reflection. That is not mine. A pair of dark, unblinking eyes, watching. I live in a constant state of fear now. I have moved twice, changed my identity online, cut off contact with almost everyone I know. But it does not matter. It always finds me. It is patient, relentless. I do not know what it wants. I do not know what it is. All I know is that Sarah, the charming, beautiful woman I once knew, was a lie. And her reflection, the one that smiled differently, was the truth. And that truth is still out there, lurking in the shadows, in every reflective surface, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself fully. And I know, with every fiber of my being, that one day it will stop just reflecting, and it will step out. And when it does, I won't just be looking at it. I will be looking into it. And I do not think I will survive what I see. It was a Tuesday night, late, probably past midnight, and I was deep into a long stretch of highway that felt like it had no end. My name's Alex, and I am a territory sales manager, which sounds fancier than it is. Mostly, it means I spend half my life in a rental car, driving between small towns, pitching widgets to people who probably do not need them. This particular night, I was on my way from some forgotten town in northern Ohio to another one in Indiana, and the only thing I wanted was a greasy burger and a cup of coffee strong enough to wake the dead. I would have been driving for hours, the hum of the road a monotonous drone, the only light coming from my headlights cutting through the inky blackness. My eyes were starting to feel gritty, and my stomach was rumbling a mournful tune. Just when I thought I would have to pull over and sleep in the car, I saw a beacon of neon light shimmering in the distance. A diner. The sign, half burnt out, flickered the midnight grill. It looked like something straight out of Hopper painting, a solitary island of warmth in a sea of darkness. Relief washed over me. I pulled off the highway, the tires crunching on the gravel parking lot. The air was cold and still, carrying the faint scent of exhaust and something else, fried onions, maybe. I killed the engine, and the sudden silence was almost deafening after hours of road noise. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy glass door, a little bell jingling merrily above my head. The first thing that hit me was the warmth, a welcome contrast to the biting night air. Then came the smell of potent mix of stale coffee, sizzling bacon, and something sweet like syrup. The place was exactly what I would hope for a classic American diner. Red vinyl booths, a long formica counter with spinning stools, checkered floor tiles, and a jukebox in the corner, blessedly silent for now. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a slightly sickly yellow glow on everything. There were a handful of people inside, maybe 5 or 6 customers, and a waitress behind the counter. A cook, a big guy with a stained apron and a perpetually tired look, was visible through the pass-through window to the kitchen. It was not bustling, but it was not empty either. Just enough activity to feel comfortable, not isolated. I slid into an empty booth near the back, pulling out the worn menu. My eyes scanned the grease-stained pages, already knowing I would probably order a cheeseburger deluxe. As I waited for the waitress, I took another look around. That is when I saw her. She was sitting alone in a booth opposite mine, a few tables down. Early 30s, maybe. Dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, wearing a soft, faded denim jacket. She had a book open in front of her, but she was not reading. Her gaze was fixed on the entrance, and as I looked, her eyes met mine. She offered a small, shy smile. My heart did a little flutter. It had been a long time since I had felt a connection, even a fleeting one, with a stranger. Traveling alone can get lonely, and that smile in that moment felt like a warm hand reaching out. I smiled back, a little awkwardly, and then quickly averted my gaze, feeling a blush creep up my neck. Damn. Alex, you are not in high school anymore. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Brenda, finally ambled over. She looked like she had been working the graveyard shift for a decade. What can I get for you? Han. Her voice was raspy, like she smoked a pack a day. Yeah. Cheeseburger deluxe, medium rare fries, and a large coffee. Black, please. She scribbled it down on her pad, without looking at me, her eyes just a little too fixed on some point over my shoulder. Coming right up. She turned and shuffled toward the kitchen. As she walked away, I glanced back at the woman in the booth. She was still looking at me, not smiling now, just looking. It was not hostile, not exactly, but it was not friendly either. It was just a stare, a little odd, I thought, but maybe she was just curious, or maybe I had something on my face. I discreetly wiped my chin. Nothing. I decided to busy myself with my phone, checking emails, try and pretend I had not noticed. But out of the corner of my eye, I could still feel her gaze. It was a strange sensation, like a physical weight. After a minute, I could not help myself. I looked up again. She had not moved. Her eyes were still locked on me. And then I noticed it. She was not blinking. Not once. My brow furrowed. That is weird. People blink constantly, unconsciously. It is an involuntary reflex. But her eyes were wide, unmoving, fixed. It was a little unsettling. I watched her for a few seconds, waiting for the slightest flicker of an eyelid. Nothing. Her expression was neutral, almost vacant, but her eyes, they were intensely focused. I quickly looked away, a prickle of unease starting to crawl up my spine. Maybe she had some kind of medical condition. Or she was just really zoned out. Yeah, that must be it. I was tired. My imagination was probably running wild. I took a sip of the water Brenda had brought, the ice clinking softly in the glass. The diner was quiet, the only sounds being the low hum of the refrigerator, the distant clatter from the kitchen, and the occasional soft scrape of cutlery against the plate. It was too quiet. I realized there was no background chatter, no murmuring conversations you would expect in a place with this many patrons. I risked another glance around the room. The man at the counter, hunched over a plate of what looked like scrambled eggs, was not eating. He was staring straight ahead, his eyes wide and unblinking. The couple in the booth by the window, who I would initially thought were talking, were not. They were both facing me, their heads slightly tilted, their eyes unmoving. No blinking. My breath hitched. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. This was not normal. This was not a coincidence. Brenda emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate piled high with my burger and fries and a steaming mug of coffee. She placed them in front of me with a thud. "Here you go, Han." I looked at her. Her eyes were fixed on mine, and I saw it then, unmistakable. That same wide, unblinking stare. Her mouth was curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, but it did not reach her eyes. Her eyes were flat, like two dark marbles. I felt a cold dread seep into my stomach, spreading through my veins. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for my coffee. "Thanks, Brenda." I managed, my voice sounding a little too strained. She did not respond. She just stood there, by my booth, looking at me, not moving, not blinking. Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound casual. Her smile widened fractionally, a slow, unnatural movement. "Everything's just fine, Han." Her voice was still raspy, but now it had a strange, hollow quality to it, like an echo. I forced myself to look away, to break the connection. I glanced at my burger. It looked good, perfectly grilled, cheese melting. But the thought of eating it now made my stomach churn. I felt like I was being watched by a pack of silent, unmoving predators. I picked up a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and brought it to my mouth. My hand was shaking noticeably now. I could not bring myself to eat it. I put it back down. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. I needed to get out of here. I cleared my throat. "You know what, Brenda, I am actually not feeling so great. I think I just need to head out." Brenda did not move. Her eyes were still on me. "Oh, that is a shame. Han, your food just came." "Yeah, I know. I am really sorry. Just a sudden headache. I will just pay for the coffee, if that is okay." I started to reach for my wallet, my movements slow and deliberate, trying not to provoke anything. Her smile did not change. "No need to rush, Han. Why do not you just relax a bit? You look tired." The way she said it, the tone, was utterly devoid of empathy. It was a statement, not a question, not a suggestion. It was an order. I looked around again. Every single person in the diner was now looking at me. The man at the counter, the couple in the booth, the woman who had first smiled at me, all of them. Their eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed. Their expressions were neutral, but the sheer intensity of their collective gaze was suffocating. It felt like a physical pressure, pressing in on me from all sides. The cook, I noticed, had emerged from the kitchen. He was leaning against the doorframe, a large spatula in his hand. His eyes also locked on me. He was not a small man, and the way he held that spatula like a weapon sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry as sandpaper. This was not a medical condition. This was not a prank. This was something else. Something terrifying. "I really need to go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I pushed myself up from the booth, my legs feeling like jelly. As I stood, a low, collective hum seemed to emanate from the other patrons. It was not a sound I could place, not a word or a melody, just a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to fill the air, vibrating in my bones. Brenda took a step closer, her unblinking eyes never leaving mine. "You are not going anywhere, Han." Her voice was still the same raspy whisper, but it now carried an unmistakable undertone of menace. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat. My fight or flight instincts screamed at me. Flight, definitely flight. I did not say another word. I just turned and bolted. The door was maybe 15 feet away, but it felt like a mile. I pushed past Brenda, who made no move to stop me, just pivoting slowly to keep her eyes on my retreating back. The hum in the diner intensified, growing louder, more dissonant. I could feel their eyes on me, burning into my skin. I did not dare look back. I just ran, my feet pounding on the checkered floor. As I reached the door, my hand fumbled for the cold metal handle. I yanked it open, the little bell above my head jingling wildly, a frantic, mocking tune. I burst out into the cold night air, gasping. My lungs burned and my legs felt weak. I did not stop. I ran across the gravel parking lot, scrambling for my car, fumbling for my keys. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. Finally, it clicked. I twisted it, and the engine roared to life, a beautiful, comforting sound. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and then into drive, peeling out the parking lot. I did not look back. I could not. My eyes were fixed on the road ahead, the darkness stretching out before me. My rear-view mirror was a terrifying temptation, but I resisted. I just drove. Faster and faster, pushing the rental car to its limits, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and that diner. The fear was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, growing tighter with every mile. What were they? Why were they staring? Why did not they blink? The question swirled in my mind, a terrifying vortex, but I knew I would never get answers, and I did not want them. After what felt like an eternity, I risked a quick glance in the rear view mirror. Nothing. Just a dark, empty highway. The neon sign of the Midnight Grill was long gone, swallowed by the night. It was as if it had never existed. But it had. I knew it had. I drove for another 2 hours, heart still pounding, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. I did not stop until I reached the outskirts of the next town, a small motel sign a welcome sight. I checked in, paid cash, and locked myself in the room, double-checking the deadbolt and pushing a chair against the door for good measure. I did not sleep that night. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of unblinking eyes. Every creak of the old motel building sounded like footsteps approaching my door. I sat up in bed, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the window, half expecting to see a face press against the glass. The memory of their eyes, wide and unblinking, burned into my mind. The casual, almost serene expressions on their faces as they stared, as Brenda told me I was not going anywhere. The low hum that vibrated through the diner, through my very bones. It was all so utterly, profoundly wrong. The next morning, the sun streamed to the motel window, chasing away some of the shadows, but not the fear. I felt hollowed out, exhausted, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I checked out of the motel early, skipping breakfast, and got back on the road. The world looked different now. Every person I saw, every driver in a passing car, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, I found myself scrutinizing their eyes. Were they blinking enough? Was their gaze too direct, too still? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just overtired. Maybe it was a weird local custom, some kind of silent game they played with strangers. But deep down, I knew that was not it. What I had experienced was not human, not normal. I called my boss, made up an excuse about feeling sick, and told him I was heading home. I could not face another sales call, another interaction with strangers. I just wanted to be in my own apartment, behind my own locked door where I felt safe. Or at least, where I used to feel safe. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every time I stopped at a gas station, I felt eyes on me. Every time I looked in my rear-view mirror, I half expected to see a familiar, unblinking face in the car behind me. I kept imagining Brenda's raspy voice, saying, "You are not going anywhere. Han." When I finally pulled into my driveway, The relief was immense, but short-lived. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt exposed. I closed the blinds, locked the doors, and tried to distract myself, but it was useless. The image of those unblinking eyes was seared into my brain. That night, I had nightmares. I was back in the diner, sitting at the booth, but this time, the food was rotten, crawling with maggots. And all around me, the patrons were there, their faces pressed close, their eyes wide and unblinking, whispering my name in that low, collective hum. They were not smiling anymore. Their faces were contorted into expressions of silent, hungry anticipation. It has been months since that night. I quit my job. I could not stand the travel, the constant exposure to new places, new faces. I found a remote job, something I can do from home. I rarely go out, and when I do, I am constantly on edge. I avoid eye contact. I wear sunglasses, even indoors sometimes. I find myself checking people's eyes, subconsciously counting their blinks, searching for that telltale stillness. Most people blink, of course, rapidly, unconsciously. But sometimes I see a flicker, a hesitation, a gaze that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And then the cold dread returns, a familiar, unwelcome guest. I know it sounds crazy. I know if I told anyone, they would think I would lost my mind. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. The Midnight Grill. I tried to find it on maps, online. Nothing. No diner by that name, not on that stretch of highway. It was like it vanished, or was never there at all. But I know it was real. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my walls, I wonder, what would have happened if I had not run? What would they have done to me? What did Brenda mean? You are not going anywhere. Han. And the woman, the one who first smiled at me, the one who drew me in, her initial, almost innocent smile. Was it a trap? Was I chosen? The paranoia has not faded. It is a constant companion now. Every time I hear a strange noise, every time I see a car slow down outside my window, I feel a surge of panic. I live with the chilling certainty that somewhere out there, they remember me. They know I escaped. And maybe, just maybe, they're still watching. Waiting for me to stumble upon another roadside diner. Waiting for me to meet my match. You know, for a while there, I thought I was just cursed when it came to dating. It was not like I was looking for anything crazy. Just a normal connection. Someone I could actually talk to, maybe share a laugh or two with. But it felt like every time I swiped right, I was just signing up for another round of disappointment. Ghosting, awkward silences, people who just were not who they said they were online. It was enough to make you want to throw your phone into a lake and become a hermit, you know, like the universe had just decided I was not allowed to have anything nice. But then one day, I matched with Chloe. And honestly, she felt different from the start. Her profile was warm, genuine. No filters plastered over every photo. Just a bright, easy smile. She was a graphic designer, loved hiking, and had a witty bio that actually made me chuckle. We started messaging, and the conversation just flowed. It was not forced. No awkward pauses trying to figure out what to say next. It was like we would known each other for years, just picking up where we left off. It was almost too good to be true. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop downtown. I remember being a nervous wreck, running through all the usual first date anxieties in my head. But the moment she walked in, all that melted away. She was even more stunning in person, with her long, dark hair and eyes that sparkled when she talked. And she talked a lot, which was great, because I sometimes get a little quiet when I am nervous. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. It felt easy, comfortable, like I would finally found someone I could truly relax around, someone who just got me. One date turned into two, then three, then a whole string of them. Dinners, movies, walks in the park. Each time, I found myself falling a little bit harder. Chloe was smart, funny, adventurous. She had this infectious laugh that could brighten up the gloomiest day. She was everything I thought I wanted, and then some. I started to think maybe, just maybe, my luck was finally turning around. Maybe the universe was finally throwing me a bone after all those dud dates. All those bizarre encounters with people who just were not right. Maybe this was it. About 2 months in, things were getting serious. We would talk about meeting each other's friends, making plans for the holidays. It felt like we were building something real, something lasting. That is when she brought up the cabin. My family has this old place up in the mountains. She would sit one evening, snuggled up on my couch, watching some terrible rom-com. It has been in my family for generations. Rustic, a little off the beaten path, but it is beautiful, totally secluded. We should go up there sometime. Get away from the city for a weekend. My heart did a little flutter. A weekend getaway. That felt like a big step. A good step. It meant she trusted me, wanted me to be part of her world, even the private, family-oriented part of it. I was excited, a little nervous, but mostly just thrilled at the prospect. Sounds amazing. I would told her, pulling her closer. When do we leave? She smiled that beautiful, easy smile. How about next weekend? It is supposed to be perfect weather. And that is how I found myself. The following Saturday morning, standing outside my apartment building, a duffel bag slung over my shoulder, waiting for Chloe. She pulled up in her old, reliable SUV, a practical vehicle that seemed to fit her down-to-earth personality. I tossed my bag in the back, hopped in the passenger seat, and we were off. The drive started out perfectly normal. We had a playlist going, singing along off-key to old 90s hits. We stopped for coffee and bagels. The sun was shining, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the city slowly faded behind us, replaced by rolling hills and then denser forest. I felt light, happy, optimistic. This was going to be great. A perfect weekend escape. So, how far is this place? I asked after about an hour and a half of driving. I would looked it up briefly when she mentioned it, but she was vague about the exact location, just saying it was up near the Blackwood Forest area, which was a pretty big patch of wilderness. I had not pushed for details, wanted to trust her. Oh, it is a bit of a trek, she replied, her eyes fixed on the road. Another hour or two, maybe. It is pretty deep in the woods. That seemed a little longer than I would anticipated. But I shrugged it off. Secluded, right? That was part of the appeal. The further away from everything, the better. I leaned back, enjoying the scenery, the music, her company. As we drove, the highway gave way to smaller state routes, and then those gave way to even narrower, less maintained county roads. The trees grew thicker, towering over us, casting long shadows even in the midday sun. The air felt cooler, heavier. We had not seen another car in a while, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. It was starting to feel genuinely remote. Almost there, Chloe announced, a little too brightly, as she took a sharp turn off the paved county road onto what looked like a gravel track. It was barely wide enough for one car, flanked on both sides by an impenetrable wall of ancient trees. The branches overhead interlaced, forming a natural canopy that plunged the road into perpetual twilight. My phone, which had been steadily losing bars, finally gave up the ghost. No service. A little pang of unease shot through me. I knew we were going off-grid, but usually you get some signal, at least intermittently, even in the middle of nowhere. This felt like a dead zone. Wow, this is really off the grid. I commented, trying to sound casual, but a nervous tremor was already starting in my stomach. Chloe chuckled, a low, throaty sound that echoed in the suddenly quiet cabin of the car. The music had stopped playing a while ago, the silence of forest pressing in, thick and heavy. Told you it was secluded. It is perfect. no distractions. She navigated the bumpy, winding track with an almost uncanny ease, as if she would driven it 1,000 times in the dark. The trees seemed to press closer, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew damp, carrying the scent of pine needles, wet earth, and something subtle, metallic, almost like old blood or maybe just rain on rust. I told myself it was my imagination, just the wilderness playing tricks on my city boy's senses. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only another 20 minutes, I started to get a real knot in my stomach. This was not just off the beaten path. This felt like we were driving into another dimension. The sun, which had been high in the sky, now seemed to be struggling to penetrate the thick canopy, casting an eerie, greenish glow on the forest floor. The light was just wrong. It felt artificial, or like it was coming from a different sun entirely. "Hey, Chloe," I began, trying to keep my voice even, trying to sound like I was just making conversation. "Mind if I just check the map? See how much further we have?" She glanced at me, her smile still in place, but it felt a little fixed, a little too wide, a little too perfect. "Oh, do not worry about it. Alex, I know exactly where we are going. It is just around the next bend." But I had an itch I could not scratch. A prickle of unease that was rapidly turning into something colder, something heavy and suffocating. I pulled out my phone anyway, even though I knew there was no signal. I opened GutGoo Maps, then APBO Maps, just to be thorough. I zoomed in, then out, trying to pinpoint our location. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The gravel road we were on, the one she was so confidently driving down, simply did not exist on any of my maps. My location was hovering somewhere in a vast, unlabeled green expanse, miles from any recognizable road, trail, or even a named forest section. It was just void, a blank canvas of digital wilderness. My blood ran cold. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it is a private road that is not publicly mapped. I mumbled to myself, my voice barely audible over the crunch of tires on gravel. Or my GPS is just completely freaking out in this area. But I checked the satellite view. Even there, where roads often appear as faint lines even if unmapped, there was nothing. Just an unbroken sea of trees, stretching out endlessly in every direction. No roads, no clearings, no signs of human intervention. I looked up, my eyes darting nervously around the dense forest. The trees here were not like the ones back home. These were ancient, colossal things, their bark gnarled and dark, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. They seemed to lean in, watching us, their shadows stretching like grasping claws. The silence was profound, broken only by the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel. No bird song, no rustling leaves, no distant sounds of civilization. Just an oppressive, heavy quiet that felt like it was pressing in on my eardrums. "Everything okay?" "Alex," Chloe asked, her voice cutting through my rising panic. She had not taken her eyes off the road, but I felt her gaze somehow on me, a cold weight on my skin. I forced a laugh, a dry, hollow sound. Yeah, just try to get my bearings. My phone's completely dead out here. No signal, and it can't even find this road." I gestured vaguely at the non-existent path. She just chuckled again, a little breathy, a little too amused. "Oh, that is normal out here. It is why we love it. Total escape. Do not worry. You will be able to relax once we are there. Trust me. Trust me." The words echoed in my head, suddenly taking on a sinister edge. Why did she insist on driving? Why was she so calm about us being on a road that did not exist? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a private road, maintained by her family, so old it predated mapping technology. But that felt like a stretch, even for me, even for the most isolated place on Earth. It was impossible. The air in the car suddenly felt suffocating. I gripped the door handle, my knuckles white. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. No one behind us. Nothing but the endless, twisting road disappearing into the gloom, like a black ribbon unspooling into oblivion. So, how long has your family had this place? I asked, trying to sound genuinely interested, but my voice was tight, thin. Oh, ages, she replied, still with that unnerving calm, that unwavering smile. Generations. Longer than anyone can remember. It has just always been there. Always been there. That phrase sent another shiver down my spine. It did not sound like a quaint family history. It sounded like something ancient, something that pre-existed human memory, something that had simply existed since the dawn of time, waiting. We continued our descent into this uncharted wilderness. The light grew dimmer, even though it was not even late afternoon. It was as if the sun had simply given up trying to penetrate this place. The trees seemed to grow even larger, their shadows stretching and merging into monstrous shapes, like silent sentinels guarding a terrible secret. I started to notice things in the periphery, fleeting movements in the dense undergrowth, but when I focused, there was nothing, just a dark, silent forest, waiting. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, not the cabin, but a clearing, and in the center of that clearing, a structure. It was not what I would imagine, not a cozy, rustic log cabin. This was a sprawling, dark monstrosity, built of rough-hewn timber and black stone, looking more like an ancient fortress or a forgotten temple than a vacation home. Its windows were like vacant eyes, staring out from under a heavy, moss-covered roof. It seemed to sag in on itself, as if the weight of the forest, or something older and more malevolent, was pressing down on it, trying to crush it into the earth. Chloe pulled up to the front, killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. The only sound was a distant, unsettling whisper of the wind to the tall pines, a sound that seemed to carry a mournful, almost human sigh like a lament. "Well, here we are," she said, turning to me, her smile still wide, still fixed. But in the dim, greenish light filtering to the trees, her eyes looked different, darker, deeper, like two black pools reflecting nothing, just absorbing all light. I forced myself to smile back. Wow, it is rustic. It was the only word I could manage. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. There were no other cars, no signs of life, no porch light, just this ancient, looming structure surrounded by an oppressive, silent forest that felt like it was breathing. "Come on," she said, opening her door. "Let us get your bag. My family should be inside already." But I saw no signs of life. No smoke from a chimney, no lights in windows, no sound of conversation. Just an echoing emptiness, a profound stillness that felt unnatural. As I stepped out of the car, the air hit me. It was cold, damp, and carried that same metallic, earthy scent, but stronger now, mingled with something else, something sweet and cloying, like decaying flowers, or perhaps something even worse. I told myself it was just the smell of an old house. I grabbed my duffel bag from the back, my hands trembling slightly. As I did, I glanced at the ground. The dirt path leading up to the cabin was worn, but it looked like only one set of tire tracks had been made, recently Chloe's. No other cars had come this way. No other guests. "Are you sure your family's here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound merely curious, not terrified. "It looks deserted." Chloe laughed, a sound that grated on my nerves, sharp and humorless. "Oh, they're just quiet. They like their privacy. Come on, do not be shy." She walked confidently towards the massive, dark oak door, which looked like it belonged on a medieval castle. I followed, my gaze sweeping the surroundings. The trees were so close, so dense. It felt like they were closing in, forming a cage around the cabin, around me. She pushed the door open, and a blast of cold, stale air hit me. The interior was even darker than outside. No lights were on. Chloe reached inside and flipped a switch, and a single, dim bulb flickered to life in the entryway, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like living things. The cabin was vast, with high, vaulted ceilings and rough-hewn wooden beams. It was sparsely furnished, with heavy, dark pieces that looked like they had not been moved in a century. A large, stone fireplace dominated one wall, but no fire burned within it. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of dust, old wood, and that same sweet, unsettling odor, stronger now, almost sickening. "Hello? Anyone home?" Chloe called out, her voice echoing strangely in the cavernous space, sounding thin and hollow. No reply, just the silence. "Looks like we're the first ones here," she said, turning to me with that same unreadable smile, but glint in her eyes now, like a predator seeing its prey. "They must be running late. No matter, we can get settled in." My stomach churned. This was wrong. All of it. The non-existent road, the oppressive forest, the deserted, ancient cabin, Chloe's unnerving calm. I felt like a fly caught in a spider's web, the strands tightening around me, pulling me deeper into something I could not comprehend. "I think I am just going to try my phone again," I stammered, pulling it out, my hand shaking. Even as I did, I knew it was useless. No signal, just a little X where the bars should be. I tried to connect to Wi-Fi, but there was no network, no router, nothing. We were truly cut off, truly isolated. "Do not bother." "Alex," Chloe said, her voice softer now, almost a purr like a cat toying with a mouse. She was standing very close, her hand reaching out to touch my arm. Her fingers were cold, unnaturally so, like marble. "It is good to disconnect. Is not it? Just you and me. No one to bother us." I pulled my arm back subtly, trying not to make it obvious, trying to pretend her touch had not sent a jolt of ice through my veins. "Yeah, but I should probably let my family know I made it safely. They worry." Her smile faltered for a second, just a flicker, and a shadow crossed her eyes, making them seem even darker, even emptier. "Oh, they will understand. You are with me, after all." The way she said with me was possessive, chilling. She led me deeper into the cabin, through a vast living area with a few uncomfortable-looking sofas, past a long, dark dining table, and into a hallway. The walls were adorned with strange, faded tapestries depicting swirling patterns and grotesque, half-human figures. My eyes lingered on one, a figure with too many limbs, its head thrown back in what looked like either agony or ecstasy, its mouth wide in a silent scream. It made my skin crawl, a cold dread seeping into my bones. "This is your room," she said, opening a heavy wooden door. The room was small, with a single narrow bed, a rickety dresser, and a small window that looked out onto an even denser part of the forest. The light here was almost non-existent, just a murky gray. It felt like a cell. My room. I asked, confused, my voice barely a whisper. I thought we would be sharing a room." She turned, and her smile was back, but it felt predatory now, a wide, hungry grin. "Oh, silly me. Of course. But my family is very traditional. They prefer guests to have their own space until they are properly introduced. Do not worry, darling. I will be just down the hall." She winked, but it did not feel playful. It felt like a threat, a promise of something terrible. She left me there, closing the heavy door behind her with a soft thud that echoed ominously, sealing me in. I was alone, in a dark, silent room, in a cabin that felt ancient and wrong, on a road that did not exist, with a woman who was no longer the Chloe I thought I knew, a woman who had become something else entirely. Panic began to set in, real primal panic. I tried the door. It was locked, not just latched, but locked from the outside. I rattled the handle, then pounded on the heavy wood, my voice hoarse. Chloe, let me out." Silence. Only the faint whisper of the wind outside and the frantic pounding of my own heart echoing in my ears. I rushed to the window. It was small, set high in the wall, and covered with thick iron bars, rusted and unyielding. No escape there. I was trapped like an animal. My mind raced. What was happening? Was this some kind of sick prank? Was she part of some cult? Or something worse? The images from the tapestries flashed in my mind. The metallic, sweet smell. The unmapped road. It all coalesced into a terrifying, impossible truth. I began to search the room frantically, desperately looking for anything, any clue. I pulled open the drawers of the rickety dresser. Empty. Dust-filled. I ran my hands over the walls, feeling for a hidden latch, a secret passage. Nothing. The walls were solid, cold stone beneath the rough plaster. Under the bed, I found something. A small, leather-bound journal. It looked incredibly old, its pages yellowed and brittle, crumbling at the edges. My hands shook as I picked it up. The cover was blank, but when I opened it, the first few pages were filled with strange, spidery script, symbols that looked like a distorted alphabet mixed with crude, disturbing drawings. Stick figures, but with elongated limbs, disproportionate heads, and wide, staring eyes. And always, always, the image of a swirling vortex or a gaping maw. It was like something drawn by a madman or a child who had seen unspeakable things. I flipped through the pages, my breath catching in my throat. The language was not English or anything I recognized, but the drawings grew more vivid, more horrifying. Human figures, bound and gagged, surrounded by the towering, gnarled trees. And then, the cabin itself, depicted with strange, pulsing light emanating from its windows, like a living, malevolent heart. And hovering above it all, the same grotesque, many-limbed figures from the tapestries, their forms indistinct but undeniably menacing. My eyes landed on one particular drawing near the back of the journal. It was a map, a crude, hand-drawn map of the forest, with a winding, unpaved road leading to a central point marked with the symbol of the cabin. And next to the road, a series of smaller symbols, almost like tally marks, each one accompanied by a name. And one of those names, scrawled in faded ink, was familiar. Ethan, the name from a Lara story. My blood ran cold, a wave of sickening realization washing over me. Was this connected? Was this the same horror, the same impossible evil that haunted Alara? Was this the Ethan? Then a sound from outside my door. A soft scratching, like fingernails on wood, slow and deliberate. I froze, holding my breath, every muscle in my body tensed. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, moving along the length of the door, from top to bottom, then back up. It was not human. It sounded like something with long, sharp claws, something dragging itself across the wood. I pressed myself against the wall, journal clutched in my trembling hand, trying to make myself as small as possible. The scratching stopped directly outside my door. Then a soft, guttural sigh, a wet, drawn-out sound that seemed to come from deep within a chest. And a voice, Chloe's voice, but distorted, elongated, like a whisper carried on a dying wind, thin and reedy and laced with something ancient. "Alex, darling, are you comfortable?" My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure she could hear it. I could not answer. I could not even breathe. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. Such a sweet boy. The voice continued, closer now, as if she was pressing her ear against the wood, her hot breath on the other side. So eager to please, so full of promise. "We have such plans for you." A shiver of pure terror ran through me, colder than anything I would ever felt. This was not Chloe. Or, if it was a Chloe I never wanted to know, a monster wearing human skin. The sweet, charming woman I would fall in for was a mask, a lure, a trap. I heard her move away, her footsteps light, almost floating, fading down the hall. Then silence again. The oppressive, heavy silence of the cabin, now filled with the imagined sounds of lurking horrors. I knew I had to get out. My life depended on it. I looked around the small room again. The window was barred. The door was locked. The walls were solid. I was a prisoner. My gaze fell on the chimney in the main living area that I had passed. It was stone, massive. Could there be a way out through there? Or maybe a hidden passage within the cabin itself? The journal's drawings hinted at hidden depths, strange rituals, ways in and out of this impossible place. I had to try. I could not just sit here and wait for whatever was out there to come for me, to fulfill its plans. I gripped the journal, a desperate hope flickering within me. Maybe it contained a clue, a weakness, a way to escape. I started to scrutinize the drawings again, looking for a pattern, a hint. The swirling vortex symbol appeared repeatedly, and sometimes it was accompanied by an arrow or a pathway leading away from it, not towards it. As I studied the map again, I noticed something I had not before. A faint, almost invisible line, leading not from the cabin, but from a point deep within the forest, away from the unmapped road, towards what looked like a much older, almost forgotten trail. It seemed to bypass the main road entirely, almost like a secret escape route. This was it. This was my chance. But I had to get out of this room first. I looked at the door. Solid oak. No way to pick the lock without tools. But what about the hinges? They were old, rusty iron. If I could pry them off. I looked around the room. Nothing. No tools. Just a rickety dresser. I tried to pull a drawer out, thinking maybe I could use a metal runners, but it was stuck fast, nailed into place. Then my eyes fell on the bed frame. It was made of thick, dark wood, but one of the slats looked loose, probably rotted. I grabbed it, straining, pulling with all my might. With a groan of ancient wood, it came free. It was a heavy piece, about 3 feet long, with a jagged edge where it had snapped. Not ideal, but it was something, a makeshift pry bar. I went to the door, my heart pounding, my breath ragged. I wedged the end of the slat under the lowest hinge and pushed, grunting with effort. The wood creaked. The hinge groaned, but it held. I tried again, harder, putting all my weight into it. The hinge shrieked, a terrible metallic sound that seemed to echo through the silent cabin, like a cry of pain. Suddenly, a loud thud from the hallway, and then a voice, closer this time, angrier, no longer soft and purring. "Alex, what are you doing?" It was Chloe. Her voice was sharp, no longer that purring whisper, but edged with genuine fury. Fear gave me a burst of adrenaline, a surge of desperate strength. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my hands. The splintering wood. The hinge finally tore free from the doorframe with a deafening crack, ripping wood and rusted metal apart. "Alex." Her voice was right outside the door now, accompanied by frantic banging, a furious assault on the door. "Stop. You will regret this." I quickly moved to the next hinge, my hands clumsy with terror, the slat slipping in my sweaty grip. The door was already sagging, leaning inwards. I wedged the slat under the second hinge and pushed. The banging intensified. I could hear her shoulders slamming against the door, the wood groaning under the impact. The wood around the lock splintered, cracking audibly. With a final desperate shove, the second hinge gave way with another wrenching scream of metal. The door, now held only by the top hinge and the broken lock, tilted inwards, hanging precariously. I kicked it, and it swung open with a splintering crash, tearing the last hinge in the frame. I burst out into the dimly lit hallway, gasping for breath, my muscles screaming. Chloe was there, standing a few feet away, her face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. But it was not just rage. Her eyes were wide, glowing with an unnatural, sickly green light. Her mouth was open, revealing teeth that looked too sharp, too long like a shark's. And behind her, at the far end of the hall, I saw movement. Shadows shifting, indistinct forms lurking in the darkness, their shapes too tall, too slender, their eyes glinting in the gloom. "You foolish, foolish boy," she hissed, her voice a guttural snarl, no longer even attempting to sound human. She lunged at me, her arms outstretched, her fingers ending in what looked like elongated, blackened claws, tipped with something sharp and glistening. I ducked, scrambling past her, feeling the whoosh of air as her claws sliced where my head had been. I ran. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from her, away from this cabin, away from this nightmare, away from the things lurking in the shadows. I burst into the main living area, my eyes scanning frantically for an exit. The front door was massive, heavy, probably locked and barred, and I did not have time. The windows were too high, too small, or covered with those same thick iron bars. Then I remembered the map, the journal, the escape route. I still had it clutched in my hand. I glanced down at the crude drawing. It showed a path leading from the back of the cabin, bypassing the main road entirely, a faint line through the impossible forest. I sprinted toward the back of the cabin, past the fireplace, past the strange tapestries that now seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light, their grotesque figures seeming to reach out to me. I could hear Chloe behind me, her heavy footsteps thudding on the wooden floor, interspersed with strange, clicking sounds, like bone on bone or insect mandibles. I found a back door, smaller than the front, but still thick and heavy. It had a single rusted bolt. I fumbled with it, my fingers numb with terror, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. It was stiff, refusing to budge, stuck fast with years of neglect. "You can't leave. Alex," Chloe shrieked, her voice echoing to the cabin, no longer sounding human at all, but a raw, inhuman cry. "You belong to us now. You are ours." The bolt finally scraped open with a loud groan, the sound deafening in the silence. I yanked the door open and burst out into the even deeper darkness of the forest. The air was frigid, biting, and the smell of damp earth and decay was overwhelming, mixed with that sickeningly sweet odor. I did not look back. I just ran. I plunged into the dense undergrowth, ignoring the branches whipping at my face, the roots tripping my feet, the thorns tearing at my skin. I held the journal open, trying to follow the faint, hand-drawn lines, praying it was accurate, praying it would lead me to safety. The forest here was different. The trees seemed to twist and writhe, their branches forming grotesque, grasping hands, their trunks covered in strange, glowing fungi. The ground was uneven, covered in thick moss and decaying leaves that muffled my footsteps, making it impossible to tell if I was being followed. I could hear sound behind me now. Not just Chloe, but other things. Rustling, whispering, the snapping of twigs, and a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself, from the roots of the ancient trees. I kept running, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest, every nerve ending alive with terror. I could feel eyes on me, countless unseen eyes watching from the impenetrable darkness between the trees, their presence a palpable weight. The air grew colder, the darkness deeper, pressing in on me, trying to consume me. I stumbled, falling to my knees, scraping my hands on rough bark, gasping for air. "Alex, where are you going?" Chloe's voice, closer now, a chilling whisper right behind me, right in my ear, even though I knew she could not be that close. It was inside my head. I scrambled up, pushing myself forward, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The map showed a small stream. I had to find the stream. It was my only landmark, my only hope. The trees began to change. They grew even taller, their trunks impossibly wide, their bark black and smooth, like polished obsidian. No leaves, just bare, skeletal branches reaching toward the sky, like the arms of supplicants. And hanging from some of these branches, swaying gently in the unseen breeze, were strange, fibrous bundles. My eyes darted to them, and in the faint, spectral light, I saw outline shapes like cocoons. Human-sized cocoons, swaying gently, some of them still twitching. A scream caught in my throat, a dry, choked sound. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then forced them open. I had to keep moving. I had to get out. Then I heard the sound of rushing water. A stream. Hope surged through me, a desperate, fragile thing, bright against the overwhelming darkness. I pushed through a final curtain of thorny bushes and stumbled out onto the bank of a narrow, dark stream. The water flowed swiftly, black and cold, reflecting the skeletal trees overhead like broken teeth. I plunged into the icy water, not care about the cold, just needing to put something between me and whatever was chasing me, needing to break the connection. The current was strong, pulling at my legs, trying to drag me downstream. I scrambled to the other side, my clothes soaking wet, my teeth chattering uncontrollably, my entire body numb. As I climbed out, shivering violently, I risked a glance back. On the opposite bank, standing perfectly still amidst the gnarled trees, was Chloe. But she was not the woman I knew. Her form was elongated, distorted, her limbs too long, too thin, her head tilted at an unnatural angle like a broken doll. Her eyes glowed with malevolent green light, and her mouth was open, revealing those sharp, needle-like teeth, now dripping with something dark and viscous, something that glistened in the gloom. Behind her, in the shadows, I could see other shapes, indistinct, but clearly not human, shifting and swaying, their eyes glinting. She raised a hand, her long, clawed fingers pointing at me, a silent accusation. And then a sound erupted from her throat, a piercing, unearthly shriek that tore through the silence of the forest and echoed off the black trees, reverberating in my very bones. It was not a human sound. It was the sound of something ancient, something hungry, something utterly devoid of humanity, a sound that would haunt my nightmares forever. I ran again, harder than I thought possible, harder than I would ever run in my life, following the stream's bank, praying it would lead me somewhere, anywhere away from that place, away from that sound, away from those glowing eyes. The shriek seemed to follow me, reverberating in my ears, driving me deeper into a state of pure adrenaline-fueled panic. The forest began to thin, subtly at first, then more noticeably. The trees, though still large, began to look more familiar, less grotesque. The light started to change, becoming a dull gray, more like dawn than the oppressive twilight I had been trapped in. And then, faintly in the distance, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a sound of civilization. A car. I pushed through a final thicket of bushes and stumbled out onto a paved road, a county road, the same one we had turned off of hours ago. My car, Chloe's SUV, was nowhere in sight, but this was it. This was real. This was the world I knew. I collapsed onto the asphalt, gasping, shaking, my body aching, my mind reeling. I looked back at the forest. It looked normal. Just a regular, dense forest. No skeletal trees, no strange cocoons, no glowing eyes. The entrance to the unmapped road was gone. Just an unbroken wall of green, as if it had never been there. I lay there for a long time, my heart slowly returning to a somewhat normal rhythm, the adrenaline draining from my system, leaving me utterly exhausted, hollowed out. When I finally found the strength to stand, I started walking. I walked for what felt like miles, my clothes torn and soaked, my hands raw, the journal still clutched in my hand like a lifeline, my only proof. Eventually, a car passed by. It slowed. The driver, an older man, looking at me with mixed concern and alarm. He pulled over. "Son, are you all right? You look like you have been through hell." I could not speak, could not form words. I just pointed vaguely back toward the forest, towards a place where the road had been. The road, He just shook his head, his face kind but confused. "There ain't nothing back there but forest for miles, kid. No roads, no houses. You must be disoriented." He gave me a ride to the nearest gas station, where I called a friend to pick me up. I tried to explain what happened, but it sounded insane even to my own ears. The unmapped road, the monstrous cabin, Chloe's transformation, the things in the woods, the cocoons. My friend listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. He thought I would have had some kind of psychotic break, or maybe a bad drug trip. I showed him the journal. He looked at the strange symbols and drawings, his brow furrowed. Looks like a kid scribbles. Alex, or maybe some old, forgotten language. Where'd you even find this? He handled it gingerly, as if it might be contaminated. He did not believe me. No one did. I went to the police, tried to report Chloe missing, tried to explain about the cabin. They took my statement, but their eyes just glazed over. They could not find any record of Chloe, or her SUV, or a cabin in that area. They suggested I seek mental health counseling. I tried to go back myself. I drove that county road countless times, looking for the turn, for any sign of that gravel track. But it was never there. Just an unbroken line of trees, always the same, always normal. The forest always looked normal, mundane, innocent. The journal is my only proof. It sits in a locked box in my closet now. Too terrifying to look at, too important to throw away. The drawings still haunt my nightmares. The face of Chloe, distorted and monstrous. The shadowy figures. The cocoons. And the name. Ethan. I never dated again after. How could I? Every time I see a kind smile, I wonder what lies beneath. Every time someone suggests a spontaneous trip, my blood runs cold. I constantly check maps, searching for anomalies, for roads that should not exist, for places that hide in plain sight. I still think about the name Ethan, scrawled in that journal. Was he another victim? One of the cocoons? And Alara from the previous story, her name tattooed on a stranger. Are these horrors connected? Are there more of them, lurking in the unmapped corners of the world, waiting for their next victim to drive down a road that only they know? Are these isolated incidents, or part of larger, unseen horror that preys on the unsuspecting? I do not know. All I know is that somewhere out there, deep within that silent, ancient forest, a road exists that no map can find. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I can still hear that unearthly shriek, calling my name, beckoning me back to the cabin, back to the things that wait in the dark. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that Chloe, or whatever she truly is still out there. And she is waiting, always waiting. I used to think of myself as pretty savvy when it came to online dating. You know the drill, right? Swipe, chat, meet for coffee, assess for red flags. I would have my share of duds, a few genuinely nice guys who just were not the one, and one or two who were definitely on the weird side. But I would always trust in my gut. My gut, it turns out, was severely lacking in the department of detecting deeply unsettling long-term stalkers. My name's Maya. I am 31, work in marketing, and live in a decent apartment in the city. My life was pretty normal, pretty predictable. I like my routine, my quiet evenings with a book, and my weekend hikes with my beagle. Buster, I was not desperate for a relationship, but I was open to it. That is why I was on Tinder, swiping through the endless parade of gym selfies and fish photos, hoping to find someone who could hold a conversation. Then I matched with Ethan. His profile picture was a clear, smiling shot of him outside, maybe on a hike. No filters, no sunglasses indoors, no group photos where you could not tell which one he was. His bio was witty, intelligent, and actually gave me a glimpse into his personality. He liked hiking, cooking, and indie films. Sounded promising. Our initial messages were easy, flowing. He asked thoughtful questions, actually read my profile, and responded in full sentences. A rarity, let me tell you. We moved to text, and after a week of good conversation, we set up a first date. We met for coffee at a bustling cafe downtown. He was even better in person. Tall, with kind eyes and a genuinely warm smile. He dressed well, not overly formal, but put together. Our conversation spanned everything from our favorite travel destinations to our opinions on the latest sci fi movie. He was attentive, made eye contact, and laughed at my terrible jokes. I found myself genuinely enjoying his company, something that had not happened in a long time. The first date turned into a second, a dinner at a cozy Italian place. He remembered that I would mention I love spicy food and subtly steered us towards a dish with a kick. He pulled out my chair, listened intently when I spoke, and made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. He walked me to my car, and we lingered for a moment, talking under the streetlights. There was a spark, a genuine connection I had not felt in years. When he leaned in and kissed me goodnight, it was gentle, sweet, and left me with a warm, fluttery feeling in my chest. My friends noticed a change in me. I was smiling more, humming around the apartment, and talking about Ethan constantly. He sounds perfect. Maya, my best friend. Chloe said over the phone, "Just be careful. Do not rush into anything." I nodded, even though she could not see me. I was being careful. I was taking my time, but with Ethan it felt different. It felt right. After about a month of regular dates, hikes, movie nights, even a trip to a local farmer's market, Ethan invited me over to his place for dinner. He wanted to cook for me. My usual internal alarm bells chimed faintly. Going to his place. Alone. Is it too soon? I reasoned with myself. We had been out almost 10 times. I felt comfortable with him. He was a perfect gentleman. Besides, I would cook for him at my place last week. It was only fair. I accepted, feeling a thrill of excitement mixed with that familiar, cautious flutter. The day of the dinner. I spent a little extra time on my outfit. Something smart but casual, a dress that made me feel good. I picked up a nice bottle of wine to bring as a hostess gift. My stomach was a mix of nerves and anticipation. This felt like a big step, a good step. Ethan lived in a quiet, tree-lined suburban street, a little bit outside the main city hustle, but not isolated. His house was a neat, two-story colonial, well-maintained with a tidy lawn and a welcoming porch light. It looked normal, comfortingly normal. No dilapidated sheds, no overgrown weeds, no beware dog signs that felt a little too aggressive. He greeted me at the door with that warm smile and a hug that felt genuinely affectionate. Maya, you made it. Come on in. The inside of his house was just as tastefully decorated as I would imagine. Clean, modern, but with personal touches, a bookshelf filled with interesting titles, some abstract art on the walls, a comfortable-looking sofa. It smelled faintly of garlic and herbs, promising a delicious meal. Wow, your place is lovely. Ethan, I said, handing him the wine. Thanks. I try to keep it homey. He replied, taking the bottle. Let me just get this in the kitchen. Make yourself comfortable. Can I get you a drink? I have sparkling water, juice, or I can open this if you would like a glass of wine now. Sparkling water would be great. Thanks, I said, settling onto the sofa. I looked around, feeling completely at ease. He returned with 2 glasses of sparkling water, and we chatted happily, sipping our drinks, while he put the finishing touches on dinner. He was an excellent host, making sure I was comfortable, engaging me in conversation, and making me feel completely at home. The dinner was incredible. He would made homemade pasta with a rich, savory bolognese sauce. This is amazing. Ethan, I exclaimed, genuinely impressed. You really can cook. He beamed. Glad you like it. I enjoy it. There is something satisfying about making something from scratch. We talked for hours, the kind of easy, flowing conversation where you lose track of time. We discussed our families, our hopes for the future, silly anecdotes from our childhoods. I felt completely captivated by him, by his charm, his intelligence, his kindness. I thought, this is it. I have finally found someone truly special. After we had finished eating, Ethan said, "I am going to grab dessert from the kitchen, and maybe some more wine if you'd like. I will just be a minute." "Sounds perfect," I replied, feeling full and content. I leaned back against the cushions, letting out a soft sigh as he disappeared into the kitchen. I glanced around the living room again, appreciating the quiet ambience. My eyes drifted to a small side table next to an armchair, partially obscured by a potted fern. There was a small, ornate silver frame there. Curiosity, or perhaps just a subconscious desire to admire his taste, made me lean forward slightly to get a better look. It seemed to be a landscape photo, a familiar park perhaps. But as my eyes focused, a jolt went through me. It was not a landscape. It was me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My heart gave a sudden, hard thud against my ribs. It was a photo of me, unmistakably me, walking out of my apartment building, carrying 2 grocery bags. I remembered that day vividly. It was a Tuesday, about 2 months ago. I was wearing my favorite faded denim jacket and a striped t-shirt. My hair was tied up in a messy bun. I remembered because I would bumped into Mrs. Henderson from apartment 3B, and we would chat about the rising cost of organic vegetables. My first thought was, that is impossible. My second was, maybe it is a coincidence. A stock photo that just happens to look like me. But no, it was too specific. The way my hair was tied, the way I clutched the grocery bags, the distinctive brick pattern of my building in the background. It was me. My hand trembled slightly as I reached out and picked up the frame. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, slightly grainy, as if snapped with a phone camera using a zoom lens. The angle was from across the street, partially hidden by a parked car. A cold dread began to seep into my veins. I put the photo back down, my mind racing. What was this? Why would Ethan have a photo of me, taken without my knowledge, before we even met? We had not known each other 2 months ago. We matched on Tinder maybe 6 weeks ago. My eyes darted around the room, suddenly seeing everything in a new, unsettling light. The comfortable decor, the tasteful art, now seemed like a carefully constructed facade. I stood up, feeling a strange urge to check everything, to find an explanation. I walked slowly toward a large bookshelf that dominated one wall. It was filled with books, but also small trinkets, decorative boxes, and more framed photos. My gaze swept over them, my heart beginning to pound a frantic rhythm. And then I saw it. Another one. Tucked between a stack of novels and a ceramic vase was a smaller, almost hidden frame. This one was of me at the dog park, throwing a tennis ball for Buster. His little brown body was mid-air, ears flapping. I was laughing, my head thrown back. I remembered that specific afternoon the sun had been particularly bright, and Buster had been in a playful mood. This photo, too, was taken from a distance, from behind a line of trees. The blood drained from my face. This was not a coincidence. This was not a random occurrence. This was intentional. This was surveillance. A low hum started in my ears, a rising wave of panic. I had to see more. I had to know. My eyes, now wide and frantic, scanned the room. There was a hallway leading off the living room, presumably to bedrooms or a bathroom. I walked towards it, my footsteps soft on the carpet, as if afraid to make a sound. On the wall of the hallway, a large gallery of framed photos stretched out. My breath hitched. At first glance, they looked like scenic shots, travel photos, family pictures. But as I drew closer, the truth slammed into me with the force of physical blow. They were not all scenic. They were not all generic. They were me. A photo of me getting coffee at my favorite cafe, waiting in line, scrolling through my phone. A shot of me talking on the phone outside my office building, looking stressed, my hand running through my hair. A picture of me browsing the produce section at the grocery store, holding up an avocado, scrutinizing it. And then, the one that made my stomach lurch, made by a rise in my throat. A photo of me through the window of my own living room, curled up on my sofa, reading a book. My apartment, my sanctuary. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The photos were arranged chronologically. I could see dates scrawled faintly on the back of some of the frames. I pulled off the wall, dates stretching back 6, 7, 8 months. Before Tinder. Before we even matched. Before he even knew my name. Or at least, before he pretended not to know my name. He had not just met me on Tinder. He had found me. He had stalked me. This entire relationship, the charming messages, the perfect dates, the thoughtful gestures, it was all a meticulously crafted lie, built on months of surveillance. He had not remembered my love for spicy food. He would see me buy hot sauce at the grocery store. He had not been charmed by my jokes. He would probably watch me laugh alone in my apartment. I heard the clinking of glasses from the kitchen. He was coming back. My mind screamed. I had to get out. Now, my hands were shaking so violently I could barely put the frames back on the wall. I tried to compose myself to breathe, but my chest felt tight, my lungs refusing to cooperate. My heart was a frantic drum solo against my ribs. I wiped my clammy palms on my dress, trying to appear normal. I could not let him know I knew. Ethan re-entered the living room, carrying a tray with 2 slices of cheesecake and 2 fresh glasses of wine. He looked at me, his eyes crinkling at the corners in what I now recognized as a terrifyingly fake smile. "Everything okay?" "Maya, you look a little pale." My blood ran cold. He noticed. Did he know? Did he see the terror in my eyes? I forced a weak smile. "Just a bit of a headache." "Ethan, too much wine. Maybe." The lie felt clumsy, transparent. He chuckled, a sound that now grated on my nerves. "Oh, that is a shame. I was hoping we could watch a movie. I have that classic you mentioned, Blade Runner. My purse. It was on the sofa near the front door. I needed my purse. I needed my keys. I needed to run. I think I might actually need to head home." "Ethan," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could hear the tremor in it. "This headache is really coming on strong, and I do not want to ruin the evening." His smile faltered, just a fraction. His eyes, which had seemed so kind, now held a glint I could not quite decipher. "Oh, already. But we just had dessert." He took a step closer, placing the tray down on the coffee table. My heart hammered. I stood up, trying to move casually toward the sofa. He did not move to block me, but his gaze was fixed on me, intense and unwavering. I reached the sofa, my fingers fumbling for my purse. It felt like an eternity to open the clasp. My keys. Where were my keys? I really should go. I said again, my voice barely a whisper. I found my keys, my fingers closing around the cold metal. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His voice, once so charming, was now low, almost a purr. "You know." "Maya," he said, and my blood ran cold as I heard the change in his tone. It was no longer the voice of a date, but of a predator. "I have been waiting for you for a very long time." He did not need to say anything else. The words, the tone, the look in his eyes, it was all I needed. He was not going to let me leave. His hand slowly, deliberately, lifted and pointed to a large, framed photo on the wall, one I had not noticed in my frantic search. It was a close-up, terrifyingly clear of me, sleeping, in my bed, taken through my apartment window. The image was so intimate, so invasive, it stole the air from my lungs. "Do not you think we were meant to be?" he asked, his eyes wide, a strange, almost manic light in them. His perfect, charming facade had completely crumbled, revealing the chilling obsession beneath. Pure, unadulterated terror surged through me. My mind went blank, then screamed, "Run." I did not answer. I did not think. I turned and bolted the front door, my hand already reaching for the doorknob. He lunged. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. His hand clamped around my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, like steel. I twisted, pulling away with all my might, my other hand fumbling desperately with the lock. It was a deadbolt, unfamiliar, stiff. He yanked me back, pulling me away from the door. I stumbled, my feet tangling. My purse flew from my grasp, scattering its contents across the floor. Lipstick, wallet, my phone. Maya, no, he hissed, his voice no longer calm, but laced with frightening desperation. Do not you understand? We are perfect for each other. I know everything about you. I struggled against him, adrenaline coursing through my veins. He was stronger than me, but my fear gave me a desperate strength. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything to defend myself. My gaze landed on a heavy, decorative brass lamp on an end table. With a surge of primal instinct, I twisted again, pulling free from his grasp for a split second. I lunged to the lamp, grabbing its heavy base. Without thinking, I swung it wildly, blindly, with every ounce of my strength. It connected. A dull thud, followed by a choked gasp. Ethan stumbled back, releasing me, clutching at his head. A low groan escaped his lips. The moment of impact had stunned him. It was all the opportunity I needed. I scrambled back, to the door, my fingers numb as I fumbled with the deadbolt. It finally clicked open. I did not look back. I did not care about my purse, my phone, anything. All that mattered was getting out. The door burst open, and I was out, sprinting down his driveway, the cool night air hitting my face like a shock. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I did not stop. I could hear him shouting from the doorway, his voice distorted by rage and pain. Maya, come back. We belong together. You can't leave me. I did not look back. I ran to my car, parked a few houses down. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. It took 3 tries, 3 agonizing seconds, before the engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing, and sped away, not caring about traffic laws or speed limits. I just drove, a frantic, terrified blur, until the street was a distant memory in my rearview mirror. I did not stop until I reached a brightly lit gas station, pulling into the parking lot with a screech of tires. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I fumbled for my emergency phone, the one I kept in my glove compartment for situations exactly like this, though I would never imagine I would actually need it. My fingers, still trembling, dialed 911. He has photos of me. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He was watching me. He stalked me. I was at his house. He would not let me leave. The police were therein. Minutes. They took my statement, trying to calm me down, but the terror was still a living thing inside me, clawing at my throat. They went to Ethan's house, and I waited in a patrol car, wrapped in a blanket, shivering despite the warmth. After what felt like an eternity, the officers returned. They confirmed my story. They found the photos. They found an entire room dedicated to me, a macabre shrine of my life, captured without my knowledge or consent. Ethan was arrested. The immediate aftermath was a blur of police reports, a restraining order, and the sickening realization that my world had been turned upside down. I could not go back to my apartment. Not immediately. The thought of him having seen me through my own window, of him having watched me sleep, made my skin crawl. I stayed with Chloe for weeks, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected sound. I felt violated, exposed, my sense of safety shattered into a million pieces. Ethan was charged, but the legal process was agonizingly slow. He got bail, of course. They always do. My lawyer assured me he could not come near me, that the restraining order was strict. But what good was a piece of paper against someone so utterly obsessed? I changed my locks. Then I changed my apartment, moving to a new neighborhood, a new building with better security. I changed my routine, my phone number, my social media privacy settings. I bought a security camera for my new place, and I slept with a can of pepper spray on my nightstand. But the fear never truly left. Every time I saw a reflection in a shop window, a car mirror, my own phone screen, I found myself scrutinizing it, half expecting to see Ethan's face lurking in the background, his eyes fixed on me. I saw him everywhere. A fleeting glimpse of a tall man with dark hair in a crowd. A car that looked like it's driving past my new street. My mind played tricks on me, conjuring his image from shadows and distorted reflections. I still use Tinder occasionally, but now, every profile, every message, every charming smile is scrutinized with a paranoid intensity. I see the potential for malice in every kind, gesture, every compliment. I see the stalker in the date, the predator in the polite stranger. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet and I am alone in my new apartment, I still hear the whispers of his voice, echoing in my memory, "Do not you think we were meant to be? I know everything about you." And I wonder if he is still out there, watching, waiting, because no matter how many locks I put on my door, no matter how many miles I put between us, I know deep down that he still sees me. The world is full of eyes, and some of them are always watching. And you never really know whose eyes they are until it is too late.